Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon, the first video with a full lemon, is already on my boosty channel. Dare! Naruto Uzumaki hated his own birthdays. For 5 years of his life, not a single gift was presented to him on this day. Although what kind of gifts can there be from those who hate you? Everyone hated Naruto, except maybe the old Hokage. There was also Hinata Hyuga, whom the boy once protected from bullies. True, he himself got hit hard by this, but, fortunately, everything always healed very quickly on Naruto. Since then, for some reason, Hinata blushes terribly in his presence and cannot connect a couple of words, but at least does not look at him with hatred, like others. Another reason to dislike the 10th of October was the Kyuubi attack on the village. Exactly 5 years ago, the nine-tailed demon fox broke free and destroyed half of Konoha. The fourth Hokage, at the cost of his own life, managed to defeat the demon. This day was also a day of mourning, because Naruto, who always aspired to be like the fourth, was sadder than usual. In addition, it was on this day that he more than usual risked running into disgruntled residents. Demon. This is exactly what Naruto heard as he walked down the street. The boy did not know why he was so disliked, but there was no one to ask for explanations. Even the third Hokage, who treated the boy more or less normally, did not answer this question. However, as well as the question of the identity of the parents. Naruto was an orphan. All he managed to find out is that his parents are dead and they died during the Kyuubi attack. However, the boy guessed this himself, comparing several facts. But he knew how to reason logically. However, Naruto was in no hurry to show his mind. In one book, he once read that the enemy must be made to underestimate you, and then he will become an easy prey. These words became Naruto's life credo. Of course, he didn't consider the villagers enemies, but he didn't consider them friends either. Let them underestimate me. It will be easier for me, thought the boy. He guessed that the hatred of people is caused by fear. But Naruto couldn't figure out what was causing this fear. It wasn't him, no. He was not afraid. But there was something inside him that caused a panic fear that breeds hatred. Now the blonde boy was sitting in his favorite place. That place was the Hokage monument. Sitting on the landing, right above the fourth stone head, Naruto saw all of Konoha. The village was in full view. The boy, as usual, was talking about the hatred that surrounds him when 3 tipsy shinobi appeared on the site. "Oh, there he is," said the tallest of them, swaying. "Little scoundrel, decided to hide from others?" Naruto tensed. That was what he was afraid of. If he fails to get away from here in time, he risks again thundering into the hospital so hated by him. Luckily for the kid, all 3 of them were clearly overdrinking, and their coordination was severely impaired. So Naruto, without waiting for the 3 of them to come close, jumped up from his seat and hurried to get away. Perhaps he hurried too fast, as he immediately stumbled and collapsed to the ground, hitting his head hard. All 3 of them laughed and decided to kick the boy a little, but just at that moment an ANBU fighter appeared on the site. "What happened here?" came a cold voice from under the mask. "Nothing," boldly answered one of the drunken shinobi. "He fell himself, we did not even touch him." Giving all 3 of them suspicious looks, the ambushnik sat down beside the unconscious Naruto. Looks like a concussion. "We should get the boy to the hospital," he said to himself. Then he easily hoisted Naruto onto his shoulder and disappeared from sight. Drip. 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 Naruto woke up in a strange place. He lay in some strange corridor. Pipes were stretched under the ceiling, from which water dripped. There were no light sources, but Naruto saw everything perfectly. Where I am? The boy asked himself. He got to his feet, only now noticing that he was lying in the water. The corridor was flooded about ankle deep. Without thinking twice, Naruto moved forward. He felt that there was something important in the depths of the labyrinth. After passing several turns, the boy came out into a spacious hall, half blocked by a golden lattice. The gate leaves were held in place by a piece of paper bearing the kanji 4 seal. From the darkness of the cage, two blood-red eyes with a vertical pupil were attentively looking at the alien. "So this is what my jailer looks like," a snarling voice rang out from behind the bars. What an absurdity. I, the strongest of the demons, is being held by some weak boy. And who are you? Naruto asked, ignoring the last words. I. The owner of the voice laughed. You, little one, do not even know who is sealed in you. No, I don't know. The boy was not offended by the insults. Sometimes he was called even worse. In addition, he himself considered himself weak and helpless and understood that the words of the mysterious interlocutor were fully justified. That's a trifle. His eyes moved closer to the bars, and Naruto saw the face of a giant fox in front of him. Now I recognize you, the boy carefully examined the interlocutor. They call you Kyubi no Yoko, the nine-tailed demon fox. That's right, Fox grinned. You're not like the others. You are much more polite. Listen, boy, let me out of here. Naruto considered. Despite all the stories about the nine tails, the boy, without knowing why, sympathized with the demon. Yes, perhaps because of him, his parents died, but he is also a victim of loneliness. Like Naruto. Could we be friends? The boy asked hopefully, grasping the edge of the seal. Friends? Fox thundered in surprise and laughed again. You are an interesting person. Why do you want to befriend me? Because I don't have any friends at all, Naruto replied, gradually tearing off the seal. She held on tight, but still gave in. At that moment, a paw poked out of the cage and stopped the boy. Stop, said the fox in excitement. Do you really want to be friends? Of course, Naruto nodded. I don't have any other friends. Then wait to break the seal, the Ninetales replied quietly. By the way, you and I still haven't learned each other's names. Oh yes, that's right, sorry, the boy blushed. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki again, the fox chuckled. I, as you correctly noted, are called Kyubi no Yoko. But my real name is Kurama. Nice to meet you, Kurama-san, Naruto bowed and took up the seal again. Stop! Lise shouted. Don't rip it off. But why? The boy was surprised. I want to let you out of this cage. First of all, come on. Friends don't need to yell at each other. Kurama replied. And secondly, to release me, you need to open the seal with a special key. If it is rudely plucked, then I will simply absorb your body and mind, even if I do not want to. Where can I get the key? Naruto inquired. He wanted to help his only friend with all his might. I don't know, Fox shook his head. Most likely, the toads with whom the fourth Hokage signed a contract, sealing me in you. But what is needed to get this key, and whether it is possible at all, I don't know either. So I can't let you out? Naruto got upset. But there was a look of determination on his face. No. I will open the cage now, even at the cost of my life. You are the first person to call me a true friend. Pushing himself up, Naruto tugged on the seal again. Now only a corner remains. Stop, Naruto! Shouted two voices simultaneously. One voice belonged to the fox, and the second? The boy turned around. Standing in front of him was a tall, blond man wearing a long white cloak adorned with red flames. Naruto recognized him because this man was his idol. Minato, the fox, looked intently towards another alien. The fourth Hokage, the boy whispered. But how do you know my name? I gave it to you, Minato smiled. Still, I am your father. Father? Naruto asked in a trembling voice. Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Nobody said? Echoed the fourth. What do you mean no one said? No one ever told me who my parents were, the boy burst into tears. No one has ever talked to me about anything. All they know is to call me a demon. Some try to beat me harder so that I die and not an eyesore to them. With every word. Minato looked more and more miserable, and the fox became furious. People. They only know what to offend the weak. He roared. And they have the audacity to call us demons. Shut up, fox, the fourth tried to shut him up, but was stopped by a blow in the stomach. Weak, but sensitive enough. Don't you dare yell at my only friend, the boy shouted. Friend? Minato wheezed. Naruto's blow hit a very sensitive point. You call him a friend? He is the only one who understood and accepted me. Naruto yelled, about to pull the seal again. And stop calling him fox. Woo. Him. Eat. Name. The seal was nearly broken and the Kyuubi panicked. Fourth. Stop it. Biju rushed about in his cage. He doesn't know what he's doing. At this moment, Naruto, after all, managed to tear off the sheet, which immediately disappeared. The grid also dissolved, and a wide stream of bright red chakra stretched from the fox to Naruto. No, Naruto, what have you done? Kurama whined, trying to cut off the chakra beam. My chakra is poisonous to you, it will just kill you. But much to the surprise of both Minato and the Kyuubi, the chakra didn't do any harm to Naruto, but was simply absorbed into Naruto's body. What does it mean? Minato whispered. Rikudo, Kurama breathed out. He is a descendant of the Rikudo Sennin. It combines the blood of Uchiha and Senju. Otherwise, where does he have such strength from? In the meantime, metamorphoses began to occur with Naruto's eyes. The giant fox and the man standing next to him saw that the boy's eyes now glowed with the faint light of the Rinnegan. At that moment, a response flow of chakra gushed out of him, which made the fox's fur a little lighter. He's definitely a descendant of our father, Kurama said. The world around was rapidly changing. The water disappeared, and the corridors were filled with a bright golden light. The inner abode of the Kyuubi was decorated with an image of balance. The seal has been removed, and I can leave his body. But I won't do it. He was the first to call me a friend after Rikudo. And I will take care of him. Are you serious? The fourth was surprised. Yes. Excuse me for killing you, the fox bowed his head guiltily. Let's go, Minato replied amiably. I'm glad that Kyuubi no Yoko himself will look after my son. His name is Kurama, father, Naruto said softly, looking at the fourth with his new eyes. He is my friend, so please treat him with respect. And the kid will go far, the fox grinned. Before I disappear, I wanted to tell you some important things, Naruto, Minato said. But my time is running out, so we will do this. Having made several seals, he touched his son's forehead. Naruto flinched as he felt his father pass on his memory to him. Thank you, Dad, the boy hugged his father. Thanks for all. Forgive me for having to seal Kurama in you, Minato sighed, dissolving. Farewell, son. And special thanks for Kurama, Naruto waved his hand to his father. We'll be good friends. So long, Dad. Say hi to Mom. And one more thing. Never say goodbye. When Naruto woke up the next day, the first thing he did was to escape from the hospital. Doctors, of course, treated him with the care required for their profession, but the boy still did not trust anyone. In addition, he had something to discuss with a new friend, and this is better done where there are no extra ears. And Naruto knew such a place. A year ago, on his last birthday, he found the entrance to a secret underground labyrinth, which led the boy to some small room. Naruto used this place when he wanted to hide from someone or just be alone. Now this place is perfect. After going through all the corridors and passing all the traps, Naruto finally got to the place and lit a torch on the wall. "Kurama?" he called. A bright red chakra appeared from the drawing that was still on the stomach and immediately took on the shape of a fox. "Interesting place," the Nine-Tails chuckled. "Do you live here?" "No. I just come here sometimes. It's good here, no one can find me," Naruto explained. "That's how?" Kurama asked again, looking around. "Yes. To get here you need to go through several corridors in which it is easy to get lost. And there are traps in them, but I can get past them without hitting them." "Yes, you are not bad," the translucent fox was surprised. "Have you ever looked for information about who might own this place?" "Apparently, this is a passage to one of the laboratories of the snake Sannin Orochimaru, but I'm not sure," the boy shrugged. "I searched the ANBU archives for information, but did not find confirmation of my guesses." "Did you manage to get in there too?" Kurama dropped his jaw. "Yeah. I can imagine what you can now do with your new eyes." "Eyes?" Naruto asked, and immediately took out an oblong mirror from his pocket. "Wow. It's the Rinnegan, the strongest dojutsu." "You know about him, too," Fox stated. "I no longer know what to be surprised, and what is no longer worth it. I know a lot, but, unfortunately, my knowledge is rarely useful to me." Naruto suddenly became sad. "I am weak in body, but I don't have the opportunity to train normally." "Why?" Kurama was surprised. "I don't want anyone to see my training," the boy explained. "I live so that no one knows that I'm smart. I constantly make a fool of myself. Let them think I'm not dangerous." "That's it," said the fox. "Do you want us to wipe this village off the face of the earth? Once, and there is none." "No," the boy answered firmly. "Even though they treat me like a beast, I don't consider them my enemies. I don't think yet." The fox was quite satisfied with the word "bye." After all, he didn't really want to attack Konoha either. Usually, he was forced to do it. "Naruto, listen," the fox began. "I can coach you. It is quite possible to do this here, although, of course, there is not enough space here." "Probably," the boy nodded. Suddenly, as if noticing something, he went to the corner and pressed on a ledge. Part of the wall slid aside and opened a passage to a vast room. "Wow," Naruto and Kurama breathed in admiration. The fox immediately turned to his little master. "How did you know where to click?" "Saw. In this place, chakra flows are visible." Naruto shrugged and smiled. "I like the new eyes better. But you need to figure out how to hide them. I don't want to show them to anyone." "Glasses or lenses," Kurama suggested. "Universal option. You can also put on a henge, but I don't think you know how to use it." "Henge? Transformation technique?" Naruto asked. "I read the theory, but never tried to implement it." "Well, try it," suggested the fox. "I'll take a look around." Suddenly something useful comes up. Hokage-sama, an ANBU fighter in a cat mask, the one that brought Naruto to the hospital yesterday, looked in the office door. "We have an emergency." "Naruto escaped again?" With a sigh asked the old man Sarutobi. "Yes. But we can't find it anywhere," answered the cat. "He fell through the ground." Comb the surrounding polygons, the Hokage replied. Eat. The cat disappeared behind the door, and Sarutobi scanned the surroundings with his crystal ball. However, Naruto was nowhere to be seen, especially considering how he stood out from the crowd with his orange outfit. No. And it's not here. And here. Where have you gone, Naruto? The third muttered under his breath. After a couple of hours, Naruto finally managed to perform the transformation technique properly. However, normal, so thought the boy himself. Kurama, who was watching his training, said that the technique is very, very high. An accidental scratch did not reset the transformation, and stability reached its limit. Naruto could easily turn into any person and maintain the technique for several hours without any problems. Hypothetically. There was no time to check it out. Talent, definitely talent, the fox chuckled. No, not like this. The power of the Uzumaki clan. Do you know anything about the others from the clan? Naruto asked, remembering Kurama's words from their first meeting, Uzumaki again. Only that all my Jinchuriki were from this clan, the Nine-Tails replied. Uzumaki Mito is the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Kushina is the wife of the fourth Hokage, and Uzumaki Naruto is the wife of... Oops. Sorry, I got carried away. Uzumaki Kushina, wife of the fourth Hokage, Naruto repeated, ignoring Fox's slip of the tongue. That is, you were sealed in my mother. What happened? Why did you come out? I was forcefully pulled out of her, Kurama replied. And immediately subjugated to their will. The order was to destroy Konoha. When control was gone, I was furious. Your father and mother fell under the hot paw. Forgive me. Okay, the boy smiled. Of course, I would like mom and dad to be alive. But it can be done. I know that the second Hokage knew how to revive people, and then Orochimaru-san also learned this technique. That's why I want to meet him. Okay, we've got to go. The old Hokage must be looking for me already. Don't forget to put the transformation on the eyes, the Nine-Tails reminded him. Yes, sure. Henge. The boy's eyes were clouded for a moment and became normal again. Leaving the lab, Naruto pressed on the former ledge and closed the entrance. Kurama turned into chakra and reabsorbed. Putting out the torch, the boy went to the exit. 2 hours of searching turned up nothing. The cat was already exhausted to the limit, as he ran around Konoha several times. However, as he passed Ichiraku Ramen, he heard a familiar voice. Supplements! Shouted the blonde boy. Now, Naruto, Tuchi, the owner of the restaurant, replied with a laugh. He and his daughter Ayam have always treated the boy well. Naruto was very grateful to them for this, since only he was not driven away from here, and he was free from hating looks for a while. There you are, Naruto, Cat said as he leaned against the wall, waiting for the boy's meal to finish. However, the wait was long. Naruto was a ramen-absorbing pro and never left with less than 6 servings. Finally, when Naruto's belly was full and his wallet had lost some weight, the boy left the hospitable restaurant. Naruto, the cat stretched, straightening his stiff muscles. Hokage-sama wants to see you. What else does he need? The cheerful mood of the boy was blown away by the wind when he saw the ANBU fighter. Naruto did not trust shinobi and those who hid their faces. Thus, he did not trust the ANBU fighters doubly. I don't have the slightest idea, the Anbushnik answered, holding out his hand to him. Probably wants to give you a thrashing about running away from the hospital. I'll go myself, Naruto muttered, refusing to take his hand. Not small. As you wish, the cat shrugged, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Uzumaki, looking at the place where the ANBU fighter had just stood, sighed heavily. Like it or not, you have to go to the Hokage. Sighing again, Naruto trudged towards the residence. I found Naruto, Hokage-sama, the cat reported. He'll be here soon. All right, Tenzu, Sarutobi replied, lighting his pipe. I wonder where he was all this time. You'd better ask him about it himself, the ANBU replied, in a slightly annoyed tone. And, Hokage-sama, I asked you to. About the name. Don't like it when people mention your real name, Yamato? The old man grinned good-naturedly, specifically highlighting the standard pseudonym coda. Okay, free. Yamato disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving Sarutobi alone, but not for long. A couple of minutes later there was a knock on the door. Sign in. Did you call, old man? Naruto asked in a tone full of displeasure. He never kept a chain of command, which usually terribly annoyed most of the shinobi. I did, Naruto, the Hokage sighed. You ran away from the hospital again. I hate hospitals and doctors, the boy replied. Sarutobi shook his head and asked the next question. You weren't seen in the village today. Where have you been? Didn't your all-powerful ANBU think to check my house? The blonde asked in a caustic tone. I checked. You weren't there. Okay, Naruto glared at the third. A strange expression flashed across his face, as if the boy was deciding whether to confess or not. I practiced. You weren't at the training grounds, the Hokage objected. Don't lie to me. I'm not lying, the boy raised his voice. I trained in the transformation technique. Transformation technique? Sarutobi was surprised. And how are you doing? Not bad, Naruto replied curtly. Demonstrate? Are we on an exam? The boy answered with a question. No, and therefore I do not want to bother. The Hokage just sighed. Not only did Naruto not recognize authorities, he also grew to be an impossibly suspicious person. He never trusted anyone, and his face was only happy when he visited Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto, why don't you ever tell me anything? Do I have to? The blonde again left the answer. No one in the village inspires me with confidence. Especially the ANBU in their masks. Naruto, one of our ANBU brought you to the hospital yesterday, Sarutobi said softly. If it wasn't for him. That wouldn't have happened to me, Naruto snapped. Perhaps I would have been beaten a little, as usual. But I would still be alive. Jinchuriki are generally hard to kill. Sarutobi turned pale, and the boy bit his tongue, realizing that he had said too much. But the word is not a sparrow. How do you know that, Naruto? The Hokage asked quietly. I have the seal of the 8 trigrams on my stomach, the Uzumaki grinned, thinking of what to say right off the bat. A seal of this power is only used to seal bijou or especially dangerous criminals. Since the latter is unlikely, it is more likely that I am a Jinchuriki. How do you know about this seal? I read it in some library book, Naruto answered shortly, making it clear with his whole appearance that he did not want to continue the conversation anymore. Sarutobi sighed. Looks like the boy learned too much. However, the Hokage had no idea that Uzumaki knew much more than he was supposed to know. You can go, Naruto, the Hokage said just as quietly, and the blonde immediately left the office. Running quickly down the street, the boy reached the house, locked the door and began to reproach himself wildly. How could it be so pierced? Naruto almost screamed. I almost destroyed the mask of that fool that I pretended to be all this time with my own hands. Calm down, Naruto, Kurama soothed the boy. Yes, they tell you to be quiet. What a noisy Jinchuriki got caught. Quiet. From a thunderous cry in the subconscious, the blonde came to his senses. And when it dawned on him that the house was actually being watched, and he almost slept for the second time, the boy collapsed to the floor and huddled in hysterics. True, absolutely silent. After half an hour Naruto scolded himself enough and calmed down. Then, not knowing what to do, he simply went to bed, although it was still light outside the window. The hysteria did its job, and the boy, who had just spent a lot of his nerves, fell asleep soundly. Waking up the next day, Naruto had breakfast and, as usual, went to wander around Konoha. He had not yet gone to the academy, but there was nothing to do. "Are you bored?" Kurama asked from his subconscious. "Yeah," the Uzumaki replied grimly. Communication went mentally, and no one heard him. "So let's go to train," suggested the fox. "Where?" "To Orochimaru's lab." "For what?" "Taijutsu can and should be practiced outdoors." "Taijutsu?" Naruto thought. "Why not?" "Okay, let's take a look at the far range." 15 minutes later, the boy reached the training ground at number 4. This training ground was much further than the others and was notorious because of its number. However, this is where Naruto can usually enjoy being alone. True, for training he used it for the first time. Under the strict guidance of Kurama, Naruto did a rather big run and performed a full set of taijutsu exercises. The fox was a strict teacher, but the boy did not seem to feel the pressure. "Yes, drawled the Nine-Tails. And I thought that from one run you would crash without strength. After all, I don't give you my chakra. Here it is, the famous endurance of the Uzumaki. And the result of my pranks," the blonde chuckled, catching his breath. "Do you know how sometimes you had to run away from drunken shinobi or from angry residents of Konoha? Adrenaline in the blood and a sense of danger behind my back. Probably, that's why I sometimes like to play hooligans." "It's good that you haven't been caught on this yet," the fox summed up. "Well, let's rest, and then we will run all the exercises for the second time." By evening, Naruto still strongly lost ground. On the 7th time, he began to tire, and the last one was harder than all the others put together. But Naruto's stubbornness was not to be taken. The boy firmly decided to become stronger in order to. Until he decided for what. The next day, all the muscles were terribly sore from habit, but Naruto did not pay attention to this and continued training. Naruto's life took on a new pace. Now he had no time to be naughty. He spent almost all the time on the training ground or in the old laboratory of Orochimaru, which became his second home. However, Naruto returned home solely in order not to arouse suspicion. If the boy did not feel constant surveillance, then he would not get out of the bunker. However, every time Naruto was out of sight of the ANBU for more than 6 hours, conversations with the Hokage began, during which the boy stubbornly remained silent. Finally, this problem has risen quite sharply. The fact is that Naruto came across descriptions of the experiments of the snake Sannin and decided to try to repeat them. For what? Even he did not know the answer to this question. However, records of simple experiments have not been preserved, and those that were. "Kurama, do you have any idea how we can film surveillance without suspicion?" Naruto once asked the fox. In a few months, the boy was convinced that the Nine-Tails was a real walking library. "There is one technique," after a little thought, the fox answered. "Called the shadow cloning technique. She creates a very real body, and with its help one could easily fool any surveillance. True, it is difficult to perform. Although, it won't be hard for you." "Shadow clone technique, you mean?" Uzumaki thought. "All right, let's find out." The next day, Naruto went to the library and looked through a lot of information. However, he found only one mention of the shadow cloning technique. "Nonsense," the blonde said irritably, after reading the lines that interested him. "The shadow cloning technique is considered taboo due to its high chakra cost." "Ugh. And now what I can do?" "Your Hokage seems to have kept a scroll of forbidden techniques, right?" Kurama asked. "Yeah, but stealing it from under an old man's nose." "Not an easy task," Naruto replied displeasedly, but then a sly smile lit up his face. "Although, when did I give in to difficulties?" The perfect execution of the transformation technique allowed Naruto to freely gather information about the structural features of the female body. Or speaking in a normal language, to get into the women's bath. Naruto would have known that he was acting like his godfather at that moment. After a couple of these collections of information, the boy greatly improved his new technique, which he called Oiroke no Jutsu, seduction technique. Not even the Hokage can resist this. Night. Shinobi time. His time. Naruto moved silently down the corridor of the Hokage residence. Where the scroll with forbidden techniques lies, he noticed for a long time. All that remained now was to gently requisition this valuable source of information. Getting into the Hokage's office was not difficult. Here it is, the goal, right in front of your eyes. But a silhouette appears behind him. Naruto? What are you here? Seduction technique. What the? Oh. Everything. The Hokage is lying in prostration. Naruto is pleased, the technique worked perfectly. It's time for a second idea. Substitution technique, the boy whispered, touching the scroll. In place of a weighty repository of knowledge, a pre-prepared log appeared. Henjigen, and now the forbidden scroll is already taking its rightful place. And the boy quietly disappears from the residence. As I see it, everything went well, Kurama summed up, looking at Naruto, who flew into the laboratory. The scroll is here. Moreover, it turns out there are such techniques. In short, you will have to copy everything. I know, Naruto nodded, unrolling the scroll. But first of all, it won't hurt me to learn this technique. Rewriting will be easier if there are many of us. A few hours later, 24 clones were already poring over the scroll. Naruto was very pleased with the new technique. Even before dawn, the scroll was returned to its place using the replacement technique. The Hokage decided that he had an extremely strange dream. In the morning, Naruto had a serious conversation with the Hokage. But the blonde in every possible way denied his attitude to the events of the night, and Sarutobi lagged behind the boy. Much to Uzumaki's delight, he discovered a very interesting technique in the copied notes. Kurama, Naruto roared happily. Look what I found. What do you have there? Fox muttered, getting out. So. Second Hokage, Edo Tensei, resurrection technique. Stop. Resurrection? Do you think this is it? Sure. The boy happily jumped on the spot and, together with the fox, began to read the description of the technique. But with each line read, the joyful expression on the blonde's face was replaced by a sad one. Yeah, gee, Kurama scratched his paw behind his ear. Looks like it's not that simple, Naruto. I already understood, the boy replied sullenly. Technique requires human sacrifice, time. Technique does not revive people, but 2 corpses. You need to have the DNA of the called people, 3. Sealed souls cannot be summoned, 4. Looks like it won't work to summon your parents with this technique, Kurama concluded. We'll have to find another way. And I'll definitely find him, Naruto shouted. I promise I won't rest until I find a way to bring my parents back from the dead. Since then, the Uzumaki has really lost his temper. While the ANBU watched over the shadow clone, the boy trained hard. First of all, he got comfortable with his dojutsu. Often peeping at the training of teams of young shinobi, he memorized, and later reproduced elemental ninjutsu. He invented new techniques based on old ones. Anything that could make him stronger, Naruto used without hesitation. After rummaging through the memories left by his father, he found a mention of movement techniques, in particular, the flight of the thunder god. Since the Rinnegan had already conquered the element of lightning for the young researcher, Naruto learned and performed this technique with ease. Kurama was already tired of being surprised by his Jinchuriki. Naruto, you're pushing yourself too hard, the fox remarked. Why do you need all this? You ask stupid questions, the boy shook his head. I need strength. Why do you need her? Kurama didn't calm down. Power corrupts when it is used for the wrong purposes. I already know. I should be able to protect myself from any danger, Naruto replied. Looking towards the fox, he added. And my friend too. Kurama grinned quite a bit. He knew that he was the boy's best friend. The only one, he would even say. 2 years have passed in hard training. Naruto went to the academy, where he proved himself from the worst side. However, no one even guessed that a cold and calculating mind was hiding under the mask of a noisy idiot. Congratulations, Itachi, old Sarutobi said to the 13-year-old boy standing in front of him. You are now officially an ANBU member. I'm honored to serve for the benefit of the village, the Uchiha bowed, holding a raven mask in his hand. Your task will seem quite simple to you at first glance, the Hokage began. However, I must warn you that the mission is very important and very difficult. What's the mission? There was a note of impatience in Itachi's voice. Your task will be to spy on Uzumaki Naruto. You probably know that he is the Jinchuriki of Hidden Leaf Village. Yes, the Uchiha nodded. But I still don't think that spying on a 7-year-old boy would be that difficult. Read the cat's reports, Sarutobi grinned, taking out a folder from the table. And then already say whether it will be simple or not. For a few minutes there was silence in the office, broken only by the rustling of the pages and the puffing of his pipe. Yes, it looks like Naruto is not as simple as it seems, Itachi issued his verdict. According to the reports, he is proficient in replacement, transformation, and possibly even cloning techniques. And on top of that, he doesn't trust anyone either. What did I say? The Hokage chuckled again. Itachi was silent for a while, once again running his eyes over the lines of the reports. Can I contact him? Talk, reveal identity, and so on? If you see fit, answered the third, extinguishing the pipe. The cat didn't do it. But if you want to win his trust, then I will say right away that he does not trust the ANBU doubly. The task promises to be very interesting, Itachi's lips parted in an anticipatory smile. Meanwhile, Naruto was in his underground laboratory preparing for a new experiment. I don't know what you're doing, but I don't really like it, the fox muttered, looking at the body of a real fox that the blonde brought this morning. So far, he has injected him with some drugs of his own manufacture and monitored the condition through repaired medical devices. Kurama, shut up, please, Naruto replied wearily. I'm preparing a new body for you. And what is that supposed to mean? Wait a bit and find out. The fox fell silent, but it was clear from his face that he was dissatisfied with the owner's excuses. After a couple of hours, Naruto finally unhooked all the wires from the fox and carefully took the little body in his arms. Kurama. What? The fox lifted his head and looked at Naruto, who was literally trembling with anticipation of the new experience. Get inside. We will conduct our little experiment in the fresh air. The fox, as usual, turned his body into chakra and soaked into the seal. And Naruto, with the help of a previously left seal, moved to the surface. After making sure that there were no strangers, the blonde put a barrier around the experimental site. Now let's get started, the boy chuckled as the air around him trembled momentarily. Kurama, your way out. You need to transfer all your chakra into the body of this fox. For what? The Nine-Tails was surprised. So it is necessary. Don't ask too many questions, take action. Good, good, muttered the fox and began to transfer his chakra. The body of the fox lit up and began to increase in size. In addition, 8 more tails began to grow rapidly. When Naruto felt that the fox was getting too big, he immediately attached several suppressive seals. Finally, the process of transferring the chakra was completed and the fox, which was already taller than the boy at the withers, opened his eyes. Blood red, with a vertical pupil. Well, it looks like it worked, Naruto breathed. But I did not calculate a little with the dimensions. Plus tails. What's wrong with me? Lise was surprised. A new physical body to replace the destroyed old one, Naruto replied smiling. Tired of seeing you as a ghost from the chakra. Wait a minute. For a moment the boy was gone. A second later, he appeared with a whole pack of chakra suppression seals, some of which he immediately hung on Kurama's body. From this, the fox shrunk to the size of a large dog. That's better, Naruto chuckled. But I still didn't take into account the tails. Okay, let's go to the lab, I'll explain everything there. When Naruto explained to Fox what he had just done, he got a headache. The boy used such terminology that Kurama only managed to get the gist of his explanation. All he understood was that the fox cub was dying. Naruto managed to keep his body alive. From the influence of the fox's chakra it began to change, and so that it did not become too large, it was necessary to use suppression seals. And what, I have to run with papers for so long? The Nine Tails asked, looking at Naruto, who was already fiddling with some black substance resembling paint. No, the boy replied. I'll put a normal regulatory seal on you now. Be patient, it might burn a little. With these words, he poured that same liquid on the fox's head and quickly folded several hand seals and shouted. Fuinjutsu. Controlled sealing. The paint immediately took on the desired shape and soaked into the skin of the fox, forming a kind of spiral tattoo. Kurama twitched as his head really began to burn. But the uncomfortable feeling did not last long. So, now you control your own size and number of tails, Naruto breathed, tearing off the already unnecessary papers with seals from the fox's skin. It will be much better. Thank you, Naruto, the fox grinned contentedly. You gave me just a royal gift. Itachi had been watching Naruto for 3 days now. He goes to the academy in the morning, then goes home for dinner, then wanders around Konoha until night. Moreover, obviously, without a goal and in such a way that it would be easier to observe him. The Uchiha did not understand what motivated the boy until he decided to use the Sharingan. The result struck him, it was not Naruto, but a clone, and a shadow one at that. B-rank technique, Itachi thought dumbfounded. And he's been supporting her for about 5 hours now. Maybe even more. Yes, Naruto is clearly not as simple as it seems. In the bunker, Naruto was busy with another experiment. He decided to make changes to his own DNA chain. The fox was horrified when the boy voiced this idea. Naruto, are you out of your mind? He yelled. The chance of successful implantation is 1 in 60. Kurama, I better know what my chances are, Naruto grimaced. Besides, you will help me. By the way, I want to use some of your DNA as well. What? Fox dropped his jaw. The boy just sighed. Under the influence of your chakra, the original DNA of this fox has changed, Naruto explained in the tone of a teacher telling the topic to a loser. I'm going to use part of your new chain and implant it in myself. Ah, do whatever you want, the fox waved his paw. I still can't convince you. Here you are, Naruto smiled. Itachi's investigation has reached a dead end. He had absolutely no idea where to look for the real Naruto. The shadow clone constantly loomed before my eyes, but the original was nowhere to be seen. When the Uchiha was already desperate to find the boy, the clone suddenly disappeared from view. His place was taken by the real Naruto, who, whistling a song, went home. Replacement technique combined with cloning, Itachi mused. You should definitely talk to the guy. He's just a genius. Itachi had no idea how accurate his description of Uzumaki was. Note. Fuinjutsu, seal technique. When Naruto woke up the next day, he saw that his hair had turned bright red. That's it, the action of fox DNA, Naruto chuckled, remembering yesterday's experience. Looks like everything went perfectly. Kurama, get up. Time to go. I'm getting up already, replied the fox, rising from his basket. Now he has shrunk to the size of a small fox cub, having removed his extra tails. Naruto decided that there was nothing wrong with carrying around his pet. One Inazuki do not part with dogs, so why is he worse? Therefore, today Naruto brought Kurama with him to the academy, who unexpectedly liked this idea. Today you will attract even more attention than usual, the fox chuckled. Yes, I know, the boy replied. They were still able to communicate mentally and used it with might and main. I can't wait to see how well the DNA has taken root. Honestly, I'm surprised it took off at all. I'm related to Senju, remember? Exactly, Liz smiled. In the Uzumaki clan, a whole bunch of representatives of other clans mixed up. And Senju, and Uchiha, and Hyuga, and whoever was not there. Huey? Naruto asked, remembering Hinata. Well, I don't know for sure, Kurama hurried to correct himself. If you want to learn more about the Uzumaki clan, then this is for you in the library. I see, said the former blonde to himself, entering the building of the academy. Just as the fox had predicted, Naruto immediately became the focus of attention. The first one to turn their eyes on him, ironically, was Inuzuka Kiba. What's wrong with your hair, Uzumaki? He chuckled. Did you knock over a can of orange paint on yourself? What do you care, Inuzuka? The boy snapped. You also brought the fox with you, the dog lover burst out laughing when he saw Kurama peeking out of Naruto's jacket collar. That's why you love orange so much. You are a spitting fox. However, the laughter was interrupted when the Uzumaki grinned wickedly. His fangs are much larger than they were. The eyes flashed and a transformation fell from them. Kiba immediately recoiled. The Rinnegan, under the influence of the implanted DNA, changed its color and became blood red. Demon! Get away from me! The Inuzuka jumped back and disappeared into the classroom. What is it? Naruto asked in surprise. Look at yourself in the mirror, Kurama replied, hiding back. The former blonde, and now redhead, shrugged his shoulders and went to the toilet. When he saw the metamorphoses that had happened to him, he himself almost fainted. Done, Naruto muttered. Hair is still all right. But here are the fangs. Apparently, you went a little too far with your experience, said the fox. Probably, the Uzumaki agreed. Okay, time to class. Put on henge, Kurama advised. The day passed as usual. No one believed Kiba's tales, everyone knew that he liked to lie, and no one noticed changes in Naruto, except for hair color, thanks to the transformation technique. However, in the second half of the day, the newly minted Kame Lina nevertheless became the object of attention, especially from the girls. The fact is that when everyone went to the training ground, Naruto took off his jacket and let Kurama go for a walk. How pretty, the female half of the class sighed in unison, looking at the little fox. Ino and Hinata walked closer. Can I stroke it? Yamanaka asked. If he doesn't mind, Naruto smiled. Kurama didn't mind and stretched out blissfully as Ino started scratching his stomach. In his mind, Uzumaki just died with laughter. If Ino knew who she was petting. "NN Naruto-kun," Hinata began, trembling as usual. What happened to your W hair? I decided to change my image, Naruto smiled again, only this time much warmer. He liked Hinata. She never looked at him with hatred like the others. However, Ino could also be attributed to this category. And what is his name? Asked the blonde, still stroking the contented fox. Kurama. Kurama? Irika-sensei asked as he approached. You named your pet after a clan famous for its illusions? No, Naruto shook his head and laughed. They must have named their clan after my fox. Maybe, Irika smiled back. He was the only shinobi who did not look at Naruto with hatred, but on the contrary, as if seeing something native in him. Oh well, today we have a practice of throwing kunai and shurikens. Naruto successfully flunked the practice. And not at all because he did not know how, but because he did not want to show it. Uchiha Sasuke, the best student in the class, hit the target 5 times out of 10. Naruto didn't hit even once, although he could have easily made all 10 hits. After the former blonde had lunch, he went shopping in an altered appearance. He needed to purchase several chemicals for experiments, which were very expensive and were not sold to children. Besides, it was high time to choose normal glasses or lenses that would hide Naruto's eyes. It was still difficult to keep the transformation on them all the same. As usual, after sending the clone to Rome Konoha, Naruto turned into a tall brunette with a slightly similar face to the 4th Hokage. After walking through the pharmacies and buying everything he needed, the boy took care of the second problem. It didn't take long to choose, and soon, completely black sunglasses flaunted before Naruto's eyes. Satisfied with his choice, the boy moved to the laboratory and, after checking the course of some chemical reactions, went to train at his favorite 4th training ground. Kurama stayed in the lab to look after the reagents. However, the landfill was busy today. One of the ANBU fighters without a mask trained on it. Naruto immediately recognized him, by the characteristic chakra. It was the cat, the same Anbushnik that used to watch him. So someone else is watching me now, the boy said to himself. We should find out who it is. His attention turned completely to the exercising cat. Naruto was amazed when he used the very element that the boy wanted to get with his experiment. Wood element or Mokuton. The Uzumaki carefully watched the Anbushnik's techniques with his dojutsu. Behind this case, the Uchiha caught him. While Naruto was watching Yamato, Itachi was watching Naruto, while noticing that the boy's hair color had changed. He probably decided to confuse me in this way, the newly minted ANBU thought, smiling. However, when Uzumaki took off his glasses to see better, Itachi abruptly removed his smile from his face. What is this Sharingan? But this is impossible. And he looks at Yamato's techniques like he's trying to memorize. But no one is able to reproduce these techniques. The forest element is a Kekii Genkai. While Itachi was busy thinking, Naruto sensed someone else's chakra. Looking away from the practicing Yamato, he quickly spotted another ANBU sitting in the exact spot where he could best keep an eye on the clearing. And for Naruto. You won't wait, the redhead grunted, and seizing the moment, replaced himself with a pre-prepared clone, not forgetting to disperse the copy that was still roaming Konoha. When Itachi refocused his eyes on the object of his surveillance, he discovered the substitution. Crap! The Uchiha scolded. Still, I missed him. Who is there? Yamato grabbed his mask sharply. His own. Itachi jumped down from the tree. Crow. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be watching the Uzumaki? I must, the Uchiha replied, pointing at the bushes where Naruto's copy was hiding. Realizing that it was declassified, the clone dispersed. Here's a rogue. Managed to get away. Are you saying he was here? Yamato was surprised. He seems to be very interested in your training, cat, Itachi explained. And I intend to find out exactly what. After the clone dissipated, Naruto, sitting in his apartment, learned part of the conversation between the two ANBU. So, the raven is following me now, the boy said to himself. Okay, it's time to make another trip to the archive and see what kind of raven it is. Aren't you afraid of being caught? Kurama asked as he got up from the bed. Still haven't been caught, Naruto replied with a shrug. In extreme cases, you have to use one of my trump cards. I don't think it's worth hiding anymore that I know the shadow clone technique. But as usual, you will confess only if you are pinned to the wall, the fox sighed. As usual, Kurama, as usual. The sortie was successful and Naruto was not caught. The ANBU archive was once again shoveled, and now the boy knew who was following him. However, Naruto decided to get to know Itachi better to see if he was friend or foe. In addition, there was a mention of the Uchiha clan in general, which Uzumaki remembered for the future. A few more days passed. The DNA finally took root, and Naruto tried to use the Mokuton techniques that he spied on Kota's training. It turned out quite successfully. Naruto even came up with a couple of his own techniques based on this element, having tested them on his own clones. Mokuton. Chains of the forest. The boy shouted. Once. Behind his replica, a small pillar sprouted from the ground. 2. Creepers stretched out from the pillar, tightly tying the clone to the pillar. 3. The vines glowed for a moment, and the clone evaporated as all the chakra was drained from it. The new technique proved to be very effective. However, Naruto didn't have time to rejoice at this achievement. He had a headache about something else. Fox DNA made 2 serious changes in his appearance. Of course, it also had its advantages. In particular, hearing and sense of smell have sharpened tenfold. But overgrown claws, fangs, reddened eyes and fox ears covered with fur made the former blonde think that this experiment was not so good. As long as the transformation technique did its job, it couldn't go on like this forever. However, this problem was soon resolved, not without the help of Kurama. Naruto, he said when the boy returned home from shopping. Haven't you thought that even each in his own body, we are still connected to each other? I thought, the boy answered, unpacking the purchases. This connection is due to the fact that part of your chakra mixed with mine when I broke the seal. Maybe because of the mixing of the chakra and these changes occur? Fox suggested. Naruto considered. Kurama liked that the owner did not have to chew anything. It is worth pushing him in the right direction, and he himself will find a solution to the problem. I broke the seal, and your chakra mixed with mine, the boy began to reason. The presence of fox DNA has shifted the human-fox balance in favor of the latter. That's it. So. I seem to see a way out of this situation. And what is it? Kurama asked, thinking that the guy would have to redo the gene chain again. I'll have to learn how to control this process, Naruto replied. There is no other way out. DNA changes are irreversible. I think that managed printing will help me. This time, I'll still find the real one, Itachi thought as he combed through Konoha. Suddenly, he caught sight of Hinata and Ino, discussing something. The Uchiha paused and listened as the word Naruto sounded exactly in the conversation. I wonder why he suddenly decided to repaint. Ino said. Maybe Naruto-kun just really likes orange. A killer color for a ninja, the blonde objected. I have nothing against orange, but for someone who has to stay in the shade, this color is just deadly. We're not ninja yet, Ino-chan, Hinata gently reprimanded her friend. Naruto-kun has the right to look as he pleases. Also true, Yamanaka agreed. I wonder where he is now. Hinata, can you watch? I can, Ino-chan, but why? Asked the girl. Naruto-kun probably wants to be alone, since he doesn't show himself to anyone. In addition, for some reason they do not like him very much in Konoha. Did you notice too? Ino asked. I recently saw how he was driven out of the store. At the same time, the owner called him a demon. Something is wrong with Naruto. But he never tells anything, Hinata sighed. He just has no friends and no one to share the news with, the blonde suggested. Let's go find him. With your Byakugan, you'll find him quickly. Okay, Hyuga nodded, activating the dojutsu. Strange. I see 2 Naruto at once. One wanders around the park, and the second with a fox on the training ground. Where the fox is, there is Naruto, Ino said firmly. And the other, probably just like. Probably, Hinata agreed, and the friends went towards the training ground. I'll go after the girls, Itachi chuckled to himself. Let's see if they were right. Not bad, Naruto, Kurama said enthusiastically. The blonde boy smiled again. I didn't even have to put a regulatory seal. It turned out that having good control over the chakra, the balance can be easily shifted in any direction. Naruto could be a human, or if desired, become an exact copy of the nine-tailed fox. It was only necessary to block one or another part of the chakra in oneself. Right now, next to Kurama the fox cub, there was a greatly reduced copy of the nine tails. That means how I look from the outside, Kurama laughed. I have a rather majestic appearance, however. Naruto, turning back into a human, also laughed. The big plus was that the fox instincts did not disappear anywhere even in a fully human form. Knew that, Kurama, let's go home? Naruto asked. The fox nodded, but at that moment both pricked up their ears at the sound of approaching footsteps and cheerful girlish chatter. Ino and Hinata, the fox stated. Mentally, since he had already disappeared from the clearing. I see, Naruto nodded. Oh, I hear it. What did they need here? However, the question fell away by itself when Naruto heard Ino's remark with his subtle hearing. Hina-chan, hasn't Naruto escaped from the range yet? I'll take a look now. Oh, he seems to have de-heard us. Don't talk nonsense. We haven't gotten far enough yet. But how else to explain that he is now looking in our direction? Naruto chuckled. Hinata always started to tremble in his presence. However, why she was trembling was a mystery to Naruto. Fell in love, right? Yes, I fell in love, and you, Naruto, as the last idiot you don't see it, the fox grinned, perfectly hearing the blonde's thoughts. The boy blushed and at that moment the girls came out into the clearing. Hey Naruto, Ino smiled. Changed your image again? Hello, and Naruto-kun, Hinata greeted. Hello, Ino. Hey Hinata, Naruto smiled back. Yes, I just didn't like being red. And what are you doing here? We are looking for you, the blonde suddenly became serious. Naruto, Hinata, and I have. Well, not really. Good. Ino glared at her friend. I have a question. I'm listening, the boy was alert. Why are you always alone? Do you have no friends at all? Ino asked. Naruto sighed. Well, what should I answer? He thought. I like them, and I don't want to lie to them. But if they find out the truth, then their eyes will become as icy as those of other people. Try to tell it like it is, suggested the fox. By the way, there is another person watching us. Yeah, I know, Naruto answered in the same way. Itachi. He's from the ANBU, my new overseer, so to speak. Naruto, what are you talking about? Ino waved her hand in front of him. I'm sorry, I've been thinking, the blonde replied. Are you sure you want to know the reason why I don't have friends? Yes. Ino demanded, but then it dawned on her that she shouldn't be so categorical. Naruto, please tell me. Ino-chan, Hinata murmured. And Naruto-kun, this topic must be unpleasant. Come on, what's already there? The boy waved his hand. Sighing, he finally answered. I am hated by almost the entire population of Konoha due to the fact that the nine-tailed demon fox is sealed inside me. What? The blonde opened her mitten. Hinata looked at Naruto with fearful eyes. But in her eyes appeared not hatred, but sympathy. This cheered up the Uzumaki. The fourth Hokage sealed the Kyuubi no Yoko in me 7 years ago, Naruto repeated slowly and intelligibly. The villagers, for the most part, believe that I am a demon, and therefore they hate me. Nonsense. Ino was outraged. You're not a demon. You are Naruto Uzumaki the human. Well, not really, the boy chuckled, who was struck by a revelation. I can become a fox if I want. How is that? Yamanaka asked another question. That's it. Naruto tensed and dropped to all fours. The body began to transform, fangs and claws grew, the face stretched out, wool climbed, a tail appeared. Naruto, who showed everything he wanted to show, looked into the eyes of the girls with fear. However, there was no hatred there. There was a mute enthusiasm. Great, Hinata breathed out, devouring Naruto the fox with her eyes. And you decided that we would not be friends with such a cute little fox? Ino asked with a laugh. You're stupid, Naruto. Ride? Uzumaki suggested with a chuckle. Will you keep us? Hinata smiled. Easy. Naruto has grown 3 more tails. Get in. Itachi, who was sitting in a tree, nearly fell over when he saw Naruto transform into a fox. But when he grew 4 tails, and he began to roll around the glade of the girls who had come, the Uchiha tried several times to remove the genjutsu from himself. Kai. He said to himself. Kai. Kai, damn it. Does not work. Either I'm dreaming and it's a terrible dream, or it's not an illusion, but a reality. Pinching himself, Itachi gasped. Hurt. So the second. But why then does it seem to me that all this is not real? As the girls rolled over, Naruto gently lowered them to the ground and turned back into a human. Confusedly looking in their direction, he began to wait for the verdict. Great, Ino breathed. I would always ride like that. Thank you Naruto-kun, Hinata smiled. She has stopped trembling. So you liked it? With hope asked the blonde. Very. Friends answered in unison. If you thought that we wouldn't be friends with you because of some 9 tails, then you were very mistaken, Naruto, Ino said. So we're friends now? Naruto asked. Of course, silly, Hyuga giggled. Good, the Uzumaki smiled happily. Okay, it's getting late. You should probably go home. I spend. We actually live in different directions, Ino corrected. So. Big trouble, Naruto grinned, crossing his fingers. Shadow cloning. 2 more blondes appeared next to him. We'll see you through, the clones said in unison. And you, Naruto? Ino turned to the original. And I'll wait here for Kurama, the Uzumaki replied. He will soon come running from the forest. Then, see you tomorrow, Naruto, Yamanaka said, taking one of the clones by the arm. Bye, Naruto-kun, Hinata said goodbye, doing the same operation with the second clone. When the girls left, Naruto watched them go for a while. Then he turned to the nearest tree. All right, Itachi. Don't pretend like you're not there. Get down, we need to talk. So he really does know the shadow clone technique, Itachi thought as he watched Ino and Hinata leave the clearing. Naruto followed them with his eyes and turned towards the Uchiha. And Bushnik was covered with cold sweat. Did he notice me? All right, Itachi. Don't pretend like you're not there. Get down, we need to talk, Naruto suggested. Realizing that there was no point in hiding, the Uchiha jumped down. Together they sat down on a fallen training pole that was used as a bench. How did you know I was here? After a little delay, Raven asked the first question. You're not the only one who has dojutsu, the blonde grinned, removing the transformation technique. Itachi's eyes were blood red, with a dot instead of a pupil, from which concentric circles departed. What is this? The Uchiha asked. Rinnegan, Naruto replied curtly. Forewarning your next question, the color is Kyuubi's influence, as you call it. We? Asked the young Anbushnik. What do you call him? I call him by his name, said the Uzumaki, looking towards the approaching fox. And his name is Kurama. I see, you decided to trust him? Asked Fox, still mentally. Yes, Naruto nodded. With him, you can speak aloud. Who are you talking to? Itachi was surprised. With me, the fox cub explained, sharply increasing in size and growing tails. In front of Itachi, who had lost his jaw, sat the nine-tailed demon fox, albeit in a smaller version. How? The Uchiha sighed as he finally came to his senses. Released the seal, Naruto replied just as shortly. Itachi's reaction amused him. And by the way, you can remove the mask, because I already know perfectly well who is hiding behind it. The Uchiha immediately removed it. He himself did not like this indispensable attribute of the Anbu a little. But I couldn't do anything about it, the mask was required. Kurama, meanwhile, exchanged glances with his master, turned back into a fox cub and left the clearing. You're prettier in real life than in the dossier picture, Naruto chuckled as he looked at Itachi's face. So you, means, and familiarized with my documents? Uchiha Itachi became a genin at the age of 7, awakened the Sharingan at 8, received the rank of Chunin at 11, from the age of 13, a member of the Anbu. Instead of answering, the blonde quoted a line from the dossier. You cannot continue, the brunette sighed. He imagined the beginning of a conversation with Uzumaki in every possible way, but he did not even think of such an option. He was expecting a conversation with a little boy who looked like his brother. But now he saw in front of him a man who knows everything in advance, even before you say even a word to him. And it was surprising, considering what an unflattering description of his intellect was given at the academy. Yamato's reports were also misleading. How many secrets does Naruto have in him? You have questions, the Uzumaki said, as if he had read the thoughts of the Anbushnik. Ask, I will answer, but on one condition. At what? The Uchiha asked. Our conversation must remain between us. I know that you, as Anbu, should report the details of our conversation to the Hokage, but I ask you not to. However, you kept silent about shadow clones, although you guessed a long time ago that I used them. Okay, our conversation will remain between us, Itachi replied. I give you my word, though. You're unlikely to believe me. Why do you say that? Naruto asked. The third one told me that you don't trust people, the Uchiha chuckled. And you do not trust the Anbu doubly. I only distrust those who do not inspire confidence in me, the boy corrected. You are not of that breed. How do you decide who to trust and who not? Asked the brunette. By the look. Usually those who look at me with hatred, I do not trust. And how do I look at you? Itachi chuckled again. Out of curiosity, Naruto explained. You are interested in learning more about me. And not because you were given such a task, not at all. You are pursuing your goal. I'm interesting to you because, in a way, I look like you. The smile disappeared from Itachi's face. His interlocutor seemed to look deep into his soul and pulled out everything that he found there. Seeing the brunette's face change, Naruto burst out laughing. Well, you look, Itachi, the boy said laughing. Make your face look better. I'm sorry, it's just you. How should I say? The Uchiha thought. Don't explain, Naruto interrupted his explanation. You wanted answers to questions? Ask. How do you know the shadow cloning technique? Itachi immediately asked. From a scroll with forbidden techniques, the boy replied. Preventing questions, yes, 2 years ago I did kidnap him, not for long. Understood, the Uchiha nodded. I recently saw you watching the training of one of my colleagues. He used Mokuton, the wood element. I noticed you have a genuine interest. What caused it? I can use this element too, Naruto replied, growing another tree at the edge of the range as proof. I implanted myself with some of the first Hokage's DNA. What did you do? Itachi dropped his jaw again. Naruto sighed. I implanted yourself. DNA. First Hokage, the boy spoke slowly. Repeat in syllables. No, I get it. Itachi was again amazed at how easily this boy shattered his equanimity. The next question is, how could you turn into a fox? In addition to Hashirama Senju's DNA, I injected myself with some of Kurama's DNA, Naruto replied. And I can no longer be called only a man. Now I'm also a fox. Partially. Speaking of foxes, Itachi finally asked the question that worried him. How did you manage to subdue the Nine Tails? And who said that I subdued him? The blonde was surprised. We are friends. He is my friend, I am his. Nobody subordinated anyone. Yes, they say right, everything in genius is simple, the Uchiha remarked with a grin. They tried to subdue the Kyuubi with both the Sharingan and the elements of the forest, but it turns out that you just had to make friends with him. I'm also a descendant of the Rikudo Sennin, Naruto added. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if you now say that you are his reincarnation, Itachi said. Damn, once again I'm convinced that knowledge generates questions. You have told me so much that I am already afraid to think how much you have not told me. There is no need to think about it, the boy replied. You know, let's meet here tomorrow. I want to let the three of you into another mystery. Is not it too early? Came a mental question from Kurama. It's not too early, Naruto reassured him in the same mental way. What's the secret? Itachi asked. You seem to want to know where I always disappear. The Uzumaki chuckled. You'll find out tomorrow. And now, I would also like to ask a couple of questions. That's how? Itachi was confused. I'm listening to. Are you aware of a conspiracy within your own clan? I don't think there's any point in asking how you know that, Itachi lowered his head. Yes. In addition to spying on you, I also have to report on what is happening in the Uchiha clan. Second question. What do you know about a man named Danzo? Damn, well, you have questions, the Anbushnik grimaced. I know a little. He has great connections and some ANBU subordinates. My colleagues call them ANBU root. Aiming for the position of Hokage, and for a long time. Very friendly with the elders. That's actually all. That's enough for me, Naruto nodded. And finally. What will you do if Danzo and the elders order you to massacre your own clan? Cut the clan? Itachi looked at the boy in fear, hoping that he was joking, but he was extremely serious. I don't know. Sure, Naruto drawled. Okay, I heard everything I wanted. We'll meet here tomorrow after graduation from the academy. Can I ask you one more question? Itachi suddenly remembered. Why don't you show your knowledge and skills? Naruto didn't answer right away like he did to previous questions. He considered. Or pretended to think. Itachi no longer knew what to expect from this boy. If I show my potential, I will become a threat to the village, Naruto finally said. My knowledge and skills are too dangerous, considering my disloyalty to the village, where most of the inhabitants hate me. That's why I play the fool. Fools are not dangerous. One of the main rules of battle tactics. Itachi suddenly said. Make the enemy underestimate you, and he will fall victim to his own stupidity. They finished the sentence together. I think you understand, Itachi, Naruto smiled. Till tomorrow. And the boy left the training ground, leaving the Uchiha alone with his thoughts. The next day at the academy, Naruto approached the girls. Ino, Hinata, he began. I wanted to talk about yesterday. Do you really want to be friends with me? Stupid questions you ask, Naruto, Ino smiled. Nothing stupid, objected the boy with a serious expression on his face. This friendship can result in certain troubles for you. For example, your parents may be against it. So, if you suddenly change your mind, then I will not be offended. We won't change our minds. And don't care about your parents, right, Hinata? Yamanaka laughed. Naruto-kun is right, Ino-chan, Hinata said just as seriously. My father was very unhappy yesterday when I mentioned Naruto-kun in a conversation. I hope you didn't tell him about mine. The blonde looked around and, making sure that no one was listening, continued in a whisper. About my fox transformation. Do you think we can't keep secrets? Ino was just as indignant. I didn't tell everything, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied. I just called you when my father asked who saw me off. But I don't want him to decide who I'm friends with and who I'm not. You see, Na-kun, the blonde finished in her usual tone. We won't leave you. Thank you very much, the boy smiled. Hey, how do you feel about taking a walk with me to one special place after the academy? I don't mind, Ino replied. Her eyes lit up when she heard the word special. I need to look home before I go somewhere, Hinata said sadly. Fine. Then we meet at the 4th training ground, after classes. Come when it suits you. Naruto said. Are you making an appointment? There was a sarcastic question from behind the blonde. Of course, it was Kiba. Yes. What are you, envious? Naruto turned to face him calmly. It's very necessary to make dates with blonde fools, Inuzuka sang in an unctuous voice. Ino got angry at this comment. Hinata hurried to reassure her friend, and Naruto began to go into a quiet rage. The streaks on his cheeks increased in size, but Kiba didn't notice this sign of danger and continued to taunt. Or did you decide to take a walk with this gray mouse? Get out of here. Naruto growled, shoving his hands in his pockets. The claws had already grown, and the fangs made themselves felt. Or maybe you made a date for two at once, little fox. Inuzuka did not let up. This was the last straw. Naruto was furious. He didn't care if anyone saw him or not. The blonde wanted only one thing, to tear the Inuzuka into small pieces. Baring his teeth viciously and showing his fangs, Uzumaki took his hands out of his pockets. A blow of sharp claws almost tore in half Kiba, who jumped back in time, who finally realized that the matter smelled of fried. Naruto, calm down, Ino panicked, grabbing the boy's hand. Naruto-kun, please calm down, Hinata hung on her other arm. Kiba, taking advantage of the moment, immediately ran away, and Naruto began to recover. Thank you, he said when the fury had passed. Thanks a lot. If not for you, I don't know what I would have done with him. As the three of them entered the classroom, the conversation subsided for a moment. And where? Sasuke asked Kiba, carefully examining Naruto's hands. I swear he had sharp claws, he almost tore me apart, whined the dog walker. You just have to lie 3 boxes. Inuzuka, Sakura remarked. It hurts to invent much more, the imperturbable Shino said. And it's not problematic for you? You come up with something every time, Shikamaru drawled before peacefully falling asleep on his desk. I'm telling you the truth, Kiba howled. His screams were interrupted by Irika, who appeared just in time. After class, Naruto ran home, took Kurama, who slept with him, and went to the 4th training ground. There, Itachi was already waiting for him in a mask. Oh, hello Naruto, the Uchiha greeted. And hello to you, Raven, the blonde waved his hand in response. What's up? How is surveillance going? Fine, a chuckle came from under the mask. Although I must admit you made a lot of noise today. Yeah, I could barely contain myself, Naruto agreed. If I had not been stopped by Ino and Hinata, then I'm even afraid to imagine what things I would have done. Let's assume that your girlfriends were quite effective as a deterrent, Itachi remarked. Right, the blonde nodded. Okay, while they're gone, I can practice. I'm not very good with fire yet. You taught elemental techniques, too, the Uchiha noted to himself. And what are your elements? Everything, Naruto replied laconically. How is that? Itachi was surprised. Well, how small, by golly, the Uzumaki grinned. I have the Rinnegan, remember? And that's true, the Anbushnik agreed, looking at how the blonde crossed his fingers. Wait, why do you need to? He did not have time to finish, since about 200 clones appeared at the training ground. Itachi once again dropped his jaw into the grass. Do you still have the desire to be surprised? Naruto asked with a chuckle. Yeah, was all Itachi managed to say, watching as 200 copies of the blonde-haired boy began to work out fire techniques together. An hour later, Naruto interrupted his training and dispelled the clones, staggering in the process. What happened to you? A side effect, Naruto explained. Clones give me their experience, but also their fatigue. Thus, I acquire knowledge 200 times faster. Interesting way to train, Itachi whistled. I'll have to try it too. I don't recommend it, the blonde smiled. Clones are a chakra-intensive technique. I have a lot of chakra because of kurama and some of my experiments. But you will spend most of it only on creating your own copies. I see, the Uchiha said disappointedly, and at that moment he heard the distant crackling of the bushes. Yeah, so that's why you stopped training. That's right, Ino and Hinata are coming over here. How do you know what they are? There are two coming, judging by the sound of footsteps, Naruto shrugged. And from Ino, the whole forest smells of perfume and house flowers. Well, you have a flair, Itachi shook his head. Hi, Nakun, Yamanaka called out as she stepped out into the clearing. Hinata followed after her. Oh, I didn't know you weren't alone. It's all right, the blonde replied. Ino, Hinata, this is Crow. He's from the ANBU. We see, Ino said, looking at Itachi. Does he have a name? Ino-chan, ANBU members are not allowed to reveal their identity, Hyuga said. My father told me about it. And he's absolutely right, Naruto stated seriously. All right, we've got to go. When the Uzumaki led the friends into the lab, all three of them gasped. The girls were delighted with such a cool place, and Itachi was shocked when he saw what Naruto was doing here. Yes, the Uchiha scratched his head, looking around at the row of reagent bottles. You know what, Naruto? Right now it seems to me that I am a snotty genin, and you are a Kage-level ninja. Well, don't be upset, it. Raven, Naruto chuckled, checking the state of the reagents. You still have a long way to go. Yes, you just have an underground palace here, Nakun, Ino said enthusiastically, looking around the situation. Part of the laboratory was residential, there was a bed, a 3-seater sofa, a small table and even a refrigerator. In addition, there were bookcases from Orochimaru filled with books and scrolls. It's not a palace, Ino-chan, Hinata shook her head. It's a very, very safe haven. Even the Byakugan can't see through these walls. Naruto-kun, how did you find this place? Quite by accident, the blonde grinned as he sat down on the couch. Okay, I think it's time to tell you the whole truth about the smart and cynical Uzumaki Naruto. And at the same time I will explain how I learned about this place. Naruto spent several hours explaining. Some time later, Kurama also joined him. Unlike Itachi, the girls weren't particularly surprised by anything. They seemed to be expecting something along these lines. The Uchiha looked at them with envy. They know how to keep cool, he thought. Real kunoichi. Naruto-kun, Hinata asked, and the Uzumaki finished his story. Why did you trust us? After all, there are other people who deserve to be your friends and know the truth. I haven't seen them, the blonde smiled sadly. Maybe you didn't notice, but except for you and Raven, everyone looks at me with hatred and fear. I trusted you because I know you can be trusted. I feel it in my heart. You know, Naruto, Ino smiled slyly. You look like you're scared. You know the truth. Now the whole truth, the boy sighed. And if you... Naruto. The blonde jumped up. What am I, shouted in your ear. We won't leave you. You don't have to shout in your ear, the Uzumaki smiled with relief. I have enough of this pronunciation of the phrase. Thank you very much. Naruto-kun, Hinata said softly. Could you teach us what you know? Why is this? The blonde was surprised. We must be worthy to carry your secret, Hinata said. Now we are small and weak girls. Make us strong kunoichi who will not leave you behind on the thorny path of shinobi. Naruto liked Hinata's words and swore to himself that their team would be the best. Since then, after classes at the academy, Ino and Hinata began new classes, often much more difficult. Naruto taught them everything he had mastered in such a short time. The girls even began to help him in experiments. All three became attached to each other. Sometimes Itachi wandered into the light, who did not hide for a long time in front of Naruto's friends who he was. A year has passed in training, experiments, communication and joint entertainment. And one day Itachi looked into Naruto's hideout with very, very bad news. So, let's go a little to the left. Not much, I said. Ino commanded Naruto clones. When Itachi looked into the shelter, there was a reshuffle going on with might and main. On Ino's advice, Naruto began experimenting with the composition of the battle pills. The experiments went very, very well, and the recipe was sold under the transformation technique to the Nara clan, for a very tidy sum. So, now the lab is being ennobled again. Now Itachi saw 4 clones pulling a heavy refrigerator, under the strict guidance of Ino. Like this. Well done. Praised the blonde for Naruto. Great, everything seems to be. Glad to try. The 4 clones barked in unison before dispersing. Damn, Ino-chan, you drove them, Naruto stated with a grin, watching the 4 loaders' performance from the side. For a moment he was overcome with fatigue. And who else to drive something? Yamanaka asked slyly. Not Kurama. No, you don't need to touch this tailed one, the blonde grinned. Especially after dinner. Hey guys, Itachi finally made himself felt. Oh, hello to the brave ANBU fighter, Naruto waved his hand. What do you owe? So. Judging by your appearance, some kind of catastrophe has occurred. Almost, the Uchiha sighed. Do you remember the 3rd question that you asked me at our first meeting? Don't go on, I get it, the Uzumaki interrupted, then turned to the listening Ino. Ino-chan, I'm sorry, but this is just Itachi and Konoha's business. I'm already the 3rd wheel in it, so excuse me, we'll go for a walk. Well, it's always like this, Nakun, the girl pretended to be offended. As soon as I tune into interesting gossip, you break me off. Okay, joke. I understand. And why do I love you so much? Naruto blushed. He did not want to admit it to himself, but for all the time of their communication. More than once he caught himself thinking that he treats girls with something more than just friendship. Yes, and Hinata and Ino looked at Naruto as a potential groom. The boy was afraid of the moment when they would require him to make his choice. However, while the girls did not look like rivals, rather, on the contrary. However, as it was written in one of the books on psychology, the female soul is an absolute mystery for the male. Naruto was in complete agreement with this statement. In this reasoning, the boy did not notice how he and Itachi got to their favorite place. The fourth training ground was a place where one could, without fear, train and keep secrets. Naruto set up a special barrier over this place, which was not visible to any technique and did not allow to overhear a single word. Of course, one could simply cross the border, but in this case the observer would certainly give himself away. "Well, tell me," Naruto demanded as he and Itachi sat down on the newly placed bench. "Were you really given the task of eliminating your own clan?" "No, but I managed to overhear Danzo's words that it's time to end the Uchiha clan. Also, my friend Shursui said that this old man managed to put his paws on one of his Sharingan." "Did he take his Sharingan?" Naruto was amazed. "Crap. We'll have to be more careful. Koto Amatsukami is no joke." "I guess there's no reason to be surprised that you know about this technique too," Itachi sighed. "Still would. After all, its creator himself told me about it," Naruto grinned. "Have you talked to Shursui?" the Uchiha asked. "Yes, I wanted to learn from him how to manipulate people so that they did not notice it, however, I did not have time a little. Shursui is a good person. It is a pity, of course, that he left the village." "So you don't believe he committed suicide?" Itachi asked. "No. Shursui is not the kind of person to commit suicide. Most likely, he faked his death." Naruto looked slyly at his interlocutor. "Perhaps even with someone's help." "All." And Bushnik stopped him. "I don't know how you managed to find out such details, but you're right. He asked me to take care of the village. Shursui even gave me his second Sharingan. It contains Koto Amatsukami, the order is to protect Konoha. Too bad Shursui didn't explain how to use this technique," Naruto drawled regretfully. "Perhaps my eyes could do that trick too. Anyway, keep this Sharingan as the apple of your eye. Shursui's legacy is too valuable to be wasted. So, now, about the clan. What is your answer to my question now?" "I don't know," Itachi replied, "just like a year ago. But most likely I will have to do it. I have already resigned myself to fate." "Fate should not be reconciled, but changed," Naruto objected. "Okay, if you still give such an order, be sure to first look at me, understand? Find me wherever I am. In the meantime, you have not been given this task, try to convince the people from the clan that rebellion is a bad idea." "Okay," Itachi nodded. "Danzo-sama, according to our records, Itachi Uchiha spends a lot of time in the company of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki," the root fighter reported to his master. "So he got attached to him," Danzo grimaced. "Continue surveillance. And find out, finally, where he constantly disappears. Eat." The root disappeared from the eyes. "Itachi should be removed from Konoha, otherwise he will be able to influence the carrier of the Nine Tails," the head of the root reasoned. "We must not let our weapons be damaged. But it's unlikely to succeed. Damn, if it wasn't for Sarutobi, I'd already have the Jinchuriki in my hands." "That is okay. That statement from the young Inuzuka will serve me well. One more stunt like this and the Jinchuriki will be mine." Cat scratched at Naruto's heart. He didn't know what to do with the Uchiha clan. The inner self offered to help the clan start a rebellion. Naruto was not a patriot of Konoha, rather the opposite. But in the course of the riots, his friends would certainly suffer. No, he would save Ino, Hinata and Itachi. But the catch was that, unlike him, they had other friends and relatives. So, support for the uprising fell away. But in this case, the clan will simply be killed. And not necessarily Itachi. The cunning Danzo may well find someone else to play the executioner. Damn, that's problematic, Naruto said irritably to himself, his classmate Shikamaru's favorite saying. Until Danzo made his first move, the fate of the clan was difficult to predict. It remained to hope for the prudence of Uchiha Fugaku. Making Itachi the executioner of his own clan is a bad idea, Danzo reasoned while sitting in his office. Sarutobi will be categorically against it. Yes, and Itachi himself will not agree, he loves his younger brother too much. This means that other performers are needed. I can't send my people. Looks like it's time to get in touch with an old friend. I remember that he always dreamed of personally killing the Uchiha. I will give him the opportunity. Practically the entire clan supports the conspiracy, Itachi said sullenly as he peered back into Naruto's hideout. I tried to convince them, but I only got suspicious looks in return. These idiots do not understand that they will be destroyed. I don't care what happens to them, but I wouldn't want Sasuke to be killed. Do you love your brother so much? Naruto called out from behind the test tube rack. More than anything, Itachi sighed. And I would like him to live. So, we need to try to make sure that he survives, Naruto said to himself. He had already realized that Danzo had given up on the idea of making Itachi the clan's executioner. Okay, it remains only to wait for the executors of the order. A few days later, Danzo showed up at the Hokage's office. Hiruzen. He started from the threshold. Whether you like it or not, we will have to eliminate the Uchiha clan. You can't wait any longer. Is there really no other way out? Asked the third. If we personally kill the strongest Konoha clan, it will greatly weaken our position. Agree that if a civil war starts, it will weaken Konoha even more, Danzo protested. And who do you intend to send to kill the clan? With a sigh, Sarutobi asked another question. I won't let you control Itachi. I have a non-Konoha performer. He is ready to do this dirty deed and keep silent about it later. The elder supported my decision. The Hokage sighed, but he was clearly outnumbered. Go ahead, Danzo, the third said wearily. It's high time, the head of the root smiled contentedly and left the office. All right, Danzo. You won this battle, the Hokage thought. But don't even dream of having Naruto in your clutches. Two men in black cloaks with red clouds walked towards Konoha. We're almost there. Do you miss home, Orochimaru? Not at all, Madara-san. Fine. Danzo made up his mind. Our task will be the destruction of the entire Uchiha clan. Hee. I think I can get myself a pair of special eyes. Start without me, Madara-san. I'll take a look at my old lab. I'm sure no one touched her. I'll grab a couple of tools and my journal, and then I'll join you. Don't delay or you won't have anything left. Okay, Madara-san. The next night, an injured Itachi appeared at Naruto's apartment, holding Sasuke in his arms. The younger brother of the Anbushnik was in a deep faint. It started, Itachi said wearily. I barely had time to snatch Sasuke from the hands of the attacker. In the Uchiha quarter, some psycho in an orange mask is in charge. What? Naruto jumped out of bed. I didn't think Danzo would make a move so soon. It's best for you two to go to the hospital. And I'm going to the Uchiha quarter. I'm with you, Kurama got up from his seat. Something tells me, I will meet there an old acquaintance whom I so wanted to tear to pieces. Much to Orochimaru's surprise, when he got to his old lab, it was functional and habitable. Has anyone found this place? Did not believe his own eyes, Snake San-nin. A journal with his experiments was found on one of the laboratory tables. Next to him lay a similar one. Curiosity got the better of him, and Orochimaru opened it. After running his eyes over a few lines, he found the name of the one who conducted the experiments here. Uzumaki Naruto. Reading the descriptions of the experiments, the San-nin could not believe his eyes. This enigmatic Naruto conducted almost all the experiments that he himself had once done. And successfully. Judging by the notes, the experimenter himself was almost always the object of research. Sometimes, in the column Assistant, came across the names of Uchiha Itachi, Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino and Kurama. A couple of times these names also appeared as objects. Whoever this Naruto is, he's a better researcher than me, Orochimaru thought as he read the details of the DNA implantation experiment. You should definitely meet him. But his handwriting is somehow childish. At that moment, the sound of an explosion was heard from somewhere outside. Madara-san is already having a lot of fun, Orochimaru chuckled, putting down his magazine. It's time for me to join him. I hope this Uzumaki doesn't mind if I borrow some of the tools and his magazine. After these words, the snake Sannin left the bunker. Naruto and Kurama made giant leaps towards the Uchiha quarter. Already on the way, the fox grimaced. Yes. It's exactly him. Madara, the same bastard who repeatedly subjugated me. Then we shouldn't let him get away, the boy nodded without stopping. It seems that the experiment was not in vain. Exactly, Fox laughed loudly. Now let him try to use his genjutsu on me. 2 years ago, Naruto's laboratory. Naruto, I was just thinking, approached his friend Kurama. If I run into the shinobi who subdued me again, I'll fall for that trick again. Are you implying that it would be nice to give you some protection against genjutsu? Asked Uzumaki, looking up from another chemical reaction. Exactly, the fox nodded, pleased that he was understood from a half-word. Well, let's try, Naruto shrugged and sat down to do the calculations. For a while he wrote something in a journal, and then turned back to the biju. In principle, I can work on your chakra circulation system in the eyes. And how will it help? Kurama asked curiously. It will allow you not to fall for enemy genjutsu, in 19 cases out of 20, the boy explained. That is, 95%, thought the fox. The number was very tempting. Come on, do it. What happened next, Kurama did not remember. Naruto put him to sleep with a sleeping pill of his own design. When the fox woke up, he immediately noticed changes in his vision. All colors are richer and brighter. Vision sharpened to the limit. Unfortunately, 95% of the protection did not work out, the blonde said, noticing that his friend woke up. It turned out a little differently. In 3 cases out of 5, the enemy will not be able to cast an illusion on you, and in the remaining, Naruto paused, making the fox nervous. In the other 2, he himself will fall into his genjutsu. Rascal, scared, Kurama exhaled in relief, looking at the smiling boy. He'll have a face when he realizes that illusions don't work on us, the fox laughed. Naruto had slightly unleashed his inner beast and was now sporting regrown fangs and claws. They landed in the middle of the Uchiha quarter just as the man in the orange mask was heading towards Fugaku and Mikoto, Itachi's parents, with a katana drawn. Doton. Earthworks. Naruto shouted the name of the technique, and a wall of earth blocked the enemy's path. It seems that more guests have dropped in at our party, the masked man remarked sarcastically, turning to the arrivals. Oh, what a meeting. Yes, this is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails himself. Baby, you can't go out this late. I advise you to run home before I decide to spank you. It's who will spank whom, Madara. Kurama roared, growing in size and growing tails. Really, you decided to let your little animal out? The only prominent eye widened in surprise. So much the better. I came here to destroy my own clan, and I got the opportunity to end Konoha. Don't wait, Naruto called out. Kato. Fireball. However, the huge ball of flame did not cause any harm to the wearer of the mask, as he simply stopped the flow of fire with a similar technique. Naruto decided to change his attacking element. Suiton. Water bullet. Transforming the chakra into water, the blonde launched a dense projectile of water at the masker. But his opponent became transparent for a moment and the water, hitting the earthen wall, simply splashed around. "And you know how to surprise, Naruto-kun," Madara sang in an unctuous voice. "3 elements at your age, this is a great achievement. It's not over yet. Raiden. Thunderbolt." The blonde shouted. Water became an excellent conductor, and branching lightning almost fried the enemy. "You're good," the masker shook his head. "But I'm tired of playing childish games. It's time to win your pet over to my side. Tsukuyami." But the genjutsu didn't work. The visible eye widened again. Madara froze in surprise and was caught by Naruto's next attack. Futon. Wind blades. The air current slashed the cloak and caused the mask to crack in several places. "Enough." Madara's voice lost its sarcasm. "Now I see that you are a worthy adversary. But I'm not here for that." Rushing sharply at Naruto, he nearly knocked the boy's head off with his katana, but the blonde man managed to jump aside in time. At that moment, Kurama finally finished manipulating his height and attacked Madara with his tails. He realized that the case smelled fried and decided to retire. "Follow him." Naruto literally flew up on the fox's head, and Kurama jumped over Konoha's buildings in one jump. The masker ran as fast as he could. "Where's Orochimaru when you need him the most?" he thought in a panic. "Don't care. I'm leaving without him. Fire." Naruto barked, and Kurama gasped out of his mouth with a huge beam that incinerated several hectares of the forest. However, Madara was no longer there. "Fled away," in one voice, with regret, stated the boy and the huge fox. "Okay, Kurama, let's get smaller," Naruto said. "I'm surprised we haven't upset half of Konoha yet. You have to cover your tracks." When Orochimaru got to the surface, the first thing he saw was a huge 9-tailed fox, standing slightly away from Konoha. Surprised, the snake Sannin forgot that he had to run to the Uchiha quarter. Meanwhile, the fox began to decrease and soon disappeared from view, hiding behind the trees. "Am I hallucinating?" Orochimaru asked himself. "We should take a closer look at this case. And Madara will wait." After rushing through Konoha, the Sannin arrived at the site of the explosion just in time to see a boy of about 8 years old who was growing trees in the resulting wasteland. "It's Mokutan," Orochi said to himself. "The boy has an improved genome. Don't care about Madara, I can't get past such an instance." "Kurama, check the Uchiha quarter," the boy said to the little fox standing next to him. "I hope there's still someone alive out there." "Well," the fox nodded and ran away. "I'm definitely hallucinating," Orochimaru pinched himself as he watched the scene. Did the fox answer him? This boy is full of mysteries. I love those. Who is here? Naruto whirled around as he sensed the presence of a stranger. The Sannin decided not to hide and stepped out of the shadows. The blonde stared at the stranger. "Who are you?" "My name is Orochimaru," the snake Sannin hissed back. "And you are very interested in me, boy." "Sensei?" Naruto was surprised. "What are you doing here? Why did you call me sensei?" Surprised in the answer Orochimaru. "I found your hideout and did the same experiments as you," Naruto explained looking at his idol. "I learned from your notes, so you are my sensei." "So it's you, Naruto Uzumaki," the Sannin realized. "Have you been to the lab?" "Was. And to be honest, I was quite surprised," Orochimaru shook his head, sitting down on a fallen tree. He couldn't accept the fact that the mysterious experimenter Uzumaki Naruto was a little 8-year-old boy. Naruto sat down next to him and began the story of how he found shelter. He also mentioned the ongoing experiments. Orochimaru whistled when he heard that the object in most cases was the boy himself. I read the descriptions of your experiments. The Sannin took out a magazine from his cloak. To be honest, I did not expect to meet my mysterious colleague so soon. You can keep it for yourself. I write everything down in triplicate, the blonde cheered Orochimaru. You came here with Madara, right? Yes, did not begin to unlock the snake Sannin. But I only work for him because it's profitable for me. I have a similar situation with Konoha, Naruto nodded. I think it's time for you. That's right, Madara can give me trouble, Orochi remarked with a grin as he got to his feet. However, I would like to give you something before I leave. What? Part of my strength, the Sannin smirked, leaning over Naruto's neck and biting through it with his long fangs. It will hurt a little, but there's always a price to be paid for power, right? Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei, Naruto whispered as he fainted. Naruto woke up in the lab. Next to him sat a bandaged Itachi. You've finally woken up, the Uchiha said. How long did I miss? Immediately asked the blonde rising to his feet. Kurama and I found you in the forest about 3 hours ago, Itachi replied. What about the clan? Almost all cut out. Only our family survived. Naruto, I thank you for saving my parents' lives. If I'd hurry, I could have done more, the boy sighed. Do not blame yourself. You have already done a lot. I'd like to believe Itachi. Naturally, during the day Naruto was summoned to the Hokage. The third's face simply shone with happiness. Naruto, I would like to thank you, Sarutobi said when he was alone with the boy. If it wasn't for your intervention, we would have lost a very strong clan. No need to deny, Fugaku saw how you shielded them from the killer with your technique. And the nine-tailed fox was hard to miss. I don't know how you managed to subdue him, but you did Konoha a huge favor. Danzo probably doesn't think so, Naruto chuckled. He no longer saw the third Hokage as an enemy. The head of the root represented the danger for him, and the old man Sarutobi was a protection from him. It was foolish to continue to show their suspicion. And the Hokage became the fourth initiate in part of Naruto's mysteries. I knew Itachi wasn't telling me something, Sarutobi chuckled. All right, Naruto. As long as you work for the good of Konoha, I won't interfere with your experiments. And I advise you to finally reveal your true identity. Thanks for the trust, Naruto smiled. But I don't think I'm going to take off my mask yet, in front of everyone. Only in front of a select group, to which you now belong. Life took its course. Naruto set up his experiments, played the role of a fool in the academy, trained, talked with friends, which included Uchiha Sasuke, had fun and ate prohibitive amounts of ramen. 4 years have passed. It's time for the final exams at the academy. Over the past 4 years, the character of Uzumaki has changed dramatically. Communication with people made him reconsider his views, and now the boy has become much more sociable. With almost all of his classmates, he was on fairly friendly terms, with the exception of Kiba, who strongly disliked him and still called him a demon behind his back. As far as attachment to the village was concerned, Naruto's patriotism had clearly increased. In a word, the blonde ninja has become much more human in moral terms. But in the physical, he has long gone beyond human capabilities. Training with the Rinnegan, which Naruto finally learned to remove, returning his eyes to his usual blue color, fox transformation and cursed seal, as well as new experiments to increase the amount of chakra did the trick. Now Naruto had enormous abilities, which, however, he was in no hurry to advertise. Only 3 people remained aware of all the changes taking place with him. Still, Naruto was in no hurry to fully open up to the third Hokage, especially if you remember his attitude towards Orochimaru. Attention everyone, Irika announced to the entire class. I remind you that the day after tomorrow at the academy final exams. I encourage everyone to be well prepared. Naruto, this applies to you too. Ino and Hinata looked at each other with a smile. They knew that their blonde friend had long ago exceeded the norm of an academy student. Naruto himself concentrated on counting the crows outside the window. Naruto. Iruka barked at the entire class. Yes, I understand, Iruka-sensei, the blonde muttered offendedly, turning towards the teacher. The day after tomorrow the exam, you have to prepare and all that. At least you heard that, Iruka sighed in relief. We'll start preparing today. We are working on the transformation technique. Let's start with you, Naruto. Much to Sensei's surprise, the boy easily turned into himself. Looks like you've finally made up your mind, the Chunin said, puzzled. Okay, the next one is Uchiha Sasuke. Decided to finally take off the mask? Itachi asked as the four of them gathered at the Uzumaki's underground hideout as usual. Sasuke had time to retell him today's events. Partially, Naruto replied as he wrote down the results of his next experiment in his journal. I will open it slowly, not everyone will understand my rapid progress correctly. What's new with you, Itachi? The third is going to appoint me as a mentor, the Uchiha grinned, who left the ANBU a year ago and became an ordinary jonin. And I think I can guess which team. Well, it's not a secret to anyone, Ino remarked, looking up from her reading of the magazine. The four of us have been training together for a long time. So, if the team doesn't consist of me, Hinata and Naruto, I will personally go and argue with the Hokage. I agree, Itachi nodded. Your team will be the best. Although, it seems to me, the mentor should not be me, but Naruto. Who would have doubted, Hinata giggled. He is the smartest and strongest among us. Hina-chan, don't make me blush, Naruto smiled as he finished writing. Okay, I'm all. How about going for some fun? Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Konoha. Mizuki, if you want to prove your devotion to us, then bring a scroll with forbidden techniques, said the shinobi, with the Kirigakure bandage. I'll do it. Mizuki bowed his head. I'm using one of the academy's failed students to deflect suspicion from me. The day after tomorrow it will be yours. No one paid attention to the fox, which was sitting under a neighboring bush. And in vain. So Mizuki decided to defect to the hidden mist, Naruto stated. He had just walked the girls home and met up with Kurama on the way back. Yes, I heard every word, the fox confirmed. Fine. I think I'll do old man Sarutobi a little favor. The Uzumaki chuckled. Go home, and I'll drop by the third. Kurama disappeared from view, and Naruto, checking for surveillance and making sure that it was not, moved to the Hokage's office. Knocking and waiting for an answer, the boy went inside. Naruto? Sarutobi was surprised. You haven't looked at me in a while. Something happened? Yes, it happened, Naruto briefly retold Kurama's words, passing them off as his own. Naruto didn't tell the third that the Ninetales was on the loose. So you saw Mizuki talking to shinobi from the hidden mist, the Hokage concluded. This is bad. I believe you, but without proof, we can't do anything. I have a little idea, Naruto chuckled. Mizuki said he would put all the blame on the failed student. And I'm almost 100% sure he meant me. Everyone knows that I am not a particularly strong student. I propose the following. I fail the exam, Mizuki makes me an offer, I can't refuse, I do as he says, and then, when there is more than enough evidence, Itachi and I neutralize him. Everything is simple. If we're lucky, we'll get his accomplices as well. Good, the Hokage nodded after a moment's thought. I see you've thought of everything. So let's do it. On the day of the exam, Naruto failed brilliantly. He didn't even have to pretend to fail, because he never practiced the cloning technique. Illusory clones were not needed by the boy, because they were shadow ones. So everything looked very natural. Mizuki tried to persuade Iruka to give Uzumaki credit, but was refused. After the exams ended, it turned out that only Naruto had failed. Now he portrayed universal sadness, sitting on a swing opposite the academy. Moreover, he depicted it so naturally that Ino and Hinata did their best to restrain themselves so as not to approach and cheer him up. Naruto had explained his plan to the girls the day before and they shouldn't have stopped him from getting in touch with the traitor. "Are you sad, Naruto?" Mizuki approached the boy. Yes, the blonde portrayed the most offended expression on his face. "Iruka-sensei flunked me on purpose. You saw. He just wanted you to become stronger," the traitor began. In the end, Naruto heard what he wanted from him. Namely, a proposal to steal a scroll with forbidden Kage techniques. Naruto immediately agreed. So far everything went according to plan. At night, Naruto, in a proven way, wrested a scroll from the Hokage and now waited for the traitor to appear at the appointed place. He wanted to neutralize it and hand it over to Itachi, but all the cards were confused by Iruka, who appeared at the meeting place. "Naruto," he began angrily. "What do you allow yourself? How dare you steal the scroll? The techniques described there are prohibited. Mizuki-sensei advised me to take it." Naruto began to make excuses, frantically looking for a way out of this situation. "Sensei ruined his plans nicely. He said that if I show you one of these techniques, then you will give me an exam." He was not allowed to finish by a swarm of kunai, which would have nailed them both to the nearest tree if Naruto had not fallen to the ground in time, pulling Iruka. Mizuki appeared in the clearing. "Naruto," the traitor said with a grin. "Give me the scroll." "Give it to you?" The boy feigned surprise. "We didn't agree on that, Mizuki-sensei. You don't need him. Give it to me and I'll tell you what has been hidden from you all these years." "Stop. Don't you dare, Mizuki!" shouted Iruka, but the traitor did not think to calm down. 12 years ago, a law was passed against telling you the truth. You are not Uzumaki Naruto, but the nine-tailed demon fox. Your idol is the fourth Hokage, the one who sealed you in this body. Iruka hates you because you are the reason his parents died." "No, Naruto, it's not," Iruka said in a trembling voice. "And now I'll do Konoha a huge favor," Mizuki finished, taking out a huge shuriken from behind his back. "I'll kill you, demon. Do you really think you can handle me?" Naruto chuckled. Iruka looked at his student in surprise. Now he was standing in front of a completely different Naruto, from whom uncontrollable power blew. Is the fox awakening in him? "Weak boy, who could not even pass the exam, I will beat with one left," shouted the traitor. "Not a weak boy is standing in front of you," Naruto yelled. "You were right, Mizuki. I'm really a demon, and you can't handle me." The traitor sensei stopped in confusion. Naruto meanwhile crossed his fingers. Mass shadow cloning. 1,000 clones surrounded Mizuki from all sides, who dropped his shuriken in surprise. Iruka, who was still sitting on the ground, looked at this with wide eyes. "They're shadow clones. B-rank technique. These are not illusions, but quite real copies," the Chunin thought. "You seem to want to make me one left?" The clones yelled. "Come on. What are you waiting for? Attack. Do not want? Then we attack." Itachi rushed at full speed towards the place where Naruto was supposed to neutralize the traitor. When he got to the place, he saw a beaten to a pulp Mizuki and a dumbfounded Iruka, next to whom Naruto was sitting and clearly trying to calm him down. "Finally, you deigned to come," Itachi-san sarcastically commented on the appearance of the Jonin Uzumaki. "I'm sorry, Naruto, I just..." "There's no need to make excuses, grab the carcass and drag it to the Hokage. We already have a witness." Yes, of course," Uchiha did not argue, but put the beaten traitor on his shoulder and just as quickly disappeared from the clearing. "Naruto, Iruka finally came to his senses. I was wrong about you. And about Mizuki's words, Quiet, sensei, the blonde smiled. I know what you want to tell me. I know a lot. As for Mizuki, his words were just an attempt to piss me off. Naruto, the Chunin looked at the boy. You managed to learn this technique in just a few hours. You are a very capable student. Regarding my abilities, this is for you. To the old Hokage, Uzumaki got to his feet. I think he will tell a lot of interesting things about me. If you want, we can go now. I still need to take the scroll to him. Wait, Naruto, Iruka got up from the ground as well. Before we go to the Hokage, I'd like to give you a little gift. When Naruto showed up for distribution the next day, he wore the Konoha forehead protector that Yumino Iruka had given him the day before. Ino and Hinata happily greeted their best friend and congratulated them on the pass. Naruto himself just smirked in response. Finally, Iruka entered the classroom holding a list of commands. I'm glad to welcome you all here. Sensei smiled. Let's start the distribution of teams. So team number 1. Iruka began. Naruto listened with half an ear. He only cared about his own team. Team number 7, read the teacher. Haruno Sakura, Inazuka Kiba, Uchiha Sasuke. Your captain is Uchiha Itachi. What? Naruto turned sharply toward Sensei. Is Itachi the captain of the 7th team? Yes, Iruka nodded and continued to read out the list. Team number 8. Hyuga Hinata, Uzumaki Naruto, Yamanaka Ino. Your mentor will be Hatake Kakashi. Well, team number 10, Aburame Shino, Akimichi Choji and Nara Shikamaru. The captain is Sarutobi Asuma. Why isn't our captain Itachi? Naruto asked Iruka when the distribution was over. I don't know for sure, Naruto, the Chunin shrugged. The Hokage ordered me to make Hatake Kakashi your mentor. I have no idea why that is. Okay, let's ask ourselves, Ino summed up when Iruka left, leaving the guys to wait for their mentors. Soon, all the teams have already dispersed, except for the 7th and 8th. Kiba tried to roll up to Sakura, but not very well. The owner of pink hair herself was busy seducing the younger Uchiha, periodically glaring angrily at the molesting Inazuka. Looking at this picture, Ino and Hinata giggled, and Naruto again thought about the moment when his passions will require him to make his choice. He still couldn't decide between Ino and Hinata. Finally, Itachi appeared in the audience. Itachi! Ino immediately jumped up to him. What the heck? We thought you'd be the sensei on our team. I thought so too, the Uchiha replied. But the Hokage had his own opinion on this. He said that if you have any complaints, then you can express them to him personally, after meeting with your sensei. I see, the blonde replied as she returned to her seat. Meanwhile, Itachi left the classroom with his team. After an hour, waiting frankly tired of Naruto. And when a gray-haired jonin in a mask nevertheless entered the door, 36 senbons flew in his direction. Kakashi barely managed to jump to the side. Consider this punishment for being late, sensei, Naruto chuckled as he dispelled the clones who were throwing projectiles. Hatake looked at the wall studded with needles and shuddered. If he had not reacted in time, he would have turned into a hedgehog. Okay, I'll take into account the fact that you don't like latecomers, Kakashi said. Okay, let's not sit in this stuffy classroom, but go up to the roof. Good idea, sensei, the blonde supported. Okay, tell me what you like, what you don't like, what your dreams are, and if you have a hobby, Hatake muttered in a bored tone when the 4 of them sat down. Give us an example, sensei, Naruto suggested. Well, okay. I am Hatake Kakashi, Jonin. I love and dislike a lot of things, my hobby will not interest you, and my dream does not concern you. Yes, he didn't say anything to us except for his name. Ino was indignant in a whisper. I've said enough. Now it's your turn. Sensei objected. Well, then let me start. The energetic blonde jumped up. My name is Yamanaka Ino. I love flowers and Naruto. I don't like stupid jokes about blondes. My hobby is ikebana, and my dream is to become the strongest kunoichi of Hidden Leaf Village. Interesting, Hataki made a verdict for himself. Usually girls her age are more interested in romance than training. But it seems that in this case, everything is clear. Although, it is necessary to listen to the second girl. Now I am, Hinata began a little hesitantly. I'm Hyuga Hinata. I love silence and Naruto. I don't like stupid clan traditions. My hobby is watching life in Konoha. And the dream is to become a strong kunoichi worthy of Naruto-kun. Yeah, I jumped to conclusions, Kakashi thought. Absolutely nothing is clear. It seems that the girls will spoil a lot of my nerves, sorting things out with each other. But on the other hand, they will try to outdo each other in training, and this, of course, is a big plus. I wonder who Naruto loves more. Now the guy smiled. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I love learning techniques and creating new ones. As for people, I like Ino and Hinata. I do not like cold looks and when they scold me for nothing. I also really don't like the lack of punctuality. My hobby is research. What about the dream? Guess I won't post it just yet. Here's your answer, Kakashi, the Jonin thought. Both the one and the other. Okay, maybe the team will be friendly. But I have problems with punctuality. Well, nothing, it will be interrupted. Okay, Sensei said out loud. Tomorrow I will check your team. I want to say that the exams at the academy are the first stage, designed to weed out the most hopeless. In fact, only a third of the graduates will become genin out of the entire graduation. So we are all part of this third, said the Uzumaki. Don't jump to conclusions, Naruto, Kakashi chuckled. So, as I said, tomorrow, at 8 o'clock, we will meet at the number 3 training ground and there I will test what you are capable of. And yet, I advise you not to eat on the eve of the test. It might make you sick. Till tomorrow. If you're late again, Sensei, we'll give you a thrashing, Naruto promised, but Hataki had already vanished in a puff of smoke. Old man. Uzumaki, angry as hell, burst into the Hokage's office and, without preamble, began to demand answers. What the heck? Why wasn't Itachi our mentor? Because you need a normal teacher, Sarutobi replied without taking his eyes off the papers. He waited for Naruto to come to him. If I put Itachi as captain, he would not have taught you anything new, and, in fact, you would have been the commander, which is still unacceptable. Kakashi is a professional shinobi who is proficient in countless techniques. He will obviously have something to teach you. Yeah, you're probably right, the blonde agreed. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, I seem to have lost my temper. It's okay, Naruto, the third smiled. By the way, since you're here. After our interrogators processed Mizuki, he gave out a lot of interesting information. So, on your track record, you already have a B-rank task completed. Here is your reward. Thank you, the blonde took the money with a smile. Well, shall I go then? Yes, Naruto, you can be free, Sarutobi replied. Naruto was about to leave and the door to the study opened and a boy of about 7 or 8 appeared in the blonde's eyes with a long scarf tied like a cloak. I'll beat you, old man. He shouted, drawing a shuriken. And the title of Hokage will be mine. The kid ran towards the third, but got tangled in his long scarf and crashed to the floor with a swing. Again, Sarutobi sighed heavily. Following the boy, a man in black glasses flew into the office. Naruto recognized him because he still remembered the dossier. Ebisu is a Tokubetsu jonin who specializes in being a professional teacher. Young master. Are you hurt? With concern he asked the boy who was unsuccessfully trying to get up. I fell into an enemy trap. The boy muttered irritably, having managed to unravel his scarf cloak and rising to his feet. But, there are no traps here. The boy looked around and his eyes fell on Naruto. You must have set it up. He yelled and stepped closer. The Uzumaki got angry. There were 3 things he hated most in the world. Attacks on their girls. Time. Cold glances in their direction, 2. Undeserved accusations, 3. Now there were 2 irritants at once, this small kid, who poked his finger incriminatingly at him, and his mentor, looking at the blonde with hatred. Naruto couldn't help it and grabbed the boy by the collar. You tripped yourself. And don't blame others for your own clumsiness. Hey, you. By the way, this is the venerable grandson of the venerable 3rd Hokage, Ebisu chattered. So take your hands off my master immediately. Naruto was surprised. That is, this petty upstart was the grandson of old Sarutobi. The blonde was about to let the boy go when he noticed on his face an expression from the category of, well, what are you going to do to me? This was the last straw. And I don't care. Naruto soaked one of his fingers with chakra, and gave the boy a crack, from which he flew off and knocked down his teacher. Whose grandson he is. With his head held high, Naruto walked past Ebisu and his apprentice lying on the floor. On the street, the blonde met with Kurama. In order not to arouse suspicion, the fox has grown quite a lot over the years and has become too big for Naruto to carry it with him. Therefore, Kurama often wandered around Konoha, stretching his paws and listening to other people's conversations. What's new in the village? Naruto asked. Mentally, of course. The Uchihas are waiting for an addition, the fox replied with a grin. Judging by the preliminary forecasts, Itachi will soon have a little sister. Wow, really? That's great, Naruto smiled, but then his reflexes caught movement behind him. Turning sharply, Uzumaki saw a stone in front of him. Sand-colored and, with legs? What is this? Kurama was surprised. Yeah, Naruto chuckled. Go home. I'll be a little late. As you wish, the fox waved his tail and disappeared from sight, and Naruto, pretending not to notice anything, went on. Turning a corner, he moved behind the one who was following him. It turned out to be the same guy from the Hokage's office. Where did he disappear to? He whispered to himself as he rounded the corner and didn't see Naruto there. I'm behind, he heard under his ear, and the boy turned around sharply when he saw a grinning Naruto in front of him. Wow! Enthusiastically exhaled the boy. Cool. Teach me the same, boss. Please. In short, Naruto returned home closer to the night. Konohamaru, and that was the name of the 3rd's grandson, managed to persuade Uzumaki, and the blonde decided to teach the boy his seduction technique. With this, he will definitely defeat the Hokage. After a short raid on bookstores and women's baths, as well as after 3 hours of training, the new student Naruto managed to turn into a busty brown-haired woman. True, it had to kill more nerves for this than for a particularly tricky experiment. It was Ebisu, who had already searched the whole village in search of his young master, who caught them in these peculiar trainings. An attempt to use the seduction technique on him ended in a crushing failure. Still, Konohamaru still had work to do. Naruto, on the other hand, took revenge on the elite sensei for the hateful gaze by performing a mixture of seduction and cloning techniques, which he called Harem technique. The sight even made the Hokage's nose bleed while watching Naruto with his crystal ball. Finally, Konohamaru explained why he is so eager to take the post of Hokage. Naruto, who knew that there are no easy ways, managed to explain this truth to the younger generation. As a result, the guys parted as good friends. And the next day, Naruto was waiting for Kakashi's test. The next morning, Naruto, Ino, and Hinata arrived at the training ground in a bad mood. Kakashi, who was late, did not improve his mood either. However, the guys relaxed a little when their non-punctual sensei nevertheless appeared at the training ground. Everyone, with a swarm of shurikens, kunais and senbons, did not let him finish. Ino and Hinata were just frantically throwing projectiles, and Naruto created about 100 clones, which methodically turned into huge shurikens, which the guy immediately sent towards Kakashi. About 5 minutes later, when all three of them got tired of the hit sensei fun, they finally stopped throwing pieces of iron. "Let's assume we've warmed up," Naruto said contentedly, apparently not even tired after such a greeting. "You're late again, Kakashi-sensei. Next time, I'll aim the weapon." "I'll take it into account," said Hatake, a little out of breath, examining his Jonin vest, on which there were fresh traces of tangential hits. "Okay, let's start our test. Now, 10 o'clock in the morning. You must take these bells from me before noon. As you can see, there are 2 of them. The one who fails to get the bell will be left without lunch, 1, and will return to the academy, 2. And one more thing. To pass this test, you must try to kill me, otherwise you will fail. All clear?" Of course, all 3 answered in unison. Sly smiles played on their faces. "Well, let's get started then," Kakashi said, and the 3 of them disappeared from view. A few minutes later, shurikens were thrown at Sensei from all sides. Experienced look Kakashi discerned the illusion. Shadow shuriken? Not bad for a start, he thought as he deflected or dodged the projectiles. But they are too easy to distinguish. Illusory copies make no sound. However, several projectiles that Hatake took for illusions turned out to be quite real and left several more scratches on his vest. Meanwhile, the shelling stopped. A moment later, Kakashi saw 36 blondes emerge from the bushes one after another and rush at the Jonin in hand-to-hand combat. However, Naruto's taijutsu level was, of course, much lower than Kakashi's, and all 30 clones were soon dispelled, providing a smoke screen under which one of the bells was discreetly cut off by a sharp vine that grew out of the ground. As the smoke cleared, Kakashi's Byakugan was attacked by the Hyuga clan's heiress, attacking Sensei with the famous soft hand style. While Hatake managed to dodge, Hinata picked up the pace. Now. Come on. Naruto called out to his girlfriend, and Hatake froze, caught by the Yamanaka clan's technique. She was almost immediately thrown off by an experienced Jonin, but a moment was enough for Hinata to grab the bell. Kakashi's attempt to take him back was unsuccessful. A blow, and the girl disappears in a puff of smoke, immediately appearing on the other side of the clearing with her friends. Both bells are already with the team, one is holding Ino, and the other is Hinata. "Okay, how did you get the second bell? I understand," Kakashi said, after he announced to the team that he had successfully passed the test. "Ino caught me with the mind transfer technique," Hinata took off her bell and Naruto replaced her with his own clone. "But here's how you took the first one, for the life of me, I didn't notice." "I told you Sensei wouldn't understand," Ino grinned boastfully. "Yes, Ino-chan, you were right," Naruto smiled. "I cut the first bell under the cover of the smoke screen from the scattered clones." "That's it," Hatake shook his head. "Nicely done. But I still don't understand how you managed to fool me with shurikens." "It's very simple, Kakashi-sensei," Hinata explained. "Naruto-kun knows how to handle the element of wind. It created a whistle from the illusory shuriken, and drowned out the noise from the real ones. In other words," the blonde concluded, "your reflexes played a cruel joke with you." "I see," Hatake was very pleased. "Many teams have tried to pass his test, but no one has yet been able to understand his true purpose. The purpose of the test was teamwork. The bells were just a prop, but the fact that the guys managed to take them away was a good sign. "You're late again," Naruto barked, creating 50 clones around him. "How many times do I have to repeat? I hate those who constantly late." Each word was accompanied by a targeted throw of a huge shuriken. Kakashi barely managed to dodge the projectiles. Even though they were only transformed clones, they could kill. Hatake made sure of this when, at one of the training sessions, Naruto cut down several trees at once with one such shuriken. "I'm sorry, Naruto," Sensei shouted. A huge piece of iron had just swept past his head, almost taking his ear with it. "I just... enough to rub me about the road of life," Uzumaki barked, launching 3 shuriken at the sensei at once, which, nevertheless, nailed the jonin by the vest to the tree. However, he immediately disappeared, replacing himself with a weighty log. It was already the third lateness in a week, and Naruto, who knew the value of time very well, firmly decided to re-educate Sensei. However, this method, obviously, was no longer suitable, and it was time to come up with something new. "Calm down, Naruto?" Breathing heavily, Kakashi asked as he appeared behind the student. "I'll only calm down when you stop being late all the time," Uzumaki glared angrily at Sensei. Today they set off again outside the village. The Hokage, who was well aware of teammates' capabilities, did not send them out on simple missions. Over the course of a month, Naruto, Ino, and Hinata completed 10 C-rank missions and 2 B-rank missions. In addition, one of their missions received an A rank because the caravan they were escorting was attacked by renegade shinobi. A task of the same degree of difficulty awaited them today. "Finally, Old Man Sarutobi is generous with an A-rank mission," Naruto said as the 4 of them set off. "I just can't believe it. Do you enjoy doing difficult tasks so much, Naruto?" Kakashi asked, walking ahead of everyone. "We all like it," corrected Sensei Hinata, whose seat was right behind Hatake. "The best training is a real fight." "That's right, Hichan," Naruto smiled as he brought up the rear of the group. "In addition, the enemies can also show a couple of new tricks. That means we will become stronger," Ino said with fanaticism. Uzumaki had a strong influence on girls. His desire for strength, in the name of protecting the most precious, infected 2 kunoichi. Besides, both girls just adored Naruto. Kakashi chuckled. Despite the fact that he expected constant clarification of the relationship, in fact it turned out that both girls get along excellently with each other and with the object of their adoration. Kakashi was genuinely jealous of Naruto. "And this is a rank mission?" Naruto was literally seething with rage. Kakashi, Ino, and Hinata prudently didn't interfere, letting the boy blow off some steam. Uzumaki expected to fight tough shinobi when techniques fly at each other, when shinobi clash in a deadly dance trying to hit the opponent, when a split second decides whether you will live or die from a mortal wound. But expectations and reality tend to be far apart. Right now, Naruto and the team just had to deliver some special stone from Star Village back to Konoha. The Uzumaki was furious. He loved to fight. Especially with opponents who were on an equal footing with him. What now? Now he was forced, burning with anger at the third, to drag a backpack on himself, in which literally a whole safe was packed. So when a team of enemy shinobi got in their way, Naruto was glad that he was finally warming up. However, seeing the furious Uzumaki, all 4 opponents decided that their own young life was more precious than some kind of stone and hastily retreated. Naturally, Naruto returned to Konoha not in the best of moods. When the guy came to the third with a report on the successful completion of the task, he did not shout, did not quarrel and did not say unnecessary words. He just went into the office, put a sheet of report on the table and left, slamming the door loudly. The Hokage understood everything when he read the report, in which all the words were, to put it mildly, indecent. However, when Sarutobi finished reading it, the sheet was replaced by a normal report. However, the hint was very transparent, and the Hokage decided not to take any more risks and not bring Naruto to white heat. A week later, when Uzumaki finally calmed down, he again looked at the Hokage. Judging by the satisfied face of Konohamaru standing in the middle of the office and the trickle of blood flowing from Sarutobi's nose, the boy had quite successfully tested the seduction technique on his grandfather. Naruto grinned vindicatively and shook hands with his friend as Ebisu burst into the office. Seeing the third wiping blood from his nose, the elite sensei slowly turned to his student. He realized it was time to move on. "Bye, Grandpa," Konohamaru yelled as he fled through the window. "Next time, my technique will knock you off your feet. Young master. Come back." Ebisu followed. "What a crazy house." Sarutobi sighed irritably. "Naruto. Please tell me, why did you teach my grandson this technique?" "He asked me to show him something that could defeat the Hokage," the blonde grunted. "This technique can." "Proven." All right, the third hastened to translate the subject. "Naruto, I have a new task for you." She was given a C rank by the customer. However, on the way, the team encountered an ambush of mist renegade shinobi, and the mission was given a B rank in the classification. And judging by the story of the customer, this is not the limit. Therefore, I want to send you to strengthen this team. Ino and Hinata will rest for now. Who fulfills the order, and where should I go? Immediately asked Naruto, looking forward to a normal task. Team number 7. They are waiting for you on the way to the land of waves. Naruto, content to finally be sent on a normal mission, raced through the forest in his fox form. Based on Itachi's report, the 7th team managed to cover a day's distance by shinobi standards. However, they were moving on foot, which means Uzumaki will soon overtake them. Ino and Hinata didn't mind a little rest. After all, usually when there were no tasks, they trained with Naruto, and training in the Uzumaki methods is such a thing that even Kurama got tired of. Fox himself, by the way, also remained in the village. Naruto stopped just long enough not to fly out to his side. However, he did not plan to show the fox form yet. A couple of seconds later, a smiling blonde came out to the alert team number 7. "Hello everyone," Naruto waved his hand. Sasuke, Itachi and Sakura relaxed, but Kiba tensed up. He was clearly not happy to see the Uzumaki here. "Hey Naruto," Itachi greeted the blonde. "I knew that Hokage-sama would send you. This is our customer, Tazuna-san, an architect from the land of waves." "Very nice," Naruto smiled. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto." Team number 7, reinforced by one person, continued their journey towards the country of waves. The presence of the Uzumaki cheered up the rest of the ninja, except for Kiba, and the possible dangers faded into the background. Inazuka looked suspiciously in the direction of the blonde, but did not risk openly expressing his dislike. Naruto himself joked and told different stories about his missions. Sasuke and Sakura just sighed enviously. They, too, would like to complete high-ranking tasks, but admitted to themselves that they had not reached the level of the Uzumaki team. The sharp progress of the guy did not surprise anyone. Rumors spread after Mizuki's capture helped Naruto painlessly remove his weakling mask. Kiba, dissatisfied with the fact that they stopped paying attention to him, constantly tried to attract this attention. In addition, Sasuke told Naruto that during the attack, the dog lover only got in the way, and because of him, Sakura was hooked with a poisoned weapon. Fortunately for the girl, Itachi had several tablets of the universal antidote with him, produced, by the way, in the Uzumaki laboratory. Now Kiba kept sniffing loudly and pretending to notice someone. Naruto was amused, but everyone else was annoyed. Finally, the company went to the river, and the blonde immediately felt the danger. Thin fox ears caught the barely audible whistle of weapons flying in the air. "Everybody lie down." The blonde snarled, falling to the ground, dragging Tazuna with him. Itachi's team didn't have to wait long and also fell into the grass. Just in time. A large sword flew over their heads and stabbed into a tree. A large man with a kirigakure bandage and a bandaged face landed on top of him. Naruto sighed in satisfaction as he got up from the ground. This swordsman promises to be a very interesting opponent. The Uzumaki's eyes drastically transformed, becoming blood red with a dot instead of a pupil and concentric circles. Well, look who's here with us." A bunch of milk suckers from Konoha mockingly held out the fogger. "And you, children, were put to guard this architect? Honestly, I'm disappointed. I was hoping for a good fight." "You know, I also counted on a worthy opponent," Naruto smirked, rising from the ground and summoning a clone. "And it looks like I got it." The clone immediately turned into a copy of the swordsman's blade. "Be careful, Naruto," Itachi shouted. He and his team had already surrounded Tazuna. "I recognized him. It's Momochi Zabuza, Nuke Nin of the Mist and the master of silent assassination." "That's it," the Uzumaki grinned, picking up his sword. "Well, let's see what he is worth in battle." "You're too confident, kid," Zabuza laughed, pulling his blade out of the wood. "You don't have the strength to handle a sword like my decapitator." "Sure." Naruto swung his heavy-looking blade with ease. Zabuza lazily attacked the boy, but he easily dodged his attacks. Uzumaki was in no hurry to attack. He was not very good at sword fighting, and was going to start by copying a few movements using the Rinnegan. By this principle, Naruto built any fight. First, he learned what the opponent could show new, then he exhausted him and knocked him out. Uzumaki did not like to kill and did it only as a last resort, preferring to knock out the enemy in seal. "You're nimble, kid," Momochi chuckled as he looked at Naruto slipping out from under his punches. "But why are you carrying a sword with you if you're not going to use it?" "I'm just delaying the pleasure," the blonde smiled predatorily, abruptly starting to attack his opponent with the same techniques that the swordsman himself had just used. Not expecting such pressure, Zabuza lost a couple of precious moments and was nailed to a tree with a copy of his blade. Naruto chuckled. It turned out to be easier than he thought. "Okay, Zabuza," the guy started, but the swordsman immediately spread on the ground in a puddle. "Water clone!" Itachi shouted. However, Naruto already understood this himself. 3 more opponents appeared behind him. Swing the sword and 2 turn into water. The third, meanwhile, has folded several seals. Ninpo. Concealing mist. Zabuza shouted the name of the technique and the glade was immediately shrouded in white haze. The blonde's subtle hearing caught the swordsman's movement just in time. Zabuza was about to decapitate the architect and all 4 ninjas with one blow. However, a small root, treacherously crawling out of the ground, spoiled all his plans. Stumbling, the swordsman fell to the ground with a crash and was immediately entangled from head to toe in vines that grew right under him. Naruto made several seals and a gust of wind dispelled all the mist with ease. "Well, did you get caught?" The blonde chuckled lightly. "This is not the end yet," the renegade muttered, trying to extricate himself from the tenacious plants. At that moment, Uzumaki took out a small scroll with symbols already drawn from his bosom and applied the sealing technique with lightning speed. "That's it," Naruto said with a pleased smile. "The swordsman is defeated and in the future it will be possible to hand him over to the authorities for a very tidy sum." Zabuza-san. A wild cry was heard from somewhere from the side, and senbons rained down on the clearing, instantly poking all those present. Naruto grimaced in displeasure, and the 7th team in full force crashed to the ground, immobilized. The needles hit the acupuncture points. A boy jumped out into the clearing, no older than Naruto, wearing a mask with the symbols of the mist, similar to the mask of the ANBU. "Who else are you?" the blonde asked, pulling out the needles. The newcomer froze in surprise. Apparently, he did not expect anyone to stay on their feet after his attack. But Naruto frankly did not care, because after the implantation of Fox DNA, all the pain points shifted, and it turned out that this mysterious ninja did not hit where he was aiming. "What did you do to Zabuza-san?" An angry voice was heard from under the mask. And needles appeared in the hands of the shinobi again. "I sealed it," the Uzumaki replied mockingly. "And what?" "Let him go immediately or I'll kill you," shouted the boy. Hayaton. Demonic Mirror Prison. Several mirrors sprang up around Naruto and the boy stepped into one of them. The Uzumaki's eyes lit up in anticipation. He realized that this mysterious shinobi possessed a Kekii Genkai. "All right," the blonde grinned wickedly. "Let's play if you want." The enemy moved from one mirror to another, throwing several needles at Naruto along the way, which were repulsed by a lazy hand movement. The standard tactic of this boy, obviously, was to trap the enemy and incapacitate him by piercing them with Senbon. But with Naruto, such a trick did not work. Nebula was very fast, but the Rinnegan was even faster. "And it's all?" the blonde asked disappointedly. Around him lay countless half-melted needles. "I expected more from a Kekii Genkai owner." The boy in the mirror just gritted his teeth and sent a swarm of needles at the laughing Naruto again. However, he was already tired of the games. It was time to try out the Rinnegan technique that Naruto had just found out about. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the blonde shouted, "Shinra Tensei!" Powerful machinery smashed the mirrors into ice chips. The masked shinobi just slammed into the ground from the impact. Naruto lazily took out the very scroll Zabuza was sealed in. "What a rich catch today," he grinned, sending his defeated opponent to print. "Dear Nuke-nin, 1, the owner of a Kekii Genkai, 2. I already love this mission." The rest of the way to the country of waves passed quietly. Naruto was quite mentally figuring out how to further improve his own DNA. Sasuke and Sakura were discussing the fight in an undertone. Itachi was talking to Tazuna and Kiba. Kiba just looked at the Uzumaki with the most evil look. "Show off," Inuzuka thought to himself. "That is okay. You still dance with me. I will prove that I am better than you." Soon, the company reached its destination. Tazuna continued building the bridge under Naruto's guard while the 7th team began training. After a particularly exhausting workout for the guys, Kiba went to bed earlier than usual, which didn't surprise anyone. However, instead of his room, Inuzuka entered Naruto's room and took the scroll with the sealed criminals with him. "I'll print them out," he thought as he entered his room. "Zabuza and his accomplice will be grateful to me for freedom, which means I will persuade them not to climb towards Tazuna. Also, they will kill that damn demon." But it didn't turn out quite the way Kiba had hoped. When the seal was removed, a powerful blow to the temple knocked the guy out. When it was revealed the next morning that 2 dangerous Nuke-nin had managed to escape from the powerful sealing technique, all the Konoha shinobi howled in unison. And when Naruto checked who had removed the seal, Kiba fell into disfavor. Sasuke, Sakura and Itachi looked at him as an enemy of the people, and the blonde experimenter was generally ready to tear him apart. Uzumaki didn't give a damn about the swordsman, but to miss the guy with the Kekii Genkai. In short, the dog owner really regretted that such an idea had even come into his bad head. Now Tazuna, in addition to Naruto, was also guarded by Itachi. The blonde was doubly zealous, he really wanted to get a new element of the DNA chain into his piggy bank. But for 3 days all was quiet. Kiba, who was sitting quieter than water, below the grass, was no longer cast evil glances, and he went into the forest for training. In other words, to plot a new dirty trick against the Uzumaki. Sasuke and Sakura watched over Tazuna's family, while Itachi and Naruto were on the bridge discussing the possibility of Zabuza and his accomplice reappearing. "What do you think, Itachi?" the blonde asked, looking at the workers scurrying back and forth. "Will Zabuza still appear?" "I think so," the Uchiha nodded. "But I'm not sure. Still, you patted him well, and if it weren't for the very smart Inuzuka, then his head would already show off at the one who pays more. Plus, you managed to take out his accomplice who had a Kekii Genkai. That's what I regret the most," the Uzumaki breathed. "I so hope to improve my DNA chain once again." "You should quit with these experiments, Naruto," Itachi shivered. "Why do you need it?" "There is no superfluous force," the blonde man retorted, returning the conversation to its previous course. "You know, I have one guess. While I'm on the bridge, these two won't show up. So, I have to create the appearance that I'm not here." So, the Jonin became interested. "So you want to become one of the workers?" "No," Naruto shook his head. "Zabuza is too experienced and will figure me out if I use the transformation. We'll have to switch places. I will guard Tazuna-san's family while you and your team will be here. When Zabuza is drawn with his friend, you will activate the seal that I will give you." "Signal received, I'm coming to the rescue." Everything is simple. "Okay," Itachi agreed. "So let's do it." The next day, Zabuza, who was watching the bridge, did not see the familiar blonde hair. It looks like the kid decided to trick me with the transformation technique," the swordsman said to himself. "Although, it doesn't look like it. There is their mentor. Here are two more. You can't see the guy I knocked out. No, there he is. So, it seems that this blonde one is really not here." Zabuza-san, the same boy with a Kekii Genkai, appeared next to him. "That blonde one they called Naruto is now at the architect's house. I checked personally." "Alright, Haku," Momochi chuckled. "So, our time has come. I'm going to the bridge." Why did the Uzumaki suddenly decide to switch places? Kiba grunted, looking down from the bridge. "I don't know for sure, but Naruto doesn't usually let anyone outside of his quartet know about his plans," Sasuke sneered. "And he certainly won't tell you anything." "What's a fourth?" Sakura asked curiously. "Ino, Hinata, my brother Itachi, and Naruto himself," the younger Uchiha explained. "Uzumaki and 3 of his friends. To be honest, I'm surprised that Nii-san didn't become a sensei in his group." "I'm more surprised by Naruto's progress," the girl said. "At the academy, he was always among the middle peasants. Never stood out from the crowd. And then such a sharp progress. Naruto always wanted to get stronger," Sasuke shrugged. "He just didn't want to advertise it, most likely. When he was 8, he even..." The brunette stuttered, glancing sideways at his brother standing not far away. "What did he do when he was 8 years old?" Kiba spoke up. "Well, I don't know if I can talk about it," the younger Uchiha scratched his head. "This concerns only Naruto and our clan. You're hinting at the rumors that this moron saved your clan from complete extermination," the dog lover snorted. "You're an idiot, Inuzuka." Sakura glared at him in annoyance. "If it weren't for your immense stupidity, we wouldn't be in danger right now. Why the hell did you even need to touch the seals?" "I told you, I wanted to take a closer look at the technique," Kiba replied. "And the seals were unreliable." "Kiba, it either seems to me, or you're lying," Itachi approached the 3 genin. "Naruto and unreliable seals are incompatible things. The worst print he makes will hold on tighter than any of mine." "Why is that, Nii-san?" Sasuke asked. "Naruto is from the Uzumaki clan," the older Uchiha explained. "This clan was famous for its sealing techniques." "Was he famous?" Sakura didn't understand. The clan was destroyed during the Third Shinobi World War, Itachi explained. Of course, not all clan members died. Those who survived simply scattered around the world. Naruto is one of them. There's so much we don't know about him, Sasuke muttered under his breath. For a while everyone was silent. Itachi-sensei, Haruno suddenly asked. May I ask you? When we met with this swordsman, I saw how Naruto's eyes turned red. And the pupil in them was somehow unusual. And then he used a technique that I did not see the effect of, but heard the name. Shinra Tensei. I've read about the three great dojutsu and Naruto's eyes fit the description of the Rinnegan. Is it possible? The Uchiha sighed. Sasuke and Sakura looked at him with interest, because everyone knew that the older Uchiha was friendly with the blonde. Even Kiba was interested. I can only say one thing. Naruto's eyes are his secret. And it's not for us to demand to reveal it. But you know what this dojutsu is, right, Nii-san? Sasuke put on the most pleading expression on his face. Tell us. Oh please. No, Sasuke, Itachi replied firmly. I don't intend to reveal Naruto's secrets. Moreover, I myself only guess about many of them. But I can only say one thing, if you don't want problems, then you shouldn't dig under the Uzumaki. With those words, the older Uchiha hurried off towards Tazuna, leaving the three genin alone with this mystery. Bad brother, Sasuke grumbled. No, just say no. Intrigued and ran away. Exactly, Kiba agreed. Strange, Sakura said suddenly. The fog is creeping in. It seems like the day today was sunny and... Fog? Really? Meanwhile, Naruto managed to protect Inari and Tsunami from attacks from two bandits. Before sealing them, Uzumaki learned more about where to look for the assassin and was now rapidly moving towards the Gato Corp company, leaving several copies of himself on guard at home. Eliminate the source of the infection, you will cure the disease. This phrase from the scroll with medical jutsu was spinning in the head of the blonde when he staged an attack on the office. Most of the guards were knocked out, a dozen more received several stab wounds in the area, well, let's say, the lower back. Gato himself was found, rendered harmless, and sealed away. Naruto well remembered the amount that was given for him on the black market. When the business was completed, the Uzumaki went back. But he did not have time to get home, feeling the activation of the seal. So, the guys did come to the bridge, Naruto grinned wickedly. Okay, it's time for me to join the fun. Meanwhile, a heated fight was already in full swing on the bridge. Itachi held off Zabuza's attacks, Sakura helped the architect and workers leave the battlefield, and Kiba and Sasuke tried to deal with the black-haired masked boy. However, Inuzuka, along with his dog, was quickly incapacitated by well-aimed throws of needles, and Uchiha Jr. fell into the same mirror trap as Naruto. And so far I haven't been able to get out of it. Now Sasuke was methodically turning into a hedgehog, trying to follow the actions of Zabuza's accomplice. Over time, he began to succeed. Sharingan with one tomo lit up in the eyes. But, since there were already too many needles in it, the Uchiha lost consciousness. Naruto showed up just in time. Sasuke passed out inside the mirror trap, Kiba lay unconscious near the fence, and Itachi's wheezes could be heard from the fog, with the last of his strength holding back the onslaught of the swordsman. The blonde immediately moved to the center of the mirror trap and again applied the old trick. Together with the effect of surprise, it worked, but Haku managed to escape from the mirrors in time. Naruto used the second Rinnegan technique. Banshu Tennin. The masked boy was pulled straight into the Uzumaki's heavy fist. Having received a savory blow in the stomach, Haku bent over, and a small spike with paralyzing poison was immediately inserted into his neck. Stay here for now. And I'll deal with your master. No. Zabuza-san, the boy wheezed before freezing. And Naruto was already folding the seals of wind technology. Futon. Gust of wind. The fog was blown away from the bridge in an instant, revealing Itachi and Zabuza standing opposite each other to Naruto's gaze. The Uchiha immediately activated his Sharingan. "Thank you for your help, Naruto," the sensei of the 7th team shouted, rushing at the opponent. The Uzumaki chuckled, but didn't intervene, just watching the fight with his own dojutsu. Without fog, the forces of the opponents equalized. Zabuza was a professional swordsman with vast experience, but Itachi had a Sharingan and his favorite katana. 15 minutes later, when both opponents were completely exhausted, Naruto stopped the fight. "Stop!" he shouted, deactivating the Rinnegan. "Both fought well and deserved a cookie. But you are tired, besides, I see no reason to continue the fight. So, how about we sit down and peacefully discuss our future prospects? That is, our employer will not pay us anything," Zabuza chuckled. Now he, Haku and Naruto were sitting by the fire, in the same clearing where the 7th team practiced. The blonde looked at the 3 kunai-marked trees with a smile. One had 2 or 3 dashes at most. On the second, about 20, and they ended not far from the top. The 3rd tree was cut almost completely, and the highest mark was approximately in the middle of the trunk. Zabuza's question broke the long silence. "Yes." Gato interfered with too many people, the Uzumaki grinned wickedly. "So, I think they'll put up an auction for it on the black market." "Our contract has expired," the swordsman stated, looking at the fire. "Right. But I have another suggestion for you," Naruto said. "What is it?" Zabuza asked without taking his eyes off the fire. "I need Haku's blood." "My blood?" The brunette was surprised. Zabuza also looked at the blonde in surprise. "But why do you need it?" "I collect Kekei Genkai," Naruto replied. "Your blood contains the necessary information in the form of DNA. And it will be useful for my research. But that's why Kekei Genkai is called Kekei Genkai," Zabuza shook his head. "You can't just buy it." "That's my business," Naruto retorted. "By the way, I already have several improved genomes. For example, Mokuton, the wood element that I immobilized you with. Or Koden, the element of metal, with whose help I can turn clones into any weapon." "So that's how you managed to copy the decapitator," Zabuza realized. "Yes. I just gave my clone the shape of your sword and then enhanced it with metal chakra," Naruto explained. "Well, how do you like my offer? I can pay well for Haku's blood." "I agree," said the boy. "If Zabuza-san orders me, then I'm ready to die for him." "You're a nice kid, Haku," Naruto smiled. "Lucky for you with a partner, Zabuza." A few days later, with the bridge completed, Naruto and Team 7 headed back to Konoha. Uzumaki was pleased. In one of his scrolls, a vial of valuable DNA was sealed. Itachi and Sasuke discussed the past task. Sakura tried to find the right question to ask Naruto. Kiba still looked at the blonde with dislike and, for sure, was planning a new dirty trick. The journey home took a couple of days. And upon arrival, all the shinobi were waiting for the news of the upcoming Chunin exam. After reporting to the Hokage, Naruto immediately rushed to his lab. The excitement of the researcher drove the blonde forward, because he had another Kekei Genkai in his hands. "I own wood, metal too, there is a storm, there is magnetism, and now let's add ice to the piggy bank," Uzumaki reasoned, flying over the roofs. At some point, he replaced himself with a clone and moved straight into the bunker. And his copy and the root fighter following it headed towards Ichiraku. Lately, Danzo's people have begun to keep an eye on the weapons of the village. Naruto didn't mind being considered a weapon, but when the head of the root called it the property of Konoha, the blonde was just jarring. Ino, Hinata, and Kurama were already in the lab when the restless experimenter emerged from a puff of smoke. "Hello, Nakun," the blonde immediately flew up to the guy and hugged him. "I have missed you." "You're not alone, Ino-chan," a brunette hung on Naruto's other side. "I missed you a lot too, Naruto-kun." "I probably won't hang on you, okay Naruto?" Lee sneered. "I'm glad to see you too," the blonde kissed each of his girls on the cheek. "But I have a copy of some very interesting DNA here." Ino and Hinata understood him perfectly. When Naruto removed Haku's blood veil from the seal, the girls had already begun preparing the equipment to work on the genetic level. "Another genome?" Kurama asked lazily. "Element or ice," the blonde replied curtly before getting to work. Working with DNA was a pleasure for Naruto, especially when it was his own. Having selected the desired element from the Haku chain, Uzumaki immediately implanted it in himself. Gene information took root almost instantly. However, it was the same with the element of the storm, which Naruto got on one of the missions, where he met with a fighter from Kumogakure. The constant change in the DNA chain has made it highly malleable. The blonde was already testing his new abilities when Itachi appeared in the bunker. "I see you've already played around with the new DNA," the Uchiha sighed, looking at how Naruto made a statue of Kurama out of ice. "Did you really think I wouldn't take the opportunity?" The blonde chuckled. "By the way, how did you manage to negotiate with these guys?" asked the brunette, sitting down in a chair. "Momochi Zabuza is not one of those who simply retreats from a good income." "Okay, I'll tell you. I will only tell from the very beginning, because the girls are not up to date," Naruto answered, sitting on the sofa. Ino and Hinata immediately landed on opposite sides of him, ready to listen. The guy started the story from the place when he came to the Hokage. After about half an hour, he finally got to the point of the fight between Itachi and Zabuza. Ino and Hinata giggled as the blonde repeated his cookie quote. "Then we went to the clearing where your team practiced walking through the trees," Naruto said. "There I offered them a good amount for a blood sample of Haku. The boy, by the way, idolizes Zabuza. Well, in general, we agreed. I also suggested that they collect information about people with special abilities. We'll meet in a month or two, and I'll pay them for the information they've collected." "Sure," Itachi drawled. "By the way, Naruto-kun," Hinata said. "Kakashi-sensei said yesterday that there will be an exam for the rank of Chunin soon. He's going to propose to our team," Ino added. "That's great," the Uzumaki chuckled. "I think it will gather a lot of representatives of other villages. So, I have a chance to get a couple more samples of interesting DNA." "Who is talking about what, and the bald one is talking about a hairbrush," Itachi grumbled in response to the blonde's remark. The next 2 weeks were spent in intense training. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, teamwork, special abilities, the Uzumaki team practiced everything. At the end of the day, Kakashi appeared at the 4th training ground, which practically became the property of the 8th team. Everyone, with Hataki's greeting, was cut off by 3 huge shurikens. The Jonin dodged the projectiles that cut down the tree behind him in a wild leap. "For what?" "Excuse me, sensei," reflex, all 3 of them chuckled in unison. "You have a bad habit," Kakashi muttered, but then he realized that he might be reminded of his own. Therefore, the mentor immediately got down to business. "Oh well, like I said, the Chunin exam is tomorrow. Here are your permissions. And it was necessary to hold on to the last, right?" Ino asked displeasedly, taking her paper. "Itachi's team received these permits a week ago." "I had urgent business," Hataki muttered, looking for an escape route. He already knew that Uzumaki and his passions were nervous people, and any dissatisfaction on their part could result in serious problems. "And what are they?" "Reading your book?" "Once that way in the 150th, sarcastically suggested Naruto, playing with another large and sharp piece of iron. Actually, I have to go. I was, summoned by the Hokage. Yes, exactly. Kakashi spoke fluently. In the next moment, he had already fled from the clearing. Yeah. You made your sensei go crazy, Kurama stated, who up to this moment had been sleeping peacefully under a tree. It is necessary to re-educate, the Uzumaki, Yamanaka, and Hyuga answered in unison. Fox sighed as the team returned to practice. The next day, the 8th team in full strength appeared for the exam. Kakashi, who arrived 5 minutes late, was met with a massive volley of various barbed irons. The unlucky sensei had to once again dodge the projectiles, under the friendly laughter of Itachi, Guy, and Asuma. When will you finally stop doing this? Doomedly asked Hitaki his team. When you stop being late, all three retorted. Okay, stomp into the audience. Kakashi waved his hand at his students. All three immediately went to class. In addition to them, there were 3 shinobi with hidden sound protectors, 3 teams of Konoha, and 2 teams of Mist and Cloud each. Oh, still compatriots, the guy in glasses, 18 years old, with a protector of Konoha on his forehead, smiled. This is your first time here, right? Freshman from the academy, huh? Well, you could say that, Naruto snorted. What are you doing for the 2nd time already? No, the 7th, the guy chuckled. I've been renting for the 4th year in a row. My name is Yakushi Kabuto, by the way. Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto pointed to himself. And this is Yamanaka Ino and Hyuga Hinata. Nice to meet you, the blonde smiled. Hello, Kabuto-san, the brunette bowed. A trio of Uzumaki, Yamanaka, and Hyuga, Kabuto whistled. Heard. Hey, if you want, I can share information. Information? Yes. Since I am not taking this exam for the first time, I already have information about almost all the participants, as well as about the stages. Interesting, Ino chuckled. About me there too? Well, if you look well, then maybe there will be, the guy nodded, taking out a thick pack of cards, seemingly empty. However, as soon as the chakra was passed through one of them, an image of a girl and several notes appeared on it. Yamanaka Ino, Genin, Kabuto read out. I don't have strength data, but there are a number of missions. Oh, you really are not easy, Genin. Not a single mission of rank D, but 10 missions of level C, 2, B and even 1A. I envy you guys. Do you have any information about Genin with special powers? Naruto asked, lowering his voice. Kekii Genkai or something like that? Why do you need it? Yakushi was surprised. Yes, the blonde replied evasively. Suddenly, his interlocutor smiled slyly. You are looking for improved genomes, right? Okay, here's something for you. Kabuto took out a small map from his belt bag. Hold on. After the first stage, release your chakra into it. There is something for you. And what will be on the exam? Hinata asked. Well, usually a test with 10 questions is given, the guy answered. They are difficult, but the 10th is usually the most important. The main thing is to figure out what the catch is. I personally did not understand the first 3 times, and therefore flew out of the exams. Then I caught up with the fact that you need to think first of all about working in a team. Well, the answer will come by itself. The second stage is survival in extreme conditions. In Konoha, it usually takes place at training ground number 44. Forest of Death? Naruto was surprised. He is. Well, the third stage is one-on-one battles. The last time I flew there. Clearly, the blonde man said and winked conspiratorially at the girls. As Kabuto had said, the first step was to give them a test. Naruto and the team wrote down the answers to all 9 questions without much difficulty. The last one was really tricky. Naruto noticed how the examiner, Marino Ibiki, the famous interrogator, was trying to influence the genin with fear. An old trick, but Ino and Hinata had little effect. In the end, Naruto had to put on a little show to remind the girls that everything was fine. As a result, it turned out that the 10th question did not exist at all. After completing the first stage, Ino and Hinata went home and Naruto went to the lab. After checking the progress of several reactions, he remembered the card Kabuto had given him. As soon as chakra was injected into it, information about the village of hidden sound appeared on it. On the back of the card was the following inscription, written in familiar handwriting, Naruto-kun. I would like to meet you at midnight at the 4th training ground tonight. We have something to talk about. Oh. At exactly 12 o'clock in the morning, the Uzumaki showed up at his favorite training spot. There were already 5 people waiting for him. A team of genin from Sound, Yakushi Kabuto, and the one for whom Naruto actually came to this meeting. Orochimaru. Hello, Naruto-kun, the snake Sannin stepped forward. And hello to you, Orochimaru-san, the blonde smiled, bowing his head. Remember this kid, the Sannin turned to the trio with the Otogakure protectors. Do not under any circumstances try to attack him during the second stage. Yes, Orochimaru-sensei, all 3 answered in unison. All right, that's your task. Free. The Sounders bowed and left the clearing. Orochimaru followed them with his eyes and turned back to the Uzumaki. Well, Naruto-kun. Tell me about your achievements. And Kabuto and I will listen. Why do it here? Naruto asked back. Why not go to our laboratory? There I will be able to show you the recordings of new experiments and demonstrate what I have done. Good idea, supported Yakushi. All right, Naruto-kun, lead, the snake Sannin chuckled. About 4 hours later, Naruto finished a summary of everything he had done in those 4 years. The snake Sannin smiled contentedly. It looks like the boy has almost caught up with him. Although, in some aspects already surpassed. Okay, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru's manner of address reminded the blonde Hinata. You have become a very successful experimenter, and I would like to offer you something. I'm listening, Naruto replied immediately. What do you think of the idea of moving to Otogakure, the Sannin said. We will help you move the laboratory and save all the results of your research. In Sound, you don't have to hide like you do here. Thank you for the offer, Orochimaru-san, the Uzumaki thanked. But, I have friends here, beloved girls. Of course, all this can appear in me in the Sound village, but as long as there are those who care about me, I will not go against the village. Not a bad decision, Orochimaru admitted reluctantly. However, there we could work together and research would go much more successfully. Experiments are just a method to achieve my goals, Naruto said. What is your goal? Kabuto asked. I have 2 main ones. First, I swore to protect those to whom I am dear and who are dear to me. And secondly, I want to find a way to bring my parents back from the dead. Edo Tensei won't help me here, this technique is too crude. I need something more. That is why I accumulate strength. You never know what you'll need. Interesting targets, the Sannin thought. Quite worthy, I would say. Okay, Naruto-kun. This is your choice. But if you suddenly change your mind, then know that I will be glad to see you in the village of Sound. And, for that matter, I wanted to destroy Konoha. But I don't think I will. I will not stand in your way, because, I will not hide, you are very interesting to me. But there are other people who would very much like to remove Hidden Leaf Village from the map. I'm talking about the villages of Sand and Cloud. Originally, we were going to join their plot and help them destroy Konoha, but now I'll just step aside. I'm not going to defend List, but I'm not going to help his enemies either. Thank you for your frankness, Orochimaru-san, the blonde thanked. Kabuto, leave our friend all the information you have collected, he ordered his subordinate Orochimaru. Thank you for such a generous gift, Naruto smiled as Yakushi gave him all the information about the genin, Cloud and Sand's plans, and the details of the operation to destroy the leaf. I think I'll find a use for this. Then, it's time for us to leave. Tomorrow you have an exam, and you will need strength. Also, I hope you keep the secret that Kabuto actually works for me. Already forgot, the Uzumaki chuckled. The next day, the 8th team came to the 44th training ground. When he got there, Naruto glanced at the assembled company. The first test was passed by 26 teams. Judging by the dissatisfied statements of Mitarashi Anko, the main examiner of the second stage, she really did not like this state of affairs. It all ended with Naruto, who didn't like empty talk, mimicking her. Then everything worked at the level of reflexes. A kunai flying in his direction was repulsed, and several clones appeared in response, throwing several shuriken with fishing lines in response. And now the rest of the examiners and the visiting genin, choking on laughter, watched as Anko, cursing wildly, tries to get out of the trap set by the impudent blonde. Sorry, Anko-san, reflexes, Naruto pleaded as he cut the line. Heh, well, I wouldn't say that such reflexes are useless, Mitarashi grinned. At least someone showed that he was ready for the test. Okay, kids, I'll explain the rules of the second stage. After all the nuances were explained and all the genin turned in their waiver sheets, half of the teams received the Sky Scroll and the other half received the Earth Scroll. The task of the second stage was to obtain the missing scroll, after which it was necessary to get to the tower standing in the center of the forest. Naruto got the Celestial Scroll, and now the blonde was carefully examining the rest of the teams that received the scrolls. Sasuke, Sakura and Kiba came out of the examiner's tent. Next is the Sound team. Here are some more friends. Naruto's gaze lingered on two people. The first was a sandman with red hair, a tattoo over his left eye and a healthy pumpkin on his back. According to Kurama, another bijou was sealed in this guy, Ichibi no Shikaku. The second person was completely unremarkable in appearance, a red-haired girl with glasses and a Kyuzugakure protector, the village of grass. Naruto didn't know why, but this girl smelled of something native. Making a note to be sure to find out everything about her, Naruto focused on the exam. When the gate, ironically numbered 4, opened, the Uzumaki's team rushed deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, representatives from Sand, Cloud, and Sound have gathered to discuss the attack on Konoha. Suna and Kyomo's representatives were very unhappy after learning that Oto and her leader would not take part. So you go back on your word, Orochimaru-san? Baki, the shinobi from the Sand, angrily blurted out. I've weighed the pros and cons, the snake Sannin replied with his usual smile. And I came to the conclusion that the participation of Otogakure in this conflict is not possible. Orochimaru-san, said Sikii, the representative of the Cloud. We have been preparing for this for so long. And now you declare that you will not help us. What's the matter? Let's just say there is one person who talked me out of doing this, Head Oto chuckled. But I will not interfere with you, gentlemen. Sound Shinobi will not take part in the attack. We won't help you or list. All in your hands. After these words, the Sannin simply left the meeting place. Baki and Sikii watched him go. The first is angry, the second is bewildered. And this is one of the 3 legendary Sannin, the Sandman said to himself. Coward. I think you can also benefit from this, Cloudman muttered under his breath. Hokage-sama, Hayashi entered Sarutobi's office. I would like to ask you something. Ah, Hayashi, the third raised his head. Something happened? Yes. I would like Hinata to be removed from the second stage, the head of the Hyuga clan got down to business. What? But, why are you doing this? The Hokage was surprised. There are too many teams from Kyomogakure this year and… Are you referring to the 9-year-old incident? Sarutobi asked. Hayashi, I can't do this. Firstly, Hinata has already signed a waiver, and secondly, I don't think she and her team will be happy with your decision. Speaking of the team. I still don't understand your decision, Hayashi remarked. Why did you put her on a team with this demon? Choose your words, Hayashi, the Hokage grimaced. Naruto is an excellent ninja, by the way. Yes, he did not show any special achievements in the academy, but in fact he is very strong. And he will easily protect your daughter from any encroachment. By the way, she is quite capable of protecting herself. Nonsense. Hinata is weak. She can't even beat her sister Hanabi in sparring, who, by the way, is 5 years younger than her. Yeah, so she doesn't reveal her potential to you either, Sarutobi laughed. In that case, here's her personal file, read it. Hayashi took the folder that was handed to him. With each word he read, his eyebrows rose in surprise. But how is this possible? He said in shock. In training, she never demonstrated her abilities. And the tasks? Hinata lied to me. She says that they are doing simple missions like weeding the garden, but in reality. Hell, she doesn't have a D-rank mission on her record. You see, Hayashi, the third chuckled good-naturedly. It's all thanks to her being on a team with Naruto. He trained Hinata and her friend Ino to the level of a good jonin. You should have heard what Kakashi says about their team. I think I will definitely talk to him, said the head of the Hue, rising from his seat. And Hinata too, when she finishes the second stage. I have to go. Goodbye, Hokage-sama. Naruto, Ino and Hinata jumped through the trees with great speed. Two teams have already stood in their way, one from the stone, the other from the rain. True, they were not particularly interesting rivals. The former could not even withstand the steel rain from the shuriken, the latter lasted until Ino used the mind transfer technique, which the girl trained so much that she could easily control about a dozen genin-level shinobi. Unfortunately, both teams ended up with sky scrolls, which Naruto, however, decided to withdraw. 5 minutes later, Hinata saw with her Byakugan Sasuke, Sakura, and Kiba in front of them, fighting furiously with the Cloud team. Let's hurry, maybe it'll be more fun with these, Naruto chuckled as a frightened sob reached his ears from somewhere on the side. The Uzumaki quickly turned around. Nakuen? Where are you going? Ino asked. Go ahead, I'll catch up, the blonde shouted, moving in the direction of the sound. A minute later, he jumped out into a clearing, which was hosted by a huge bear. He had already tore apart 2 shinobi and was now approaching a third. Naruto noticed that it was the same red-haired girl, and for some reason, rage boiled in him. In the next moment, he summoned 2 clones, turned them into katanas, and put his hands forward. Banshu Tennin. The carcass of the beast was pulled straight onto the sharp blades of the blades. Naruto literally chopped the bear to pieces. After that, he turned to the still crying girl. The boy could not understand what was so wrong with her. He does not know her at all, but he feels that they should be near, and he should take care of her. It wasn't love like with Hinata and Ino. It was something else. Naruto dispelled his weapon and approached the girl. Calm down, it's all right, he smiled reassuringly. I'm here and no one will touch you. Spa, thanks, the girl sobbed and turned her bright scarlet eyes on the blonde. My name is Naruto, he introduced himself. And you? Karen. Karen Uzumaki. Uzumaki? Naruto echoed. Is it true? Yes, the girl nodded. I didn't know my parents, but they told me they were Uzumaki. That is, you too, the guy finally understood why he was so drawn to Karen. It was a family connection. He finally found another member of his clan. What does "to" mean? The girl did not understand. My last name is Uzumaki, Naruto explained. You and I are from the same clan, Sister Karen. There were tears in Karen's eyes. It looks like no one has ever called her like that in her life. She suddenly ran up to him and hugged him tightly. Naruto hugged her too. So they stood until the guests appeared in the clearing. 3 shinobi with mist protectors. In appearance, each of them could be given 18 years old. So. Another trifle, the leader of the Foggers grinned. All right, kids. Send your scroll here and we won't touch you. Maybe. What scroll do you need? Naruto asked, pulling away from Karen. Let's have everything we have, another cackled. But the laughter didn't last long. The blonde's hands itched to fight. Take it away, he suggested, summoning a clone and turning it into a replica of Zabuza's sword. The Kirigakure shinobi cut off their laughter abruptly as Naruto swung the machine over his head with ease. You asked for it. Forward. Teach this sucker a lesson, the leader shouted. The 2 fogmen immediately drew their blades and rushed at Naruto. Much to their annoyance, the decapitator, although defective, was much longer than the katana they used. The blonde was just having fun. With ease wielding a healthy sword, he easily parried every blow. The nebulae became angry and their blades were covered with a bluish chakra of water. Oh, now let's have some fun, Naruto chuckled. The sword in his hand turned white with chakra. Water against the wind. All attempts to catch the nimble blonde were in vain. Both shinobi became furious and waved their blades left and right, cutting down the local vegetation and flooding the ground with water. Naruto laughed out loud, which sent his opponents into fits of rage. Finally, he got tired of playing. It's boring with you, the Uzumaki stated, knocking the weapon out of the hands of his rivals with one wave. The nebulae jumped back, and at that moment, Karen's screech reached Naruto. Okay, boy, enough games, the leader of the mist team laughed. He held the girl in his grip, and a katana was put to her throat. Drop your sword and send the scroll here or your girlfriend will get hurt. A wave of rage swept over the blonde again. The sword vanished with a pop and Naruto's eyes turned red. Banshu Tennin. The katana abruptly escaped from the hands of the leader. Naruto intercepted it mid-flight and simply broke it in two. Before the shinobi had time to come to their senses, the blonde folded the seals with wild speed. Mokutan. Chains of the forest. Once. Behind each of the opponents, a tree grew. 2. The creepers instantly entangled all 3, tightly tied to the trunks. 3. All 3 twitched for a moment and fell silent. The chakras in them remained at the very minimum, only to maintain life. Naruto took out a small crystal from his pouch that resembled a bijou prison stone. With a wave of the hand, all the collected chakra went there. Karen stared at the manipulations carried out by the blonde shinobi with wide eyes. He had already managed to get a scroll with the emblem of the earth from the leader's pouch. All right, Sister Karen, Naruto smiled at the girl. Let's go. And then I-chan and He-chan must have lost me. When Ino and Hinata got to the 7th team, only Sasuke was standing. Kiba was lying under a tree with a bleeding wound from a kunai in his right side. His dog, Akamaru, was hit on the head with a heavy log when one of the Cloud Men used a replacement. Sakura was hit by a lightning technique and was paralyzed by electricity. Sasuke had a few shurikens sticking out, but he was still trying to hold his opponent back. But soon the remnants of his strength left him, and Uchiha collapsed to the ground. The Cloud Genin were about to finish off all 3 when the Uzumaki girls landed in the clearing. More small fry, one of the Cloud Men managed to chuckle before being blown away by the Hyuga clan's signature move. Hinata instantly carried out 64 hits of the heavens, and the enemy collapsed as if knocked down. The remaining two were caught by Ino's technique and kicked each other in the head. Knockout. Thanks, Sasuke said gratefully before passing out. What a weakling Sasuke is compared to Nakuan, Ino said disappointedly. Just think about it. When I went to the academy, I ran after him like a fool, along with a broad-browed one. Then you just didn't know how good Naruto-kun is, Hinata replied to her friend, bringing Sakura back to consciousness. Hinata? Ino? Haruno tried to stand up. What happened here? Those three attacked you, Ino grunted as she helped Hinata treat Kiba and Sasuke's wounds. Nakuan ordered us to help your team. Naruto? And where he? Right question, Ino suddenly said without looking up from Kiba. Hinata, can you see where Nakuan is now? We'll finish now and I'll take a look, Hyuga replied as she finished dressing Sasuke's wounds. But I didn't have to look. An object of discussion landed in the center of the clearing, on whose shoulders a red-haired girl sat. I'm sorry, I'm a little late, Naruto said quickly. Taking off Karen. Who else is this? Held out Ino, jealously looking at the embarrassed girl. This is Karen. She, like me, is from the Uzumaki clan, Naruto replied, throwing a displeased glance at the blonde. I don't know the details, but I think that Karen will tell us everything. What happened to you? 3 attackers, one was knocked out by Hinata, the remaining 2 fell under my capture, Yamanaka reported, correctly interpreting her lover's gaze. They didn't have a scroll. Perhaps they have already lost theirs and decided to recoup on a team from list. Sure, the blonde said. Okay, maybe you can take a break. During the break, Karen told the 7th and 8th team her story. Everything was pretty banal. She was an orphan from Grass Village. The girl did not know her father, and her mother died in childbirth. The girl was raised by her mother's friend, the Kunoichi Kyuzugakyur. She also helped her develop her abilities. As it turned out, Karen was from birth a very good censor. When she was 12, she passed the genin exam and received the headband of grass. Almost immediately, she was assigned to a team that had recently lost a scout. A couple of months later, Kyuzugakyur sent her genin to take the exam in Konoha. In the Forest of Death, Karen, used to looking for people, failed to recognize the beast in time, and her team was killed by a wild bear. The girl herself was saved by Naruto, who appeared just in time. Interesting story, the bandaged Sasuke summed up. You probably would like to return to the woman who raised you? Ino asked. Riko-san died on one of her missions, literally a few days before we were sent here, Karen sighed. There were tears in her eyes. So, I have no one to return to. If you want, you can stay, Sister Karen, Naruto offered, putting his arm around the girl's shoulder. We will live together like a real family. Ino coughed. Like brother and sister, the blonde hastened to add. It's not that simple, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. Karen is the kunoichi of Kyuzugakyur. I will be expelled from the village, the girl smiled bitterly. I caused the death of 2 promising genin. That's great, Naruto smiled. I'll talk to the old Hokage, he obviously won't mind taking you into the village. Thank you, brother Naruto, Karen again clung to her so unexpectedly found relative. A few hours later, the 7th and 8th teams in the company of Karen reached the tower. Sasuke's team had an Earth scroll, so Naruto and his team were collecting the Heaven scrolls for a reason. Karen also had a scroll, but she certainly would not have gone further, because her teammates died. Thus, the guys had as many as 3 sets. As the scrolls were unrolled, Irika and another Chunin appeared, introducing himself as Gecko Hayate. Together, they explained to the teams the meaning of the words written on the wall. That's it, Sasuke breathed. Ahead of the 3rd stage. You can rest. Agreed, Kiba agreed. Until the end of the 2nd stage, you will live here, Irika said. It is forbidden to leave the tower. At those words, Naruto grimaced. He needed to talk to the Hokage about Karen and about the collusion between Cloud and Sand, and it wouldn't hurt to look into the laboratory. Any exceptions? Asked the guy. Just, I wanted to talk to the Hokage about a few important things. The Hokage will arrive here by the end of the second stage, Hayate said. Until then, it's impossible. Can I speak to Hokage-sama? Karen asked suddenly. I won't be able to pass the stage because my team members died. Unfortunately not, Irika replied sympathetically. No genin can leave this place until the end of the stage. Devil, Naruto muttered through gritted teeth. It remained to be hoped that Kurama would still prevent the explosion in the laboratory from happening. However, 5 days flew by unnoticed. Naruto and Karen were talking, getting to know each other better. They quickly became friends, and the blonde did not hide from his newly acquired sister who he really was. To his surprise, Karen took the news quite calmly. Even when Naruto turned into a fox, there was no emotion on her face other than admiration. In addition, the blonde confided to her his doubts regarding his two passions. You know, I don't know what to do, Naruto sighed. I like both Hinata and Ino. Moreover, I feel that this is not just friendship. Yes, and they themselves look at me with a very specific purpose. And I, frankly, dread the moment when they will require me to make my choice. Tell me, brother, Karen asked. Are they arguing with each other because of you? No, the boy answered thoughtfully. Is one of them trying to divert your attention from the other? No. Maybe they are trying to present each other in an unfavorable light? No. Then, I hasten to please you, Karen giggled. You will have 2 wives. I don't know how it will be, but it will be for sure. Many different topics were discussed over the 5 days. And finally, all the past teams, which turned out to be 7, gathered in the main hall of the tower to hear the results of the test. When 21 genin gathered in the central hall of the tower, one of the examiners, the same Gecko Hayate, announced that the number of people who had passed the stage was too large. Therefore, additional fights will be held, in which half of the participants must be eliminated. The stage was immediately abandoned by Kabuto. The rest of his team, as well as the Konoha team 7 to 10, along with the representatives of Sound and Sand, remained behind. After a small draw, 20 people split into pairs. Sasuke fought first against a guy from Kabuto's team, Akado Iroi. Naruto did not watch the fight, he needed to talk about some topics with the Hokage. It turns out that the Cloud and Sand villages conspired to destroy Konoha. Sarutobi summed up the conversation, looking through the documents that Naruto handed him. Yes, the blonde nodded. Also, Sound Village was supposed to take part in the attack, but let's just say, for some reason, its leader abandoned this plan. And he gave you this information? Said the third. When Naruto nodded, he continued. Strange. Something I can hardly believe that my old student decided to help Konoha. So you know about Orochimaru? Uzumaki was surprised. Of course. After the night when the Uchiha clan was slaughtered, you wear this, as you put it, tattoo, around your neck. But you didn't think that I wouldn't recognize her, did you? You are not the only one in the village who has the symbol of Orochimaru. Mitarashi Anko, Naruto remembered. When he cut the line, he noticed a barely noticeable print on her neck. Then he did not attach much importance to this, but now. Exactly, Sarutobi confirmed. And I do not know what goals my student is trying to achieve, but I am sure that they will not bring us any benefit. And if I name the reason why he helped me? The blonde asked. And? Interested in the third. He offered me a place in Otogakure. I refused because I don't want to lose anyone I care about. Orochimaru-san accepted my decision and helped me. Notice me. Not a village. And you decided to share information with me, the Hokage stated. Exactly. All right, Naruto. I'll think about all this. Sarutobi said as he watched the judge declare Sasuke the winner. A fight began between Shino and a guy from the sound team, whose name was Abumizaku. That's great, Uzumaki changed the subject. I would also like to talk about Karen. That girl from Grass Village who came with you, right? Said the Hokage. Yes. I would like her to be allowed to live with me. Why do you need it? Sarutobi smiled kindly. Are you sick of Hinata and Ino? Decided to drop them and move on to something fresher? Old pervert, the blonde fumed. Oiroke but. Stop. The Hokage abruptly stopped the boy. Just don't need your seduction technique, please. I admit it was a stupid joke. But I'm still interested in the reason. Karen is also an Uzumaki, Naruto explained. She's like a sister to me. And I would like to live next to her. That's it, Sarutobi mused. If there are no problems with Grass Village about her, then I'll probably agree. Thanks, Naruto thanked. At that moment, Gecko Heiate announced the next fight. Haruno Sakura vs Yamanaka Ino. Oh, let's see what your student is capable of, Naruto, the Hokage chuckled as Naruto returned to the rest of the members. Started. Heiate commanded. Ino immediately attempted to use the mind transfer technique, but Sakura kept moving, preventing her opponent from focusing. At the same time, the pink-haired Kunoichi constantly threw shuriken at the blonde, but so far they either successfully repelled throws back, or completely flew past the target. Finally, Ino got tired of continuing her pointless attempts and moved on to ninjutsu. Doton. Earth Wall. Ino yelled as she folded her seals. Earth was her native element, as Naruto found out. 3 walls grew around Sakura, trapping her. The blonde focused again. Mind transfer technique. Blocking seal. Sakura shouted, holding up a piece of paper with symbols drawn on it. Ino collapsed to the ground, and the hieroglyph mind appeared in the center of the circle of squiggles. Damn it! Naruto cursed, glancing at a pleased Itachi looking at his student. Is that why I showed him the sealing techniques? Now Ino is in trouble. But much to Naruto's happiness, Sakura was not a pro at Fuinjutsu. When Heiate was about to declare Haruno the winner, the seal hissed and disappeared, and angry as hell, Ino rose from the ground. It's not over yet, broad-browed, she said, breathing heavily. She used up most of her chakra to get out of the seal. You won't defeat me. Look, the pork is still fluttering, Haruno chuckled, though Cat scratched her soul. She specifically begged Itachi-sensei to teach her how to counter the Yamanaka technique, and then such a bummer. It's good that Ino could no longer use powerful ninjutsu. However, the blonde had another trump card in her hands. Namely, a combat pill from Uzumaki, which made the chakra focus work in an enhanced mode. True, there were side effects, but Ino did not think about them. Quickly swallowing the bluish capsule, she abruptly began to use a variety of earthen techniques. Doton. Earth Spears. Doton. Stone Spike. Doton. Hell Swamp. Ino screamed as she folded her seals with wild speed. Sakura barely had time to get away from the attacks of the enraged blonde. Eventually, Haruno received a tangential blow to the head with a petrified fist, knocking her out. True, Ino herself did not stand on her feet for a long time after that. The overloaded focus of the chakra made itself felt, and the girl simply fell unconscious next to her rival. A draw, stated Heiate. The following fights did not differ in entertainment. Kankuro, using his puppet, defeated the second guy from Kabuto's team, Tsurugi Misumi. Temari, with the wind summoned by the fan, repulsed all of Tenten's attacks and knocked her out. The fight between Shikamaru and Tsuchi-kin from Sound Village was a little interesting. However, the mind of the lazy Nara turned out to be stronger than tricks with sound, and the girl from Otogakure was forced to give up. Next fight. Kiba Inazuka vs Naruto Uzumaki, Hayate proclaimed. Naruto was overjoyed. He had long dreamed of properly cleaning the face of the dog owner, but there was no reason. And now there was a reason, and what else? Just don't kill him, Hinata asked quietly, knowing the blonde's temper. Do not be afraid, he will live. Probably. Naruto smirked as he made his way down to the arena. Opposite him stood Kiba, glaring at him angrily. Started. Hayate waved his hand. Surrender, you moron, Inazuka laughed. You can't beat me. You are sure? Naruto chuckled in response. Let's check. Beast imitation technique. Kiba yelled as he dropped to all fours. His fangs grew in size, and his nails turned into claws. In this form, he rushed at Naruto, who easily dodged the attack. That's not all. Twin beast technique. Akamaru, Kiba's dog, disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Now against Naruto were two Kiba, in the same stance. That's how? Naruto chuckled again. Then it's time for me to shift the balance of a man-beast. The fangs lengthened, the claws became even larger than Kiba's. The stripes on the cheeks increased in size, the eyes turned red, and the ears stretched out and covered with fur. Let's see if the pup can handle the hardened fox, Naruto growled in a changed voice before charging forward. His speed was much faster than Kiba's, and both the dog owner and his replica received several very tangible claw strikes. So far not life-threatening. Naruto played with them. Getsuga. Kiba roared as Akamaru started spinning wildly. Like two huge drills, they tried to attack Naruto from different directions. But the blonde effortlessly stopped both of them with powerful blows. Kiba flew off to one side of the arena, and Akamaru, who had become a dog again, to another. After a few seconds, the pissed-off Inazuka rose to his feet again, taking out some kind of red pill from his bosom. Naruto immediately recognized the drug. His suspicions were confirmed when the fur of the dog that had eaten the pill turned red. However, Naruto had his own substance stashed just in case. Immediately taking out the appropriate vial from the scroll, Uzumaki dipped the senbon into it. Another moment and the needle goes straight into the changed Akamaru. What did you do? Kiba barked as he watched his pet regain its former state and calm down. Nothing special. Neutralizer combined with sleeping pills, Naruto replied with a smirk. I think it would be good for Akamaru to get some sleep. I'll kill you. Kiba rushed at the blonde, but he was already tired of playing with such a weak opponent. A light pirouette, and Inazuka, having missed, flies into the wall. And from behind, a senbon with a paralyzing poison is already stuck into it. Uzumaki Naruto won, the judge announced, after he was convinced of Kiba's complete immobility. The next fight is Hyuga Neji vs Hyuga Hinata. For a moment, Naruto thought he misheard. Putting the heiress of the clan against the representative of the side branch? This is nonsense, and so it is clear to everyone who will emerge victorious. Even if Neji was stronger, which Naruto doubted, Hinata could always use his position to force his cousin into submission. Naruto knew a lot about the techniques of the Hyuga clan and their Juin. Always interested him. True, it has not yet been possible to study it. Meanwhile, Neji stood up in the arena against Hinata. I advise you to surrender, Hinata-sama, the guy said. I don't want to hurt you. Sorry, Nii-san, but there will only be one winner in this fight. And I need to go further, so as not to disgrace the name of my beloved, who taught me everything. It's your choice, Hinata-sama, Neji chuckled as he got into the clan's fighting stance. Started. Hayate commanded. Neji immediately charged into battle, but he was nowhere near as fast as the flexible Hinata. It was a single-style fight. Byakugan versus Byakugan. Soft hand style versus soft hand style. Even though Niji hadn't hit Hinata yet, she was in no hurry to attack. "It's useless, Nii-san," she shouted, moving away from another attack. "You can't beat me even if I'm just defending myself. What will happen if I attack?" "Don't underestimate me, Hinata-sama," the boy snorted. Hinata took these words as a signal and also went on the attack. Her movements were much more graceful than Niji's punches, and she immediately hooked several tenketsu on him. Niji felt this and decided to use his main trump card. As soon as the girl got close enough, he called out, "Soft hand style. 64 strikes of heaven." Naruto and Hinata's eyes widened in surprise. This technique was a perk of the main branch. How did Niji manage to learn it? There was enough confusion for a second, and the guy began to count the blows. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. After the combination, Hinata collapsed. Naruto clenched his fists. He couldn't just interfere in a duel, but he couldn't watch one of his favorite girls being beaten either. "Surrender, Hinata-sama," Niji said haughtily. But the girl struggled to her feet. Naruto knew how she felt right now, and he knew who she was doing all this for. "I won't give up," Hinata said with the last of her strength, folding the seal of control. Niji's eyes widened in horror and anger. Flying up to the girl, he threw her with a powerful blow to the wall of the arena. Not having time to use the technique, Hinata fell to the ground exhausted, and her cousin did not seem to be going to stop. But Naruto didn't care about the ban anymore. Quickly jumping out into the arena, he snatched Hinata right out of the way of Niji's punch. His teammates and sensei have already flown up to the guy to prevent him from committing a big stupidity. Naruto was in the hospital, in Hinata and Ino's room. After Naruto pulled Hinata out of harm's way, he immediately injected her with a tonic of his own making, the effect of which was similar to Biju chakra treatment. Thanks to this, Hinata's condition was stable, but she still hadn't regained her senses. According to doctors' forecasts, she will have to spend another week in the hospital, unlike Ino, who has already returned to normal. The blonde was just overtired. Now Ino and Naruto were talking in undertones. "What is our result?" asked the girl. "Draw. You hooked Sakura, but then you passed out yourself," the blonde said. "Damn," Ino said regretfully. "I did not expect this from a broad-browed, did not expect." "What happened after I passed out?" "You were transferred to the hospital wing with overwork," the Uzumaki replied. And the fighting continued. "I beat Kiba, and then Niji managed to seriously hurt Hinata, and he was declared the winner." "Seriously?" The girl was surprised. "The bastard just got lucky." "Well, nothing, I fight him in the third stage with the first fight." "I'll smear it." "How were the other fights?" "I don't know, since I didn't watch them to the end, I was more concerned about you. All I know is that dog Nogara was nearly killed by Team 9 Lee." "True, Guy stopped this Sandman in time, otherwise Rock would have turned, at least, into an invalid. And one of the sound engineers, Dosu, seemed to have beaten Cheiji lightly. However, he later refused to participate in the third stage, so there will be 4 fights. Me against Niji, Sasuke against Gaara, Kankuro against Shino and Shikamaru against Temari." "At least you were lucky to get into the third round," Ino sighed. "Alright, I have to go. Itachi wanted to talk to me and Kakashi-sensei about something." "Good luck, Naruto-kun," the girl smiled. As soon as Naruto left the room, he ran into Yakushi Kabuto. "Kabuto. Didn't expect to see you here." Naruto said. "Hello to you too," Yakushi grinned and switched to a whisper. "I'm here on behalf of the owner." He wants to meet you before leaving Konoha. He and the team leave for Otogakure. I understand, the blonde nodded. Let him visit me. Today at 3 o'clock. Okay, I'll tell him, Kabuto nodded. After that, he turned around and left, and Naruto went in search of Itachi. Note: Juin is a cursed seal. Itachi was found quickly. He visited Sasuke, who, although he won the fight, managed to receive several serious blows. However, he had already returned to normal and was eager to start training. That's why Itachi wanted to talk to Naruto. Naruto, there's such a thing, the older Uchiha began. In general, Sasuke discovered his second element. The first is fire, as you know, and the second is lightning. And you would like me to coach him? Naruto asked. Not quite, Itachi shook his head. You are a busy person with us, and you also need to prepare for the third stage. No, I would like Kakashi to take care of my brother. He also wields lightning and can teach Sasuke several moves. Why are you asking me? Uzumaki was surprised. Well, everyone knows that you keep your mentor in a tight rein, the brunette grinned. So I decided to clarify. Kakashi himself doesn't seem to mind. Well, how? Can you lend me sensei? Yes, take it, Naruto made a giving gesture with his hand. At least for good. Anyway, I'll be a Chunin soon. Are you confident in your abilities? Itachi asked. Absolutely, the blonde smiled. Okay, is that all? Well, yes, the Uchiha nodded. Then I'll go for a walk in the hot springs. I'll freshen up a bit before I get to work. By the way, today it's better not to look into the laboratory, I have a very delicate experiment there. Understood, Itachi nodded. I will not bother you. At the hot springs, the blonde met Konohamaru, who was training chakra control under the guidance of Ebisu. Naruto looked at the red, like cancer, the third's grandson with a smile. Every failure made him plunge into hot water. After advising his friend to take off his clothes, Uzumaki went to the bath. After half an hour of water procedures, Naruto, refreshed and rested, went to the laboratory. True, on the way he saw an amusing picture. Some white-haired old man was peeping at the women's section through a small hole. Ebisu did not like this and tried to attack him, but was knocked out by a huge toad that appeared after the shinobi's words, Kuchios no Jutsu. Naruto, with an experienced eye, remembered the seals, a pig, a dog, a tiger, a monkey, a goat. Deciding to definitely try this technique, Uzumaki went to the bunker. When Naruto got to the lab, it was unusually empty. Kurama was at home with Karen, Ino and Hinata were still in the hospital, and Itachi wouldn't be here today. Naruto looked at the prepared reagents, but he didn't want to do experiments today. The technique used by the white-haired shinobi from the hot springs couldn't get out of his head. Naruto decided to repeat it. Having quickly stuffed the necessary seals, the guy shouted, Kuchios no Jutsu. However, nothing happened. Digging through his memory, Naruto remembered that shinobi bit his finger and put it on the ground. After doing the same, the blonde repeated the technique. However, instead of being summoned, he himself disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto appeared in a very strange place. In front of him, on a kind of throne, lay a huge white serpent. The back had the shape of a grinning dragon's head holding a huge scroll in its mouth. From looking at the throne, Naruto was distracted by a gigantic snake, which finally drew attention to the alien. Who is there? Man. Who are you and how did you get to Ryukido? My name is Uzumaki Naruto, the blonde decided to be polite. I applied some technique and was transported here. I apologize for my intrusion. You used the summoning technique without signing the contract, said the serpent. And you were thrown to us. Okay, man. My name is Hakuja-Sennin and I am the head of all the snakes that live here in the Dragonland's cave. Since you are here, I would like to offer you a contract with our tribe. I agree, the guy immediately nodded, but the snake only grinned in response. But first I have to make sure you're strong. Although, the fact that you managed to get here already indicates that the contract with us is destined. I'm ready for the test, the blonde blurted out. It would be better if it was. Manda. From somewhere behind, another gigantic purple snake crawled out. In size, he was only slightly inferior to Hakuja-Sennin. Called, Lord? Manda bowed his head. Check how strong this representative of the human tribe is. The snake head nodded towards Naruto, who was already preparing for a serious fight. The purple snake looked at the boy in surprise, but did not argue and lazily attacked. However, his laziness quickly faded as Naruto dodged the throw and began to transform. Having decided that it was pointless to fight a giant many times larger than you, the guy turned into the full form of the Nine Tails. Fortunately, he already had enough chakra for this. Hakuja-Sennin looked with interest at the fox, who now was not inferior in size to himself. The fight was short. Manda was unable to oppose Naruto's claws, fangs, and tails. The fox pressed the snake to the ground, completely immobilizing it. Only the tip of the tail wobbled wildly. The Hakuja-Sennin laughed contentedly. Yes, you are definitely worthy of the contract. But how did you manage to take on such a form? Did you make a contract with the fox tribe? No, I was the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, Naruto replied, releasing Manda and becoming human again. Was? Asked the purple snake. I set him free. And you're still alive? Manda perked up. Now I am sure that you are one of the most worthy. Even Orochimaru will yield to you. In that case, we will grant you even more power, Hakuja-Sennin rumbled. But first, the contract. A small snake appeared in front of Naruto compared to the two giants. Unrolling her rings, she showed Naruto a thick scroll, which was immediately unwrapped. Write your name in blood in the next free place, hissed the snake. Naruto immediately bit the tip of his thumb and spelled out his name. Along the way, he noticed that he knew the two people who were the last to sign this contract. Mitarashi Anko and Orochimaru. Now leave your fingerprints under the name, the snake gave a new instruction. When it was done, she rolled the scroll again with the tip of her tail. Good. The contract is concluded. Now try to use the call, the head of the snake suggested. Naruto immediately folded the seals and performed the technique. From a cloud of smoke, a snake appeared, very similar to Hakuja-Sennin, only with black scales. Some of the scales were golden, forming an intricate pattern. He was smaller than Manda, but much larger than Naruto. If he wanted to, he would probably be able to carry the guy on his own head. Greetings, sir, the serpent bowed its head in front of Naruto. I am Kurahebe. I will be your mentor in comprehending the wisdom of snakes. When would you like to start? Actually, I now need to go back to where I came from, the blonde suddenly remembered. Is it possible to do this? It will make sense, the serpent answered and began to explain about the callback technique. After a couple of minutes, Naruto was already standing in the middle of his laboratory. Half an hour later, Orochimaru appeared in the lab glancing at Naruto scurrying around the equipment. He sat down on the couch. So, Naruto-kun. Kabuto already told you that I'm leaving the Fire Nation. Unfortunately, if I stay, I too may be dragged into the conspiracy. I understand, the blonde replied. And I fully support your decision on non-intervention. I will do the same. I will neither help the conspirators nor hinder them. I will only protect those who are dear to me, I do not care about the rest. I gave the documents to the Hokage, and what he will do with them is not my concern. A smart decision, Orochimaru chuckled. But I came here for a specific purpose. Tell me, Have you heard of the summoning technique? Yes, Naruto nodded and grinned. The Sannin didn't notice. I would like to offer you a contract with the snake tribe, he continued his thought. I am also bound by a contract with them. We could use them to deliver messages to each other. Well, to be honest, I made a contract with them about half an hour ago, Naruto laughed. I was even given my own mentor, named Kurahebe. What? Orochimaru was surprised. How did you manage to do it? Did my former student help you? No, the blonde answered and recounted the events that had happened to him. At the end of his story, Orochimaru thought hard. This blonde-haired boy did what the Sannin himself had long and stubbornly sought. To get into Ryukido, he tried since the moment of the conclusion of the contract. Unsuccessfully. In addition, according to the guy's story, he defeated Mandu, the strongest of the snakes that Orochimaru could summon, with relative ease. Yes, Naruto, the Sannin said, even forgetting the kun prefix. Either you are very lucky, or this is your fate. I can't understand how you do it. It seems to be an ordinary boy, but at the same time you can such. Basically, I don't even know what to think. Okay, my advice to you. Since you have managed to find your way to the Dragonlance cave, then thoroughly study everything that can be taught there. Don't worry about the time, 2 weeks there are equal to a day in our world. At least I managed to find out from Manda. Thanks for the advice, Orochimaru-san, Naruto thanked. I think I'll be heading back soon and won't be back until I've mastered everything. As for failures, I had them too. I just don't remember them. For example? Became interested Sannin. Well, I've been mastering fire techniques for quite some time. At first, it was quite difficult for me to work with chemicals. Over time, everything became easy. Sometimes it's even too easy, although even now I don't get everything right the first time. I see, the Sannin chuckled. He was pleased to know that Naruto was strong, but not omnipotent. In that case, I bow out. Good luck, Naruto-kun. Bye to you too, Orochimaru-san. After a couple of days, Naruto warned everyone that he was leaving to train. True, he did not tell anyone exactly where. Ino and awakened Hinata received a task from the blonde, to show Karen all the secrets of his underground shelter. Kurama was ordered by the guy to take care of his sister. Karen no longer considered Naruto to be anyone else. After that, the blonde disappeared from Konoha for 2 weeks. Danzo was furious. Uzumaki managed to leave the village without any of his fighters noticing. The head of the root has been collecting dirt on the guy for a long time in order to get a legitimate reason to lay his hands on this weapon. However, the cunning Uzumaki managed to cover up all traces so much that the only document Danzo had was a statement from Inazuki Kiba from 5 years ago. Naruto himself trained mercilessly. Kurahebe showed his master many techniques, tricks of the snake. Also, during the field experiment, Naruto implanted himself with part of the snake DNA, thanks to which he was able to master the so-called hermit mode on the move. 7 months have passed in the world of Ryukido. And so, 2 weeks later, Naruto reappeared in the Hokage's office. Note: Kurahebe, Black Serpent. 2 weeks in the real world. 7 months in the Dragonlance cave. That's how long Naruto was gone. After returning from Ryukido, the guy matured a lot. Yes, the clothes have changed. He used to wear a bright orange jumpsuit, sporty cut. The suit was always covered in holes and scorch marks from unsuccessful experiments. Now a slightly grown blonde entered the office. He was dressed in dark pants, a black and orange jacket, and a dark purple cloak with an ornament in the form of golden flames was thrown over his shoulders. The protector also changed a little. The fabric bandage was not blue, as before, but the same dark purple. "I'm back, Hokage-sama," Naruto said, his voice slightly changed. Sarutobi looked at the guest in bewilderment. Naruto? As if not believing his eyes, he asked. And who else? The guy laughed. I decided to change the style a bit. Well, how do you like me? Pretty impressive, Third admitted. Strange, but you have changed. Like he's grown up. Well, you can say that, the guy chuckled. I've learned a lot, Hokage-sama, and I just can't wait to try out the new knowledge. How is my business going there? Karen is no longer a Kusugakure shinobi, Sarutobi replied. As for the conspiracy, nothing is clear yet. But Orochimaru, it seems, really decided not to participate in this case. He called his team back. I know, Naruto said. By the way, I've wanted to ask for a long time, why the hell are they following me again? You don't trust me again? Naruto, these are Danzo's people, the third hastened to justify himself. I have no influence on him. Alright then, Naruto chuckled. So you won't mind if a few of his men, shall we say, disappear? Well, if you don't light up, then I'll be all for it. Sarutobi looked slyly at the guy. Excellent, the Uzumaki smiled bloodthirstily and disappeared. Without any special effects. He did not leave, did not climb out the window, but simply disappeared. What have you been doing these 2 weeks, Naruto? The Hokage asked himself. Meanwhile, Naruto had already appeared in front of the entrance to the bunker. He and his team did not just choose the 4th training ground for themselves. In addition to being the farthest, it was also located exactly above the laboratory. And Naruto has long made an additional entrance there, which was visible only to a narrow circle of the elite. In other words, Kurama, Ino, Hinata, Itachi and, more recently, Karen. When Naruto entered the lab, all 5 of them were sitting there. Ino and Hinata were conjuring over reagents. Itachi was zealously discussing something with Karen, and Kurama, as usual, was sleeping peacefully. Hi everyone, Naruto waved to the crowd, knowing what was about to happen. And so it happened. On the left, Ino grabbed him, on the right, Hinata, and Karen hung around his neck. The triple load failed to topple the blonde, but still made him stagger a little. Itachi and Kurama laughed insolently as they looked at the girl-clad Naruto. Nakun, we missed you, Ino chirped. Naruto-kun, Hinata said. We're so glad you're back. Brother, where have you been? Karen asked. I'll tell you everything, Naruto replied. Just please, get off me. Rip your cloak. When the girls finally peeled off the guy and the whole company got comfortable, Naruto started talking about training in the Dragonlance cave. Everyone listened carefully to him. Along the way, Uzumaki mentioned that time flows differently there. The girls had plenty of time to admire the changed appearance of Naruto. At the end of my training, Hakuja Sennin awarded me the title of Dragon Hermit. The guy finished his story. This cloak is a symbol of my rank. So you're also a Sennin now? Ino asked. Well, you could say that, Naruto agreed. Speaking of Sennin, Itachi remembered. Another Sennin returned to Konoha from a trip, Jiraiya. They say he would like to see you very much. What does he look like? Uzumaki asked. Well, he has long white hair in a ponytail. Instead of a protector, a forehead shield with the kanji for oil depicted, the Uchiha began to list. There are 2 red stripes coming from the eyes. He is dressed in a pale green kimono and a red waistcoat. Over it, he wears a healthy scroll behind his back. Also, he really likes to spy on women at hot springs, Naruto finished. I think I've met this guy before. I think it will be easy to find it. Naruto wasn't wrong. Indeed, when he reappeared at the hot springs, Jiraiya was already there. True, he spied on women a little differently. He sat on one of the neighboring roofs with a telescope. At the same time, he wrote down something in his notebook. Gathering information, the guy thought understandingly, climbing onto the roof and coming closer. Jiraiya didn't notice him as he was engrossed in contemplation. "Wow, what excellent specimens," the blonde heard the sennin mutter. "Yes, I definitely like Konoha women." Naruto stepped closer and looked at the notebook. There were notes reminiscent of sketches for a book. At that moment, Jiraiya broke away from his observation to write down a couple more lines and met Naruto's gaze. And who are you, kid?" The sennin asked in surprise, looking at the blonde, who managed to sneak up close unnoticed. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto," the boy smiled. "And I do not advise you to call me a baby. I can be offended and hurt you a lot." "So that's what you are, Naruto," Jiraiya said, carefully examining the guy. "Damn, well, you're just a copy of your parents." "Did you know my parents?" The blonde was surprised. "I knew, of course," the sennin rose from his seat. "You don't know them, do you?" "No," Naruto shook his head, not making too much of a face. He saw his father in passing, and only knew about his mother's name, Kushina. Jiraiya grimaced in displeasure. "These elders again in Danzo, fuck him," he said in a displeased tone, but just at that moment, a female squeal came from the direction of the baths. Observers noticed. "Valem?" Naruto asked briefly, glancing towards the loud sound. "Let's go," Jiraiya confirmed, grabbing his notepad and spyglass. In the next moment, both instantly washed off the roof. The flight slowly turned into a race. Sennin noticed that the boy was not far behind him and, on the contrary, was trying to get ahead. Excitement showed on Naruto's face. Jiraiya chuckled and quickened his pace. The blonde grinned back and pushed too. Soon they were already rushing headlong over the roofs, knocking down gaping pigeons. A couple of times they flew past Yamato, who was dumbfounded by such a spectacle. In the end, Jiraiya began to give up, and Naruto overtook him. Sennin decided to make the boy's task a little more difficult. "No, baby, I won't lose to you," he shouted, stopping for a few seconds. Naruto stopped a little further away, watching the sennin. Soon, Jiraiya began to rapidly change. His stomach was swollen, his skin turned slightly green, his eyes became toad-like, and his hair was ruffled. Meet legendary toad hermit from Mount Mebakuzan. "Oh, that's how." Naruto chuckled as he looked at the sennin who had taken off. The guy also did not stand idle and accumulated senchakra. "Then here's my answer." Naruto's muscles momentarily tensed and increased in size. From the head sprouted 4 backward-pointing horns, like Manda's. Purple shadows appeared around the eyes, like Orochimaru's. The eyes themselves became like snakes. "The dragon hermit from Ryukido is ready to fight," the boy shouted, picking up speed sharply. He overtook Jiraiya almost instantly. The toad sennin only saw a purple cloak flicker ahead of him. "Hokage-sama." Out of breath, Yamato burst into the office. "There's something going on." "What happened?" asked the third, raising his eyes to the panting Anbushnik. Yamato caught his breath and began to report. "What the hell is going on in Konoha?" Sennin, Jiraiya and Naruto rushed through the streets and rooftops. Moreover, Guy also followed them, along with his student. "What about you?" The Hokage chuckled softly. "They run, well, let them run. They have stirred up half the village already," Yamato protested. Have you tried to stop them?" "I tried," the Anbushnik admitted reluctantly. "Useless." "Well, so why are you roostering then?" The Hokage laughed as he took out his crystal ball. "Here they will get tired and calm down. Enough cursing, let's better watch the spectacle." Meanwhile, the racers decided to stop running around Konoha and went out to cut circles outside the city wall. In front, laughing loudly, Naruto flew, behind him, cursing like a shoemaker, Jiraiya, and the last to fly were Might Guy and Rock Lee, loudly screaming about the power of youth. Half the population of Konoha had gathered on the walls, watching the impromptu run. The first to die, as expected, was Lee. After 1,500 laps, he just thumped to the ground, not even reacting to Sensei stomping on him. The second to fall was Jiraiya, who ran out of Senchakra. The Sennin had the same Vidic. Guy and Naruto continued to run around. The third 1,000 laps have already gone. Finally, the green beast of Konoha began to lose ground. Naruto himself also slowed down. He hadn't used hermit mode for so long, and he was terribly tired out of habit. So Guy, finally, flopped into the grass, next to his student. Naruto, running another circle, knocked out hermit mode and immediately collapsed on top of Jiraiya. That was a run. Guy said enthusiastically when he finally caught his breath. Long live the force of youth. After such a race, Naruto suggested that all participants go to the hot springs. Nobody objected. Now Guy and Lee were sitting in one pool, and Naruto and Jiraiya in another. Uzumaki became generous and bought VIP seats for everyone. That was a race, Jiraiya said blissfully, lounging in the bath. I'll have to do it again, Naruto said. Oh, how good I am. Damn, there's nothing better than plunging into hot water after an exhausting workout and drinking a cup of sake at the same time, the Sennin remarked while sipping alcohol with pleasure. I won't say anything about this, I'm still a minor, the blonde grinned. Naruto, Jiraiya settled back into a comfortable position. So you said you don't know anything about your parents? Well, I lied a little, the guy admitted. I know who they are, but nothing more. That's how? The Sennin was surprised. Did Sarutobi-sensei tell you about them after all? No, Naruto shook his head. I met my father in my own subconscious when I was trying to befriend the Kyuubi. Make friends? The Sennin asked with a laugh. And how? Made friends? Yeah, the blonde nodded. He felt that Jiraiya could be trusted. Kurama is now my assistant and friend. Kurama? Is that the name of the Nine Tails, or what? Asked the Toad Hermit. Naruto nodded again. So you dated Minato, Jiraiya muttered under his breath. Do you know anything about Kushina? Apart from the fact that she was from the Uzumaki clan, nothing, the boy replied with a sigh. But why are you asking? Why did you bring up this thread at all? First of all, let's go to you, the Sennin corrected him. And secondly, I'm your godfather, so I have to make sure that you know the truth. Godfather? Naruto asked and smiled. I still have my own family. First sister Karen, now you. I become happy. Sister? Jiraiya didn't understand. Naruto briefly recounted the events of the second stage to him. Clear. Well, I'm happy for you. It turns out that all is not lost for the Uzumaki clan. For a while they were silent. Naruto just soaked in the hot water while Jiraiya drank a couple more shots of sake. Finally, the silence was broken by another question from the Sennin. Naruto. I wanted to ask about your hermit regime. Where did you learn it and with whom did you sign a contract? Not here, lazily answered the guy rising from the water. Ears are everywhere, and this is a rather delicate topic. Tomorrow at noon we meet at the 4th range. Understood, the Sennin nodded. Sarutobi-sensei said that this is your personal training ground. Naruto nodded again. Okay, I'm going home to sleep. See you tomorrow, Godfather. The next day, at exactly noon, Jiraiya appeared at the training ground, where Naruto, Hinata and Ino were already training. Oh, hi, the blonde smiled. Girls, this is the Sennin Jiraiya, my godfather. Jiraiya, this is Ino and Hinata, my friends. Catching two at once, Naruto? tried to pin the boy Sannin. Yes, all three answered at the same time. Jiraiya was stunned. He just joked. Wow, he muttered under his breath. And I've been running after one girl all my life. And so far it's only been fading away. And Naruto with 2 tricks at once twists. The kid will go far, far. Hey there. The Uzumaki waved his hand in front of the Sannin's nose. Can you hear me? Eh? Yes, of course, Naruto, Jiraiya hastened to justify himself. And what did I just say? The blonde grinned slyly. Well, you. The Sannin stammered, trying to come up with something. In short, Naruto sighed, realizing that he was not being listened to. I want to show you my second home, which is right below us. What? Jiraiya was surprised. That is, how is it? Instead of answering, Naruto took his godfather's hand and drew a symbol on his wrist with his chakra. After a few seconds, he disappeared, as if absorbed into the skin, and the Sannin suddenly saw a hatch on the edge of the clearing, which had definitely not been there before. Sit down, godfather, the blonde suggested with a broad gesture, letting Jiraiya go ahead. The girl stayed upstairs and continued training. The Sannin looked around. The underground dwelling was quite well maintained, unlike the boys' apartment that Jiraiya looked into while Naruto was away. Gorgeous life, said the Sannin, sitting down on the sofa. Means allow, Naruto smirked contentedly. Whom did you drag back there? Kurama muttered, raising his head and looking at the newcomers. Jiraiya turned around abruptly as he didn't see the fox. This is Jiraiya, my godfather, Naruto introduced the Sannin. Godfather, this is Kurama. Also known as Kyubi no Yoko. Very nice, the fox grinned, making a kind of bow with his head. That's the nine-tailed. Jiraiya trembled. Naruto, you. Did you let him out? Well, yes, the guy answered, puzzled, not expecting such a reaction. No one had shown such fear in front of his friend before. On the other hand, unlike everyone else who was initiated into this secret, the Sannin was well aware of how dangerous this bijou was. Are you out of your mind, Naruto? Jiraiya jumped up. It needs to be sealed immediately. He almost destroyed Konoha. Your parents died because of him. Turn the volume down, Naruto grimaced. As if I didn't know it without you. What is the point of stirring up the past if you need to build the future? Naruto, you don't understand. The Sannin began again, but his godson stopped the utterance that had begun with a gesture. Kurama has been single for 7 years now. Quite a long time, I agree. And, as you can see, Konoha is intact. Moreover, with our modest help, the village is flourishing. Does it prompt any thoughts? Jiraiya, who was about to say something, scratched the back of his head in puzzlement. Naruto was right in his own way. If he's been keeping the nine-tails in check since he was 5 years old, maybe this bijou isn't that dangerous after all? Here he is, in the guise of an ordinary, slightly large fox, lying in a basket and attentively listening to the conversation. Maybe it's a genjutsu? Well, this fox can't be the nine-tailed demon fox. Naruto, the Sannin asked quietly. Is this really the Kyubi? Or is it you so original joked? Unfortunately for you, this is not a joke, the guy chuckled. Kurama, show him. The fox lazily climbed out of the basket and grew 8 more tails in a couple of seconds. The Sannin looked at this with horror and smoothly fell into a deep faint. Jiraiya came to his senses already in a large company. Ino, Hinata, Karen and Itachi came to the bunker. The whole company was in the collection. Oh, I finally woke up, Naruto grinned, rummaging through the refrigerator. Your nerves are weak, godfather. Naruto, Jiraiya said. Maybe you can still tell me how it happened that the Kyubi got free? The guy, without delaying the matter, began the story. Gradually, everyone else, who had repeatedly heard this story, joined in. Jiraiya was both horrified when he heard about Naruto's experiments and proud of his godson's strength. Constantly interrupting each other, the company reached the moment when Orochimaru put his mark on Naruto. "Damn Naruto, were you silent?" The Sannin jumped up again. "Juin Orochimaru needs to be sealed immediately. He can be dangerous." "Stop yelling," Naruto protested. "This thing is dangerous only for those who do not know how to use it. And in general, compared with some of my experiences, this thing is still harmless." "That's right," Jiraiya agreed and continued to listen. When the story finally ended with the description of training in Ryukido, the Sannin thought about it. The impression of the godson remained twofold. On the one hand, he was eerily similar to Orochimaru, but on the other hand, they were fundamentally different. Despite those terrible experiments, according to Jiraiya, Naruto did not become exactly the same as his former best friend. And Orochimaru himself, according to the guy's stories, was not so creepy. It remained to be hoped that the communication of these two experimenters would lead to the fact that the Snake Sannin would change for the better. With a little more than a week left before the start of the third stage, Naruto set to work intensified training. Jiraiya showed his godson the Rasengan, a technique also invented by the fourth Hokage. And much to his surprise, Naruto completed the first two stages in a mere half-hour. To create a completely normal ball of chakra, the guy needed another 3 hours. Still, it was good to have excellent control over your own chakra, Jiraiya thought as he watched Naruto hold the bluish Rasengan in his hand. "This technique is very reminiscent of the Bijou bomb," remarked Kurama, who was watching the practice. "That's not surprising," the Sannin replied. For several days of communication, he managed to overcome stereotypes and now communicated with Fox quite normally. Minato created this technique based on the tailed bomb. "What if I try to create a Rasengan from Kurama's chakra?" Naruto asked. "You will probably succeed with our technique," said the fox. "Try." After several attempts, Naruto began to become covered in golden fire. Patterns began to appear on the body, and a semblance of Rikudo Sennin's necklace appeared on the neck. Kurama and Jiraiya looked at each other in confusion. In the meantime, the guy created a black heavy ball in his hands, from which he exuded power. I seem to have found the right ratio," Naruto said. 2 to 8. "Exactly. The ratio of what to what?" Jiraiya asked. "Positive black and negative white Bijou chakra," Naruto said as he released the technique. The golden fire around him faded away. "What was it?" Kurama asked his former Jinchuriki. "The part of your chakra that entered my body when you freed me," Naruto replied. "It looks like he's experienced this phenomenon before. When I fully switch to its use, a kind of cover appears around me. But how is this possible?" Lise was surprised. "I thought you were about to run out of my chakra just to use it." "My circulatory system now has 3 independent components," Naruto replied. "The focus of the chakra and all the channels exist in my body in triplicate. One focus is imprisoned for my own chakra. The other is under the Bijou chakra. The third is under the Sen chakra. When I change the system I use, I change outwardly." "Strange, but you didn't mention it before," Kurama remarked. "I forgot," Naruto shrugged. "In addition, this system was formed quite recently, during training in Ryukido." "Naruto, is there a limit to your power somewhere?" Fox muttered. "Yes, Kurama, yes," the blonde chuckled. "But I will try to push this limit as far as possible. Training, experiments, communication with the godfather and the newly acquired sister." The week flew by unnoticed. The third round of the Chunin exams was about to begin. Naruto was ready to fight. On the eve of the exam, the guy decided to look at the Hokage. As he approached the door, he heard a loud argument between the third and someone else. The point of contention was Naruto. Hiruzen. You can see that the Jinchuriki is getting too strong. It must be limited, otherwise it will get out of control. What are you suggesting, Danzo? Do you want to take it for yourself? I have already said that I am against this idea. He must be not only a shinobi, but also a human. No. He is the weapon of the village. He shouldn't have emotions and... Stop it, Danzo. You won't get Naruto, period. He's doing great with himself. In addition, he is quite able to control and use the power of the Kyuubi. Didn't you think he could use it against us? Given the attitude of the inhabitants towards him, I do not think that he is an ardent patriot of Konoha. And who is to blame for this, tell me? Because of the order that you suggested, he is treated like that in the village. As you wish, Hiruzen. But mind you, another out of control and... Another one? Have there been any such cases? 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Naruto was still a child. This is not an excuse. Yes? In that case, there was no need to hide the fact that he was a Jinchuriki from him. Thank God Naruto figured it all out himself. Alright, Hiruzen. I'll leave. But I warned you. Naruto hurriedly disappeared from under the office doors and appeared at the entrance to the laboratory. I didn't want to go to the Hokage, the guy, without that, definitely had something to think about. And then came the day that everyone had been waiting for. Today was the third round of the Chunin exams. Citizens of Konoha flocked to the arena in anticipation of the spectacle. Naruto's head was full of others. Shinobi Sand and Cloud, obviously, were preparing some kind of dirty trick. And the key chip on the playing field was the son of the fourth Kazekage, Sabaka no Gaara. Naruto tried to make contact with him, but ran into a wall. Literally. For all attempts to speak, Gaara fenced himself off from the world with a sand wall. On the other hand, it's a good thing he didn't use his infamous sand coffin on Naruto. Naruto arrived at the arena at the same time as Shikamaru. Relations between Uzumaki and the heir of the Nara clan were quite friendly, just the guys did not communicate with each other so often. How are you, Shika? Naruto asked smiling. Sucks, Nara drawled lazily. Mother, as usual, barks for any reason. They don't even let you lie down. They also forced me to drag myself to this exam. I should have given up in the qualifying matches and that's it, the Uzumaki grinned. Yes, I would do that. But this Shino. So that his beloved cockroach would die, threatened that he would tickle me with bugs if I didn't come out to fight. Tickle? Barely holding back laughter, asked Naruto. Shikamaru muttered. The bastard knows that I'm more than anything else afraid of being tickled, if you don't count my mother. You're lucky, the blonde suddenly became sad. You have a mother. It wouldn't be better, Nara muttered. No one would bother me. And I would live for my own pleasure. I would lie all day, but look at the clouds. How can you be so lazy? Naruto was surprised. His active nature decidedly did not understand Shikamaru's way of life. I would answer, but I'm lazy, finished the conversation Nara. The rest of the members soon showed up. Naruto and Neji must fight first. Then Gaara and Sasuke, who, however, has not yet appeared. Then, Shino vs Kankuro. The last was a fight between Temari and Shikamaru. The examiner was the same Gekko Hayate, who first conducted a roll call. Hyuga Neji. Here, the white-eyed brown-haired man answered. Uzumaki Naruto. Here. A blonde in a dark purple cloak answered loudly. Dog no Gaara. Present, said the Kazekage's son. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke? Yes, as long as it's missing. Okay, if he doesn't show up before the start of his fight, then he will have to be disqualified. Yes, Aburame Shino. I have arrived, said the beetle grower. Dog no Kankuro. Here I am, said the guy with the war paint and the puppet on his back. Dog no Temari. Here, answered the blonde with 4 ponytails and a hefty fan behind her back. Nara Shikamaru. Here I am, the guy with the pineapple hair said lazily. Clear. So everyone except the Uchiha is here. Okay, the first fight will be between Neji Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki. The rest of you leave the arena. Ready to ask for mercy? Hyuga asked haughtily. I think a lot about myself, Neji, Naruto chuckled. I do not want to disappoint you, but the victory in this duel will be mine. Let's see. Started. Gave the go-ahead to Hayate. Neji immediately made the right seal, and the veins around his eyes bulged. But the next moment, his eyes widened in surprise. He didn't see Tenketsu or the chakra circulation system. The surprise written on his face was so great that Naruto couldn't help it and burst out laughing. Didn't wait? He asked his opponent sarcastically. Thank you, Kurahebe, for the receiver. Ryukido, 4 months after starting training. Young master, hissed the black and gold serpent. You are making incredible progress. Thank you, Kuro, the blonde thanked him as he exited Dragon Hermit mode. But I had one thought. My circulation system has changed. And she will certainly betray me to the owners of the dojutsu. I agree. But there is a special technique for this case, Kurahebe said. I'll teach her to you. It will completely hide your chakra from prying eyes. That's right, Naruto smiled. All right, Kuro. Now I'll take a break and we'll try. I don't know who this Kurahebe is, but he planted a huge pig on me, Neji thought, trying to blindly knock out at least a couple of tenketsu to the blonde. But he didn't succeed, mostly because the blonde gracefully dodged all the blows. Naruto was just playing with his rival. His level and Hyuga's level were too different. In terms of speed and force of impact, only Jiraiya and Might Guy could compete with Uzumaki, and in terms of the number of ninjutsu, the guy put even Hatake Kakashi in the belt. However, Naruto has yet to use any of his rich arsenal. Neji began to lose his composure. Since you are not exposed to simple blows, you will have to use something more powerful, he thought, preparing for 64 blows. Naruto sensed this and wisely stepped back into the distance. Although he had the advantage that Neji didn't see exactly where to strike, it was the height of imprudence to expose himself to this technique. Okay, the warm-up is over, the Uzumaki drawled, summoning about 10 clones and turning them into katanas. Why do you need 10 blades? Neji chuckled. You only have 1 pair of hands. Right. But the sword can be held not only with the hand, the blonde smiled predatorily, folding the seals. Tiger, rat, tiger, rat, tiger. Snake hand technique. 4 snakes came out of the sleeves. Each wrapped around 1 blade. Thus, Naruto could easily handle 10 swords at once. The audience roared in anticipation. Now, it's time to dance, the blonde chuckled. Dance of the wind blades. After these words, the katanas were covered with whitish wind chakra. Naruto began to spin at a wild speed, and wind blades flew from the blades towards Neji. Hyuga turned pale. At first, he managed to dodge the deadly technique, but Naruto began to pick up the pace. The blades constantly changed their position, sending wind blades at different angles and at different speeds. The movements of the blonde really resembled a dance. Neji panicked and played another trump card. When too many blades were thrown at him, he began to spin violently, releasing chakra from himself. Kaiten. This is the main branch technique, Hayashi Hyuga said to himself, who was carefully watching the battle. But Neji managed to study her. What a surprise, Naruto thought. He planned to wear Niji down and force him to give up, but the spinning messed up his plans. The blonde removed the snakes, and the clones again took on human form and rushed into battle. Niji stopped spinning and tried to attack them, but almost knocked his hand away. The clones were greatly enhanced by metal chakra. What the hell? Thought Niji. They should have been dispelled from one of my touches. Didn't wait, Nii-san. Hinata chuckled from the podium next to Ino and Karen. Metal clones are more difficult to destroy than simple ones. Yes, what kind of misfortune is this, Niji thought, fighting off the attacks of the clones and fighting off his hands on them. They look like they're made of metal. Damn, I'll have to use seals. With quick movements, he placed explosive seals on the clones, which detonated after a couple of seconds. The clones were gone, but the original was nowhere to be seen. Niji began to look around warily as a restless blonde man emerged from the ground behind him and immediately tried to hit his opponent in the painful point. But Huey had his own opinion on this matter. Soft hand style. 64 strikes of heaven. Barked the brown-haired woman, turning around. Crap. How did he see me? I hid the circulation system. Naruto thought before a series of blows went through him. Niji hasn't seen the tenketsu, but their placement doesn't vary much between people. Therefore, he missed only 3 or 4 points. As Naruto collapsed to the ground, he noticed with annoyance that the circulation system was no longer working properly. You lost, Niji said haughtily, looking at the rising blonde. Without chakra, you won't be able to use techniques and... The phrase broke off mid-sentence. The chakra masking technique faded, and Niji looked at the triple circulation system in surprise. I can't use techniques, you say? The Uzumaki hissed back, going into hermit mode. You know, I can manage without them. Niji was surprised to see the change in his appearance. Shadows around the eyes, 4 horns, rearranged muscles. The Byakugan saw the second chakra hearth ignite. Naruto chuckled and licked his dry lips. Forked tongue, Hyuga managed to notice before the beating began. The blonde flew around Niji, showering him with powerful blows. This. You. Behind. Hinata. Each blow was accompanied by a word. Viewers even thought that Uzumaki used the shadow cloning technique again. But it wasn't. It's just that the speed with which he acted exceeded all conceivable limits, because it seemed that the guy was split in two. Finally, Naruto got fed up. He stopped in the middle of the arena as Niji collapsed behind him, unconscious. Uzumaki Naruto defeated. Proclaimed Hayate, making sure that Hyuga was not going to get up. The stands roared with delight. Naruto looked at the audience in annoyance. He wanted to finish the fight much more spectacular. But Kaiten confused his cards. On the other hand, it's good that I didn't have to shine other possibilities. Nevertheless, the Konokovites have already seen the regime of the hermit. The next fight is Sabaku no Gaara vs Uchiha Sasuke. However, Sasuke was still missing. He was about to be disqualified, but the Kazekage unexpectedly stood up to protect him. Hokage Dano, he turned to Sarutobi. Many people have gathered here to watch this fight. Are you really depriving the audience of such an entertaining spectacle? I ask you to postpone this fight until later. Well, after some thought, the third agreed. Let's make an exception for him. The fight is temporarily postponed, Hayate announced. The next fight is between Sabaku no Kankuro and Aburame Shino. But, before they had time to enter the arena, Gaara's brother announced that he was surrendering. The audience roared indignantly. Shikamaru and Temari were next to fight. But Naruto was distracted by an ANBU fighter with a suspiciously familiar chakra. Kabuto? An interesting disguise, the Uzumaki thought, coming close. Well done, Naruto, found me in time, Orochimaru's assistant grinned from under the mask. Okay, I don't have much time. I managed to find out that the cloud came to Konoha for a slightly different purpose. They don't care about San's plans, their main target is the Byakugan. Hinata. The blonde immediately understood. Damn, it's not the right time. The attack should start during the fight between Gaara and Sasuke, Kabuto continued. If anything, I'll cover your friends. Orochimaru-san gave me such an order. We need to get them to the laboratory, it's safe there. Preferably right now, Naruto said. Can you? Of course, Yakushi replied. Then act. At this point, the fight between Temari and Shikamaru ended with the heir of the Nara clan finally surrendering. Sasuke was still gone. And when they decided to finally disqualify him, Kakashi and the younger Uchiha appeared in the clouds of smoke in the middle of the arena. Are we late? When the smoke cleared, the audience saw Kakashi and Sasuke standing in the middle of the arena. Are we late? I managed to ask Hatake a question a second before 3 dozen shurikens flew in his direction. Kakashi. Sensei. Where? You. Warn. Shouting over the stands, Naruto yelled, simultaneously creating from his own clones a lot of throwing and not very weapons, which immediately went flying. I'll show you now how to make people wait. Another clone with a pop turned into a copy of Zabuza's blade, and Naruto, ignoring the stunned judge, began to drive Kakashi around the arena. The copying ninja, to the friendly laughter of the audience, was running away from the enraged blonde, brandishing a huge piece of iron. The sword flashed closer and closer. From the side, it seemed that Uzumaki set out to shorten Sensei by 40 to 50 centimeters from above. Naruto, I'm sorry. Kakashi screamed. Not only are you constantly late. The blonde yelled back. You're spoiling Sasuke too. We just got carried away. Hatake tried to justify himself. Got carried away? How? Reading your obscene book? The audience laughed out loud at such a spectacle, and Sasuke and Gaara stood nearby and looked stunned at the impromptu race. Finally, Kakashi slipped on the sand of the arena and slowed down a bit. Naruto seized the moment and heartily slammed it flat on the soft spot with his sword. Hatake immediately collapsed face into the arena. The mask slipped off and the Jonin took a mouthful of sand. After everyone calmed down and the outsiders left the battlefield, Hayate finally gave the go-ahead. Naruto looked around the stands. Hinata, Ino and Karen were gone. It was not for nothing that I distracted the audience, the Uzumaki thought, and his attention switched to the battle that had begun. Sasuke began with a trial volley of shurikens and senbon, which was easily deflected by Gaara's sandy defenses. He, in turn, tried to grab the brunette with sand, but so far it did not work. The younger Uchiha was very dexterous. In addition, his eyes turned red, which means that the Sharingan went into action. Well, Sasuke, show me that you're not weak, Naruto chuckled. Standing next to him. Temari seemed to be worried about her brother. Or she just pretended. In any case, she looked at him very intently. In the meantime, the fight began to gain momentum. The Uchiha began using fire ninjutsu. True, the effect of them was weak. Gaara was completely hidden in a ball of sand, and the fire could not reach him. And all Sasuke's attempts to get closer failed, as spikes continually grew from the ball. Looking closer, Naruto noticed a small eye above the sand shield. That's it, thought the blonde. So this is how Gaara observes the enemy. Okay, Sasuke. Can you outsmart him? Meanwhile, the Uchiha seems to have noticed the sandy eye. Quickly folding several seals, he exhaled a voluminous, but very slowly flying fireball in his direction. After that, Sasuke lowered his hands down and bursts of electricity began to appear in them. Birdsong sounded in the arena. Chidori, Naruto learned, smiling. I wonder how long Sasuke has been practicing this technique. A month ago, Polygon number 4. I'm going to show you one very powerful technique today, Naruto, Kakashi said as the team once again gathered at the training ground. While Ino and Hinata were running a set of taijutsu exercises, their boyfriend was about to learn another elemental technique. I designed it myself. It is called Chidori and is very difficult to perform. Tell someone else about the difficulties, Naruto chuckled, looking at Sensei with the red Rinnegan. Okay, since you're sure of yourself, I'll show it to you. But I warn you, in order to succeed, you need. Will you show it to me or not? The Uzumaki exploded. He hated it when Kakashi played the old, long and hard training record. Okay, Hatake hastened to agree. He already knew that arguing with the blonde was dangerous. If not for life, then certainly for health. Sensei put his hand down and soon lightning sparkled in it. So, I think I understood the principle, Naruto muttered under his breath. It is both chakra control and form control. I'm still having problems with the second one, so I'll have to work hard. Yeah, I'll have to, Kakashi nodded in agreement. Okay, practice. I'll check out the Hokage for now. I still have to make a report. 2 hours later, Kakashi reappeared at the training ground and found Naruto sleeping peacefully there. Ino and Hinata pressed against him from both sides. The boy sensed a strange presence and opened his eyes. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, he smiled. See how I can. A second later, the range was filled with the singing of thousands of birds. Smiling at the memory, Naruto looked back at the arena. Sasuke did manage to break through the shield. True, the power of the Chidori was only enough for this, but the effect was achieved. Before Gaara could react, the brunette landed several punches to the face. The Kazekage's son's eyes sparkled, and Sasuke, sensing something was wrong, jumped back. Just in time, as Gaara seems to be starting to lose control of himself. At that moment, white feathers swirled over the stadium, and the audience began to fall asleep. It started, Naruto thought as he closed his seal of concentration. Kai. The genjutsu was taken from the boy before it even started to take effect. The blonde wanted to remove genjutsu from the entire stadium in this way, but the circulation system was still malfunctioning after the fight with Neji. However, several Konoha ninja, including Might Guy and Hatake Kakashi, managed to defend themselves against the genjutsu in time. On the podium, where the Hokage and Kazekage were, a fight began. In addition, the sounds of battle began to come from the direction of the walls surrounding Leaf. But Naruto was more concerned with what was happening in the middle of the arena. Gaara began to transform into a sand monster. That's the problem, Naruto thought. Gaara seems to be at odds with his Bijou. And that means if he loses control of himself, then I will definitely have to intervene. Despite the escalating fight, Naruto was not going to participate in it. All he wanted was to get to the lab and sit out the attack there with the girls and Itachi. However, things didn't go as he expected. Out of nowhere, Karen appeared on the arena. She looked terrible, and it looks like she got here with the last of her strength. Naruto. Kabuto attacked us. He gave Hinata to the shinobi from the cloud. The girl managed to shout before collapsing on the sand of the arena without strength. Damn it. But I believed you, Orochimaru-san, the blonde swore through his teeth, kneeling next to his sister. His hands glowed with a soft green light. Karen. Wake up, Karen. I'll help her. Sakura appeared next to her, who also managed to throw off her genjutsu. The girl seized the initiative and took over the treatment. Naruto, you have to save Hinata. Fine. How can you help Karen, please, find Ino, the guy finally shouted, switching to hermit mode. Hermit mode sensory abilities came in very handy. Naruto had no trouble finding Hinata, who was being carried by 2 cloud shinobi. They were covered by 8 more. The whole group had already managed to get out of the walls and was now moving at high speed towards the northern border. However, the hermit Uzumaki was much faster. "Are you far away?" Naruto asked in a cold tone as he landed in the shinobi's path. "Get out of the way, brat," said one of the cloud men, pulling a two-handed katana from behind his back. "And then so be it, will not touch you." "Oh really?" The Uzumaki grinned angrily. Sharply rushing towards the enemy, the guy knocked out the sword with his foot and with a sweep of it blew off the head of the cloudman. Naruto did not like to kill, but he could not forgive these people. They didn't just kidnap the owner of the Byakugan. These shinobi coveted part of his family. The future, of course, but it did not forgive them. "Oh, you, small," the rest of the shinobi also grabbed their weapons. But Naruto wasn't in the mood to play. A few swings, and 4 more mutilated corpses fell into the clearing. The rest tried to attack, but to no avail. The blonde easily parried all blows and pierced 2 opponents at once with a long blade. The remaining 3 he simply slashed with elongated claws. Picking up the unconscious Hinata, the guy hurried to escape from the scene of the fight. When Naruto arrived at the lab, Kurama, Ino, and Karen were already there. Both girls were a little battered, but intact. Naruto lowered Hinata onto the couch as the ground shook. "What is happening there?" he asked the girls. "Gaara started to turn into some kind of monster," Ino said. "Sasuke and Itachi ran after him." "Crap!" swore the guy. "Take care of Hinata and don't leave this place under any circumstances. Kurama, come with me. We'll have, after all, to save the village from the nutty Jinchuriki." "Let's go," the fox grinned happily, in anticipation of a great fight. Getting to the surface, Naruto immediately spotted a huge sand tanuki towering over the forest. "So Shikaku seems to have got his Jinchuriki under control," Kurama said. "Can you defeat him?" "Yes, one left," the fox grinned, taking his real form. Naruto jumped on his head and the 9 tails covered the distance to Shikaku in one jump. "Who do I see?" One tail roared. "Kyubi no Yoko in person. Decided to send his Jinchuriki to hell and join in the fun too? Unlike you, I don't have a Jinchuriki, Ichibi no Shikaku," Kurama replied proudly. "I have a master and a friend rolled into one." "Have you fallen so low?" Shikaku chuckled. "Just look, the strongest Biju will be put on a collar and the kids will be forced to ride on themselves. He is the heir of Rikudo, and worthy of being called my master," the fox grinned, preparing for battle. Naruto, meanwhile, found a small dot on Ichibi's head with his eyes. "Kurama, immobilize him for a while," he called to Fox. "I see Gaara. He is sleeping, but if he is awakened, Shikaku will lose control over him." "Understood." Kurama attacked the one tail with a swing and tried to pin him to the ground. However, the tanuki was agile and escaped from the attack of the fox in time. But one of Kurama's tails still reached the target and wrapped around Shikaku's paw. After a couple of seconds, the one tail threw it off him. But Kurama was already ready for a new attack. Didn't miss this time. The 2 Biju faced each other like 2 sumo wrestlers. The recluse Naruto pushed off the fox's head and jumped onto Shikaku's head. A couple of slaps did the trick, Gaara blinked and woke up. And Ichibi began to rapidly decrease. Kurama followed suit. "We all saw perfectly," Itachi said. He and Sasuke managed to get out of the place of the battle of 2 Bijus in time. Naruto was now tending to his brother's wounds. Still, the guy had medical experience, and what a one. In addition, the circulation system managed to fully recover. After quickly healing Sasuke's minor wounds, Naruto switched to Itachi, who had more serious injuries. Probably due to the fact that basically he had to restrain the enraged Jinchuriki. Gaara himself, by the way, was sitting a little to the side. He didn't need medical attention, but a good rest wouldn't hurt. I think that's it, Naruto said as he finished his treatment. Damn, I don't even know if we would have survived if you hadn't shown up, the older Uchiha said. At that moment, an explosion was heard from Konoha. That's right. The Hokage and Kazekage are fighting there. Itachi. The Uzumaki switched to commanding tone. Grab Sasuke and run to the shelter. Kurama, look after Gaara. I'll go help the Hokage. You are sure? The older Uchiha asked. Absolutely, Naruto nodded. Oh, well, nothing is done without my participation. When the blonde reached the scene of the battle between the Hokage and the Kazekage, he saw that the old man Sarutobi had to withstand the attacks of not one, but 4 opponents at once. These were the 4th Kazekage, Kabuto, and the 1st and 2nd Hokage. Naruto was surprised, but when he saw the control seals, he immediately understood where the Senju brothers came from. They were summoned with the help of Edo Tensei. Which means Orochimaru is somewhere around here too. Kabuto. The blonde shouted, breaking into the fray and diverting attention to himself. Where is your master? Oh Naruto, hi, Yakushi chuckled. I didn't expect you to intervene. Where's Orochimaru? Naruto repeated the question, throwing the 1st and 2nd Hokage away from him with the help of Shinra Tensei. Orochimaru? The Kazekage chuckled. This coward was afraid to attack Konoha. But fortunately, Kabuto-san was not so cowardly. He even brought me help. So Edo Tensei is the work of Kabuto, the Uzumaki stated. And Orochimaru-san is here, really, nothing to do with it. Naruto, we need to seal their souls, the wounded Sarutobi said. It's the only way. Not at all. I know how to dispel the technique, the guy answered. Distract the Kazekage, I can handle it. Alright, Naruto, the 3rd nodded, rushing into the fray again. Naruto also began to act. Having escaped Kabuto's triple attack and the summoned ones, he jumped 2 kunai, with seals tied to them, into the heads of the former Hokage. Control over technology was intercepted. The Uzumaki jumped back and began to quickly fold the hand seals. Rat, bull, monkey, tiger, dragon, boar. Edo Tensei, cancel. Much to Kabuto's annoyance, the cancellation worked. The 1st and 2nd Hokage began to dissolve. In their place were the corpses of Gekko Heiate and his Anbu girlfriend, Yugao Yuzuki. This is not the end Naruto, we'll meet again, Kabuto said viciously before disappearing. Naruto turned around. Enough time to see the 4th Kazekage impale his opponent with a golden sand sword. Note: Tanuki is a raccoon dog. Naruto was in solitary confinement at Root Base. He was brought here shortly after the sand mess ended. The cell was small with a single window through which food was sometimes brought in. Unless, of course, this burda could be called food. The blonde couldn't use the technique because he didn't have his own chakra left. Of course, it was possible to go into hermit mode or start using Kurama's chakra. But Naruto didn't risk it. Who knows, suddenly this chamber sucks these types of chakra. Over and over again, the guy went over in his head all his possible sins, trying to understand why he was put here. In the end, only one guess remained in my head. Danzo finally found a reason and decided to get his hands on the weapons of the village. Although, why does he need a reason now? The 3rd Hokage is dead, which means that the head of the root has a free hand. Some time ago, the scene of the fight between the Hokage and the Kazekage. Turning around, Naruto saw the 3rd Hokage being stabbed with a golden sword by his rival. The Kazekage, grinning contentedly, abruptly pulled his weapon out of the wound. Old Sarutobi collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut. From this sight, the guy began to become furious. Although he did not reveal all his secrets to the Hokage, but still, the third was also his friend. A powerful blow knocked the Kazekage off his feet. Naruto lost his temper and the man-beast balance began to shift. Slowly but surely, the guy began to turn into a fox. What the hell? The Kazekage had time to think before a clawed paw hit him in the chest. The golden sand managed to protect its owner, but the man overturned again from the force of the blow. And Naruto seemed to have completely lost his temper and began to let out the rest of his tales. The Kazekage turned pale. He knew well what the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki were capable of. He just didn't expect it to be this guy. From certain death, the head of the sand was saved by several ANBU fighters who appeared nearby, who immediately used some technique on the Jinchuriki that suppressed his chakra. Soon, a blonde-haired boy lay unconscious in front of them. Kazekage-sama, one of the Anbushniks said. "Our host, Danzo-san, wants to talk to you. Please come with us." Glancing at the fighters of the special forces bristling with weapons, the Kazekage was forced to accept such a kind invitation. The gloomy thoughts were interrupted by the ANBU fighter who entered the cell. This is the third time Root's team of scientists have attempted to extract the Nine Tails from the Uzumaki. It's just that they couldn't do it. Everyone wondered why, and Naruto himself thought about how difficult it is to pull out what is not. Although he was drugged with sleeping pills, the guy was conscious. These drugs were up to one place for him, because he tested all his own developments, first of all, on himself. And the effects of them were much stronger than Root's chemicals. Danzo-sama, one of the scientists, bowed to the owner. "Unfortunately, extraction is not possible." "Why?" asked the head of the Root, looking intently at the subordinate. "The nine-tailed fox is not in the body of the object," the scientist explained. "What? How is it? No. We don't know for sure yet. But I can say with confidence, the fox has already been extracted from the Jinchuriki." "That's right," Danzo thought. "Okay, free." When the scientist left the office, the head of the Root thought. Was that why Sarutobi didn't want to give the boy away? Did he know that Jinchuriki were no longer Jinchuriki? Who could extract the Kyuubi? Stop. But he turned into a fox. That is, the boy is still a Jinchuriki? How is this incomprehensible? And the only one who can answer this question is Uzumaki himself. But he won't talk, that's for sure. On the other hand, if he is still not Jinchuriki, then it will be possible to safely hang all the dogs on the guy. Judging by the words of the Kazekage, the boy is familiar with Orochimaru, which means it will be easy to manipulate the facts. Expose everything as an attack by disguised sounders. Naruto himself can be declared a traitor and accused of killing the Hokage and attempting to assassinate the Kazekage. Of course, there will be those who will not believe in his guilt. Soon, the assumptions of scientists were confirmed. Naruto really wasn't a Jinchuriki anymore. And in whom the Nine Tails is now sealed, he stubbornly did not admit. Even under the influence of the truth serum, he didn't say anything that would interest Danzo. Now the guy was once again stuffed with chemicals and pulled out for interrogation. "Who is the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki now?" the Root fighter asked loudly. "No one," the bound Naruto answered weakly. "In whom is the Nine Tails sealed?" "None." "Where is he now?" "Who?" "Kyuubi no Yoko." "I don't know anyone by that name." "Nine-tailed fox." "Where is he now?" "Right under your nose." This was the spirit of the entire interrogation. Danzo marveled at the guy's endurance. They beat him, tried to torture him, but he invariably repeated the same thing. None of the truth serums worked properly. Instead of untying the Uzumaki's tongue, all the drugs put him into a sleepy state, in which he practically did not react to external stimuli. Danzo admitted to himself that the guy would make a good fighter. Unfortunately, it was useless to try to brainwash him now. The fourth Kazekage was at a loss. His failed plan took on a slightly different tone when he ended up in Danzo Shimura's office. The head of the root offered him a deal. All captured Suna shinobi will be executed, but they will be passed off as sound shinobi. Thus, all suspicions will be diverted from the village of Sand. In addition, the Kazekage must fully confirm Danzo's story of exactly how the Hokage's death happened. In fact, this old man was giving the head of Sunagakure a royal gift. Turned a loss into a draw. Of course, almost 36 strong shinobi had to be sacrificed, including Temari and Kankuro. Gaara disappeared during the attack and has yet to be found. But the head of the Sand was frankly spitting on his children. The Kazekage has always been a shinobi first and a human last. Naruto was exhausted. The body rebelled without chakra, and the chemicals began their harmful effects. When it was already completely unbearable, the guy switched to hermit mode. The camera suppressed the chakra of the bijou just as well as the usual one. True, Naruto did not dare to use the senchakra for too long, since at any moment they could come for him and take him back for interrogation. Or to the lab. Or somewhere else. Naruto didn't know how long he had been here. A week? 2 months? Maybe even a year? The guy did not know that in fact, not even 3 days had passed. 3 days have passed since the funeral of the third Hokage. Mourning was declared throughout the village. However, he was not an obstacle to the public execution of the attackers. 27 ninja, forcibly disguised as sound shinobi, were taken to the square in front of the Hokage's palace. Together with them was Naruto, who was declared a traitor to the village. The execution has begun. Each shinobi was accused of all imaginable and unimaginable sins. Naruto didn't listen to Danzo's speech. He just counted the number of deaths. That's before his turn left 24. Now 10. Already 5 shinobi. Only Naruto and the 2 children of the Kazekage were left alive. They were left for last. 25 decapitated corpses were already lying next to them. Kankuro and Temari, as well as their blonde comrade in misfortune, were silent. They have already accepted that they will die today. Naruto's head was next on the chopping block. The blonde finally looked around the area, but did not notice any of his friends. At least they won't see me die, the boy thought as a wide blade rose above his head. But the executioner did not have time to do his job, as he was enveloped in sand. A red-haired guy with a furious look appeared out of nowhere next to him. Sand coffin. The body of the executioner was crushed, and a bloody rain poured onto the square. Before the shinobi standing around the perimeter had time to react, Naruto, Temari and Kankuro were picked up by a huge sandy paw. And from the other end of the square, a gigantic 9-tailed fox appeared, preparing bomb bijou in front of its mouth. A red-haired girl with glasses stood on his head. Fire! She called loudly. A bright flash was the last thing Naruto remembered. When Naruto came to, he found himself lying on the couch in his own laboratory. And next to him are Karen, Gaara and Kurama. Thank God, I woke up, Fox said with relief in his voice. If you knew how we suffered. What happened? The blonde said in a hoarse voice, trying to get up from his seat. How did I get here? What is Gaara doing here? Where are Ino and Hinata? Hush, brother. Karen stopped him and put him back. We'll tell you everything, just don't move. Your body began to methodically break down from the use of some chemicals. Ino and Hinata will show up soon. The girls are preparing medicine for you, but some of the ingredients are missing, so they went to buy them. How much time has passed? Naruto asked. Damn, my throat is dry. Here, Gaara handed him a glass of water, which the blonde immediately drained. Now it will be better, said the Uzumaki. And now let's tell you what happened here, and how long I was in the clutches of Danzo. It's been 4 days since the attack, Gaara replied. The execution was yesterday. When it turned out that the third died in battle, you were declared guilty of his death, Karen began the story. The day after Sarutobi's death. Konoha Main Square. Almost the entire population of Konoha gathered in the square in front of the Hokage's residence. Including Ino, Hinata, Karen and Itachi. Kurama and Gaara wisely decided not to stick their head out of the bunker. Today we have gathered here to honor the memory of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Danzo began his speech. The elders, with the support of the daimyo, appointed him interim Hokage. The Jonin Council has not yet supported the candidacy, but, in fact, Danzo has already become the head of the village. Where is Naruto? Karen whispered to the girls in front of them. I don't know, Ino replied in a whisper. Naruto-kun didn't show up at all after yesterday's attack, Hinata added. We thought you knew where he was. No, the Uzumaki shook her head. Neither I nor Kurama nor Gaara know where Naruto is now. Hush, girls, Itachi approached the company. Listen to what Danzo says. Maybe he'll mention Naruto as well. The Uchiha looked into the water. Shortly after the obituary, the interim Hokage moved on to an accusatory speech. Shinobi from the village of Sound are guilty of the death of this great man and several other worthy Konoha people. They treacherously attacked Konoha under the guise of representatives of the village of Sand. Most of the attackers were taken prisoner. Their guilt has been proven. The execution will take place the day after tomorrow at sunset. Unfortunately, they did not act alone. They were assisted by a man from Konoha. You all know him. This is Uzumaki Naruto. What? The girls almost screamed. In addition to them, several other people stood as if struck by thunder. Kakashi, Iruka, Guy, Asuma, the whole Uchiha family, Old Man Tuchi, no one could believe that Naruto was a traitor. Danzo, meanwhile, continued his speech. But Ino, Hinata and Karen were no longer in the square. It wasn't hard to guess that you two were going to be executed, Gaara continued as Karen paused to catch her breath. Naturally, none of us wanted such a development of events. In short, we prepared a plan and kidnapped you from under Danzo's nose during the execution. Well, my brother and sister as well. By the way, where are they? Naruto asked. They're at the Uchihas for now, Karen replied. Fugaku-san and Mikoto-san don't mind. They still have not forgotten who was behind the attack on their clan, and therefore they want to harm Danzo as much as possible. We decided it would be a bit unwise to bring them here, Kurama added. Although we saved them, there is no guarantee that they will not turn against us. Here's another question before I forget, the blonde said. How did Gaara get here? I brought him here, said the fox. After you went to help the Hokage, we discussed several issues with him and his bijou. Immediately after the fight with Shikaku, a forest on the outskirts of Konoha. Naruto defeated me, Gaara said. But he didn't. Why? He doesn't like to kill too much, the fox sitting next to him grinned. Naruto only kills when enraged. And there is only one way to do this. What? We need to hurt his family or friends, Kurama said. If you somehow harmed his friends, girls or sister, then do not expect mercy. I'm afraid to imagine what he did to those who kidnapped Hinata. People from the cloud, the son of the Kazekage understood. They wanted to get the Byakugan. Here you are, Liz nodded. I do not envy those who took it. When Naruto brought her to the hideout, she was covered in blood. I heard he's hated too, Gaara said. How is it that he has friends? Naruto knows how to see how people treat him, Fox replied. If you look closely, not everyone looks at you the same way. Naruto found those whose eyes do not show hatred and cold when they look at him. Damn, I must have completely confused you. No, I think I understand, the red-haired Jinchuriki said. His look is different from others. He didn't look at me with fear like the others. Naruto looked at me warmly. As for a friend. That's what I meant, Kurama nodded. He knew you were a Jinchuriki too. It's just that you're a little out of tune with your bijou. Is he okay? Asked Sun Kazekage. Yes, Liz smiled. After all, his bijou is me. For the first time in the whole conversation, Gaara looked in the direction of his interlocutor. There was disbelief in his eyes. Don't lie to me, said the guy. Bijou and Jinchuriki are inseparable. You are just a draft animal. And now you're trying to screw my brains out. Oh, how? Kurama grinned. What if I do that? The fox rapidly increased in size and grew 8 more tails. The Kyubi no Yoko now stood in front of Gaara in all its glory. True, his height did not exceed the height of the forest, so as not to attract attention. You still don't believe me? Growled the gigantic fox. Gaara was silent. Surprise and envy were red in his eyes. Naruto managed to make friends with you, the guy said in an offended tone. Why can't I befriend Shikaku? Who said it's impossible? Answered Kurama's question with a question, decreasing in size again. Maybe worth a try first? Maybe, Gaara agreed. At that moment, from the direction of Konoha, they heard the sound of an explosion. In that case, let's get out of here, the fox suggested. Let's continue the conversation in a place where no one will interfere with us. Then we came here, Gaara finished. He and Kurama took turns retelling the conversation. Conversation with Shikaku, I will not tell you yet. It's a little personal, and he probably won't interest you either. Kurama introduced me to Karen, Ino, and Hinata. Then the whole mess started. How did it all end there, on the square? Naruto asked, who had just thought of the question. When Gaara-kun freed you, Temari, and Kankuro, he placed seals on you, his sister told him. Remember, you gave them to us? Seals of displacement, the blonde realized. At one time, he ruined a lot of time, trying to put in a paper print the necessary formula and amount of chakra for applying this or that technique. The experience turned out to be successful. Several transfer seals leading to the bunker still lay on the lab bench. When you were transferred to the bunker, Kurama waved a beam towards Danzo. True, the old man turned out to be quicker than it seemed, and managed to get away from the blow, Karen continued. But he'll have to rebuild the Hokage's residence. No, but all the problems for the old man Danzo, the fox grinned. Soon Ino, Hinata, and Itachi appeared in the laboratory. The girls brought the necessary reagents with them, and in 5 minutes they prepared a restorative composition for their beloved. After the medicine began to take effect, Naruto fell asleep. He needed to regain his strength. The rest, meanwhile, gathered for a small council of war. So we saved Naruto, but he can't stay here, Gaara said. If this place is found, it will be in great danger. By the way, so are you. I thought about it, Karen said. I think we should head north to Sound Village. Orochimaru-san won't refuse to take Naruto in. What about you? Itachi asked. With you and Gaara? Well, I hope that if there is a place for Naruto, then there is a place for me, the girl smiled sadly. If not, then I will settle in one of the towns in the neighborhood so that I can see my brother at least sometimes. I'm seeing Naruto off, Gaara said. And then? Don't know. I will also settle somewhere, away from the countries of wind and fire. Maybe I'll go to the land of lightning. They say that there the Jinchuriki are treated a little differently than everywhere else. I'll take my brother and sister with me if they don't mind. Still, their gazes are warmer than others. And we? Ino suddenly spoke up. We'd like to go with Naruto-kun, Hinata added. Not the best idea, the red-haired Jinchuriki objected. You have families that you can't just leave. In addition, you, unlike us, are not criminals and you do not need to run headlong after Naruto. How is this unnecessary? Yamanaka was outraged. We love Naruto-kun. Perhaps, Gaara shrugged. But I would not recommend you to spoil your life. Now you are still too small. I understand that you are shinobi and all, but it's too early for you to think about marriage and other related things. Besides, you will make Naruto's life much more difficult. That is? Both Kunoichi were surprised at the same time. If you leave the village and now after him, then he will have to take care of you. Itachi caught the essence of Gaara's words and continued for him. Although you are quite capable of standing up for yourself, nevertheless, you are girls, and he is a guy, and therefore a gentleman. Do you think he will let you tense up? In addition, he will constantly be tormented by doubts. Did he do the right thing by dragging you along with him? Ino and Hinata looked at each other. They got the point, but still they didn't want to accept the fact. She did not want to part with her beloved girls. When Naruto woke up, Gaara first told him about the conversation. Uzumaki fully supported Karen's idea and immediately got ready to go. He left the bunker to his girlfriends, promising that he would definitely return for them. After these words, Ino and Hinata felt better. They both knew that Naruto always kept his promises. Meanwhile, Gaara visited the Uchiha family and painted his sister and brother all the bleak prospects. Kankuro and Temari, of course, did not refuse to go after their brother. A few hours later, 5 shinobi and foxes were already moving north towards the Valley of the End. Behind it began the territory of the country of rice fields, in which, in fact, the Sound Village was located. There began a new life for Naruto and his friends. Orochimaru gladly agreed to accept everyone. As time went, everyone began to gradually forget about the attack, as well as about the blonde boy who had once been accused of killing the third Hokage. Only 4 people remembered him, who gathered almost every day in the old laboratory. Ino, Hinata, Itachi, and Jiraiya. They were all waiting for the irrepressible blonde to return. Their personal son, which warmed and did not let you get bored. Danzo, who was still caught by Kurama's beam, was out of action, so Konoha had to urgently look for a new Hokage. They became Senju Tsunade, who returned to the village in order to honor the memory of her teacher. The nomination was perfect. One of the legendary Sannin, a strong Kunoichi, an excellent Irionin. When the Hokage's residence and the square in front of it were restored, Tsunade officially became the 5th Hokage. Danzo tore and threw, but could not do anything. He managed to get out after a tangential hit with a terrifying technique, but as a shinobi he was already bankrupt, unlike the same Tsunade. 3 years have passed. Ino and Hinata managed to pass the exams and get the title of Chunin, and later Jonin. Now the Yamanaka Hyuga Uchiha team, which other shinobi called the Uzumaki Trio, was the best in the village. And when a gang of renegade shinobi appeared at the northern borders of the Land of Fire, it was these 3 that Tsunade sent on a mission. Did you call, Tsunade-sama? Hinata asked the usual question as she, Ino, and Itachi arrived at the Hokage's office. Their team was the best and they did not complete tasks lower than rank A. The track record was very, very unusual. If Itachi still had D-rank missions in it, then the girls all started with 15 orphan C-level tasks. Then there were 83 B-rank tasks. And almost 400 A-level missions. Another 3 dozen S-rank tasks only ennobled the team's statistics. The Uzumaki Trio, as other shinobi called them behind their backs. None of the trio objected. All 3 of them knew full well that they owe their success to Naruto's brutal training. I have a task for you, Tsunade said. When she became the 5th Hokage, it was this trinity that became her mainstay. On the personal recommendation of Jiraiya, in the very first days of her reign, she sent Ino and Hinata on a rank B mission, while arguing with a toad hermit how quickly they would fail the task. To her great surprise, the girls showed up the very next day with detailed reports on their mission. And Tsunade had to kiss Jiraiya like a loser. Memories of that kiss would resurface every time the Uzumaki trio showed up in the office. And with each time, Tsunade thought about how she could lose such an argument again. "What's the task?" Ino said, seeing that their teacher was in the clouds. After Tsunade became Hokage, she decided, among other things, to teach those who wish her medical skills. There were few of them. Or rather, only 3. Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, and Hyuga Hinata. If things were a little worse from the first, then the Naruto girls absorbed knowledge like sponges, becoming first-class Irionin in just a couple of months. Which, in general, is not surprising. The girls already had extensive experience with various medications. And when Ino and Hinata showed the recipes and chemical samples to Naruto, Tsunade was shocked. The newly minted Hokage did not even believe at first that these medicines could be effective. But after all this wealth was tested in practice, Tsunade abruptly changed her mind about Uzumaki. If until now she had entertained the possibility that Naruto could be the third's killer, now she was absolutely sure of his innocence. Well, the dangerous killer could not leave Konoha such a gift. Moreover, several people spoke in his defense, to whose opinion the fifth listened. A large group of shinobi without protectors has appeared at the northern borders, Tsunade began, brought out of her thoughts by Ino's question. Local residents complain about the attacks from their side. The group dug in the old border fortress. The rest of the information is here. Enemies are numerous and very dangerous, so the task is assigned an S rank. Also, remember to be careful. Still, near the border. Task? Itachi asked lazily as he took the scroll. Do what you want, but that these bandits in the country of fire were no more. The trio of shinobi looked at each other with a smile of anticipation. This usually appeared on Naruto's face when he once again took on his own DNA. Will do, Hokage-sama, the 3 of them bowed before leaving the office. Meanwhile, near the border with the Land of Sound, the group of shinobi moved at high speed towards the southwestern border. According to intelligence, Waterfall decided to arrange a diversion, in the territory of the Land of Fire, under the guise of an Otogekure shinobi. Naturally, the Sound was not going to put up with this situation, and Orochimaru sent his best squad for this task. 3 shinobi in red cloaks with a sign in the form of a note on their backs flew at full speed towards the border. The hoods hid their faces, but none of the Oto no Kuni units they encountered even thought to detain them. Everyone knew perfectly well that this was the elite. Most of the way, all 3 did in silence. Only on the approaches to the border did one of them raise his voice. We are approaching the border with fire, the shinobi spoke in a young voice, apparently the leader of the group. Under his cloak, a powerful physique was guessed, and a huge sword hung behind his back. I remind you of the task, we must destroy the Takigakure sabotage squad, who are doing nasty things, pretending to be us. It is advisable to kill everyone before the Leaf Shinobi arrive. What if we don't make it? Asked a female voice from under the second hood. Do not engage in a fight with the Konokovites, the commander answered. Orochimaru-san wishes to conclude a peace treaty with Leaf. Moreover, his old girlfriend is now in charge there. What about the opponents? The third voice was also female, only it sounded a little younger. Sunglasses peeped out from under the hood. If interesting specimens come across, I will mark them, the group leader grinned. However, you don't have to keep them alive. They will fit in the dead form. When did you become so bloodthirsty? Asked the girl with glasses. These are enemies, and there is no other way with them, the guy answered. Oto no Kuni has become my home. And for my home and for my family, I will tear anyone to pieces. The kunoichi looked at each other. There were smiles for a moment under the hoods. After that, the team rushed forward at double speed. I wonder who brought to us this time? Itachi spoke as the group moved at high speed towards the northern borders. This place is close to the border with Waterfall Country, Hinata remarked. Which means our targets are most likely from Takigakure. Waterfall again, Ino muttered displeasedly. And why don't they sit at home? They're having a full-blown war with Otogakure right now, the Uchiha said. They are unhappy that the country of sound has come close to them. Land of Sound? Hyuga asked. That's the name of the territory of the former country of rice fields and its neighboring state now, Itachi explained. I don't even remember what it was called. It turns out that these are either deserters or a sabotage squad, suggested Ino. If they're from the waterfall, of course, Hinata corrected. It's possible they came from somewhere else. It's just that the borders of Taki no Kuni are nearby. Shinobi without protectors, Itachi reminded him. So, they can be from anywhere, including a mixed company. That's true, too, the girls agreed. For a while, the group moved in silence. Land of Sound, Hinata said suddenly. Naruto-kun must be in there somewhere. Yes, Ino nodded in agreement. I wonder how he is there. A group of sound men had crossed the border and were now advancing rapidly towards the old fort of List. All three were in the mood for a good fight. On the approach to the fortress, one of the kunoichi folded the seals, and a huge wind arc simply demolished the gate. The walls also slanted strongly, the guard standing on them, without having time to react, fell into the courtyard. Nihilo, said the commander, taking out the blade from behind his back. Nevertheless, wind techniques are given to you even better than to me. You're a generalist, the kunoichi said as if apologetically. Right, the guy nodded. It's a pity, but you can't be a professional in everything at once. Okay, talk to hell. Forward. All three immediately rushed inside. In the courtyard, about 4 dozen opponents were already waiting for them. The boy looked at them quickly with reddened eyes. Nothing interesting. Everyone at the expense. He commanded. Their hoods fell back, revealing all 3 of them with red hair. The next moment, the massacre began. When the List group reached the place, a fierce battle was already in full swing. The shinobi who settled in the fortress fought against 3 people with Otogakure symbols. Ino, Itachi and Hinata decided not to interfere. Judging by the number of corpses, the Sounders were very strong, and the Konokovites did not want to get under a hot hand. In addition, it is unknown if these shinobi can be considered friends. Meanwhile, the 3 sound men were already finishing the fight. Their bright red cloaks were clearly visible from afar. Hinata, who was trying to see faces with her Byakugan, suddenly recognized one of the attackers. It's Karen. Karen? Ino didn't believe it. Naruto's sister? Yes, her friend nodded. But I don't know the other girl. And the guy? Itachi asked. He's moving too fast, I can't see his face, Hinata replied regretfully. Since Karen is there, then maybe we'll go out to them? Ino suggested. Let's ask about Naruto. Moreover, they fulfilled our mission for us. And they deserve to be thanked. And at the same time find out what kind of shinobi they were, Itachi added. Okay, let's go. Meanwhile, the sound guys finished off the rest. As Ino, Hinata, and Itachi stepped out into the open, the 3 of them turned around sharply. But as soon as the commander saw the arrivals, he smiled and lowered his blade. I knew that Tsunadeheim would send you, he said. Blood-red eyes with a dot instead of a pupil and concentric circles. 6 stripes on the cheeks. Protector of sound, tying up long red hair. The last fact somewhat confused Itachi, but the girls immediately recognized this person. Naruto? Is that really you? The red-haired boy looked at Ino and Hinata with a smile. The girls, in turn, devoured the eyes of their beloved. He was taller, more muscular, his red hair falling in a long mane to his shoulders. At first glance, you don't recognize it. But it is worth looking at his face to understand who is standing in front of them. 6 stripes on the cheeks. Blood-red eyes that turned blue when looking at his friends. Kind smile. Uzumaki Naruto himself. In this setting, Itachi's question sounded somewhat childish. Naruto? Is that really you? Does my hair color bother you so much, Itachi? With a grin, the former blonde asked in response. The girls behind him looked at each other and went inside the watchtower, as if not wanting to interfere. Naruto-kun. Ino and Hinata from different directions jumped on the guy. Where have you been? Hush, hush, girls, the Uzumaki tried to calm them down. I'll tell you everything. But let's not now. I haven't finished my work yet. When both kunoichi dismounted, Naruto walked out into the center of the courtyard, the entire space of which was littered with corpses. Taking out a bottle with some red liquid from his bosom, the guy with a quick movement depicted a symbol on the ground in the form of a triangle inscribed in a circle. In the center of the symbol, Naruto stuck his huge sword. Quickly putting together several seals, the former blonde muttered under his breath. The ritual of Jashin. Absorption of life. Red thread stretched from the corpses towards the sword. The bodies began to dry up rapidly and crumble to dust. When the ritual was completed, only handfuls of ashes and dried pools of blood remained in the courtyard. What was it? Itachi asked. One special technique, Naruto replied. At that moment, from somewhere behind, 2 girls emerged, accompanying the former blonde. Empty, Karen reported. I checked the upper floors. No documents or orders. I found a letter with instructions, said the second girl. Her long red hair was divided into 9 strands, although there were no pins or anything like that. For Orochimaru-sama, this will be a bargaining chip in negotiations with fire. That's just fine, Naruto ran his eyes over the text. Just great. And you, excuse me, who? Itachi asked. I know Karen, but you? My name is Kushina Uzumaki, the kunoichi smiled. I'm Naruto's mom, as you probably guessed. What? Itachi, Ino and Hinata's jaws collapsed in unison. Karen, Kushina, and Naruto burst into loud laughter. Tell me, the Uchiha demanded. Both teams left the old fort and settled on the banks of a small stream, which, in addition, served as a landmark for the border. The other shore belonged to the territory that became part of the country of the Sound. Now the girls, under the command of Kushina, were cooking the fish caught by Naruto, and the guys had the opportunity to chat. What to tell? Naruto asked. Be more specific, Itachi, there's so much I can say, enough for a week. How did your mother end up alive? The brunette explained. Oh, is it? The guy chuckled. This is a modified version of Edo Tensei. Orochimaru-san and I spent a year and a half researching. But now, I can say with confidence that we will be able to resurrect almost any person, except for special cases. For example? Itachi asked the next question. My father's soul has the seal of the god of death, and it's impossible to summon him, Naruto replied with a sigh. To my great happiness, my mother did not have such a thing. Although, I must admit, we wasted a lot of time trying to get her DNA. Why did you need it? In the perfect Edo Tensei, just like in the normal version, DNA is used to give the necessary form to the body of the summoned, the former blonde began to explain. How we got it, I will not tell. It's too long and uninteresting. The main thing is that we redid the ritual. Before, he demanded a sacrifice. Now only vital energy is required. The more you invest, the better the call will be. The energy of about 200 people was invested in my mother. In Kururu-san, Gaara's mother, whom we, by the way, also resurrected, about 150. How many people have you killed? Itachi jumped up. From Oak collapsed? Naruto retorted indignantly. No. I pumped out energy a little bit. I just spent an amount of energy on the resurrection, which is equivalent to so many victims. The ritual I did is a recent development. We were helped by Orochimaru's partner from Akatsuki, a certain Haiden. The swearer is terrible, but it was he who told us about the Jashin ritual. These people had to die anyway, so it was a sin not to use their life energy. What I pumped out of those shinobi is a very large supply, and it will be enough for a quality resurrection. Of course, the energy there will be 4 times less than that of my mother, but, nevertheless, it will not be easy to kill the called one. That is? The Uchiha didn't understand. Well, for example, if you pierce a summoned with a sword into which more than 5 dozen people have invested their life energy, the wound will heal as soon as you pull out the blade, Naruto explained. My mom's even faster. She is a superhuman. In some ways, she's even stronger than me. I understand that, Itachi nodded, looking towards the girls who were discussing something with Kushina. Besides, I took care of the chakra that fills her body, the guy added. It's a mixture of my chakra, her own, and Kurama's chakra. Wait, where did you get her chakra? The Uchiha was surprised. Naruto pointed to his stomach. The remains of the seal of the god of death. When creating it, the father put into the seal part of his chakra and part of the mother's chakra. Understood, Itachi stated. And at the same time it is not clear. It is called by technology. Does this mean that you can command her? As a group leader, I certainly can, the former blonde grinned. But no more than that, she's not a zombie stupidly following orders. Perfect Edo Tensei is the opposite of the original technique. We call on the soul of a person and settle it in a pre-prepared and animated body. In fact, it's like reincarnation. You can kill the resurrected again, but it's very difficult, because they have too much life energy. All in all, don't beat yourself up. The supper is ready. Loudly called the guys Kushina. Let's go, Naruto replied with a laugh. So what was your task? Itachi asked when everyone had eaten. The fried fish prepared by Naruto's mother was extremely tasty. Kushina herself has so far competed with her son in eating instant ramen. So far with the same result. Well, as you know, we are currently at war with the Taki no Kuni, Naruto said, looking up from his noodles. Those shinobi were a sabotage squad that was supposed to compromise the sound. Our job was to get them out of the way. And what did you not share with the waterfall at all? Ino asked. Firstly, the territory, Karen answered this question, since Naruto had already filled his mouth. And secondly, they are terribly unhappy that Fu ran away from them to us. Who? Not understood blonde. Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, Kushina said as she finished her last batch of noodles. Count 1210, Naruto chuckled. 1110. His mother was outraged. Her hair flew into the air, splitting into 9 strands. Then we just ran out of ramen and so you got 1 serving more. Okay, let it be 11, the red-haired boy shrugged, stuffing his mouth again. Like little children, honestly, Karen shook her head. Well, Fu was treated even worse in Takigakure than Naruto. In short, at one point she just ran away. Naruto, when he was on a mission, crossed paths with her. Well, how Naruto knows how to find a common language with people, you know very well without me. Now Fu is also a shinobi of sound. By the way, about Jinchuriki, Hinata suddenly remembered. How is Gar doing? He's doing well, Naruto chuckled, glancing towards Karen. Learns the meaning of his tattoo with the help of my sister. That's how I knew that you would betray, Karen sighed. Well, we like each other, so what? So Haiden can take care of Taiyuya. Kankuro wedges to Fu can be knocked out. Can't I talk to Garakuen anymore? Why is it impossible? The guy was surprised. Of course it is possible. Just be careful, though. Well, Nakuen, Ino pouted. Everyone has love, and Hinata and I only know that we are waiting for you. Nothing, Naruto smiled. Here Sound will sign a peace treaty with Leaf, and I will settle in Konoha again, as an ambassador and right hand of Orochimaru-san. Can you wait? Where are we going, Nakuen? Hinata agreed with a laugh. The night passed quietly. Naruto, Hinata and Ino slept as a threesome, which caused a series of ridicule from Itachi the next day. True, when his gaze stumbled upon Kushina, the jokes ended abruptly. Her hair flew up into the air again in 9 strands. It was only now that the Uchiha remembered that Kushina was actually a Jinchuriki too, and she had access to the Nine-Tails chakra. In short, Itachi wisely chose to remain silent. Before parting ways, Naruto took out a small scroll from his cloak. Here, the guy handed it to the brunette. Give this to Tsunade. If she agrees with what is written there, then let her activate the seal enclosed in the scroll. Okay, Itachi said. But what is there? A proposal for negotiations between Fire and Sound, the former blonde explained. At first I wanted to deliver it myself, but it will be even better. Sure, the Uchiha nodded. Ino, Hinata, don't be bored. Naruto kissed the girls goodbye, and a minute later the Uzumaki family was out of sight. Mission failed, Hokage-sama, Itachi reported a couple of days later. Like this? Fifth jumped up. When we arrived at the place, we found that those bandits were no longer alive, the Uchiha said, hiding his smile. I scared you, you bastard, Tsunade sighed in relief. And who interrupted them, if not you? 3 shinobi from Otogakure, Itachi replied. Fifth immediately tensed up. Did they cross the border? Have you detained them? Well, actually, they were very familiar to us, the Uchiha said guiltily. By the way, you have a message from the head of the Sound Village. Orochimaru sends his regards to me? Tsunade chuckled. And where is this message? Here, Itachi pulled a tight scroll from his backpack. Okay, I'll take a look, and you're free. And don't scare me like that anymore. The woman shook her finger at the pleased Uchiha and unfolded the scroll. Dear Tsunade, heard you became Hokage. A very good achievement. Of the 3 of us, only Ji-chan was left without his own village. Okay, this is personal. I have a proposal for an alliance between the villages of Sound and Leaf. If you wish to hear it, then use the seal attached to the scroll within a day from the moment the scroll was unrolled. This will be a signal, and I will send my man to negotiate with you. He will explain all the benefits of a peace treaty between our villages. Have a nice day. Head of Otogakure, Orochimaru. So, the world, the 5th grinned, picking up the seal attached to the scroll. All right, Oroki-kun. I hope you don't do something bad to me. Pouring chakra into the seal, Tsunade carefully looked at the effect. Another smaller scroll appeared in her hand. Inside were a few words. The Otogakure ambassador will arrive within 3 days with 2 escort shinobi. Wait. 3 days later, 3 shinobi appeared at the entrance to Konoha, wearing bright red cloaks. Judging by the badge on their backs, they were from Sound Village. Give your names and purpose of coming to the Hidden Leaf Village, Kotetsu, one of Konoha's 2 eternal gatekeepers, habitually mumbled. Ambassador Otogakure, one of the shinobi stepped forward. Arrived to sign a peace treaty between Leaf and Sound. These 2 are my guards. Otogakure, the 2nd gatekeeper, Izumo, grimaced in displeasure. Really, you have the audacity to come here, after what you arranged 3 years ago. 3 years ago? The shinobi asked coldly. About this need to speak with Kazekage. Sound did not take part in the attack on your village. Well, yes, of course, and now you are denying it, Kotetsu blurted out angrily. We can continue the discussion forever, said the ambassador. But we have business with Tsunade. So please don't delay us. Say your names, Izumo repeated. I need to know who to write passes for. It's not necessary, the shinobi said. We came here only for the purpose of negotiations and will leave the village as soon as they are over. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi walked up to the gate. Ah, I see the ambassadors from Otogakure have already arrived, said the brunette. I'll escort them to the Hokage. What about passes? Izumo howled. After all, then they will remove our heads from us if something turns out to be wrong. They won't, Itachi chuckled. I ask respected Oto shinobi to follow me. The three sound men walked past the two gatekeepers and followed the Uchiha towards the Hokage's residence. And Konoha hasn't changed much, Naruto remarked from under his hood. Tell me, Naruto, the Uchiha turned to him. Was it necessary to arrange this performance at the gate? They would name names and go quickly. Think with your head, Itachi, Karen protested. If we had named our names, then they would not have left a living place from us. That's right, too, the brunette agreed. At that moment, the company was passing by Ichiraku. Naruto and Kushina swallowed at the same time, smelling the fragrant smell. Damn it, Karen swore. Business first, then ramen. Yes, of course, little sister, the ambassador came to his senses. You are right, as always. Come in, Tsunade replied when there was a knock on the door. Shikaku Nara and Fugaku Uchiha were already in the office besides her. These two shinobi became the unofficial elders of Konoha. The official ones, Hamura and Koharu, actually did not decide anything, but it was not possible to simply remove them from their post. The embassy from Otogakure has arrived, Itachi reported, letting the three Uzumaki go ahead. Good afternoon Tsunade-heim, Fugaku-san, Shikaku-san, Naruto bowed, his face still hidden by the hood. It's good to see the head of Konoha and her, elders in good health. To hell with scraping, Tsunade immediately suggested. I've heard plenty of this muck from others. I'm personally interested in who hit my old friend in the head so hard that he suddenly decided to sign a peace treaty with Konoha. To the devil, the ambassador agreed. Orochimaru-san wants to secure the southern borders of Sound Country. As you know, Oto no Kuni is now at war with Taki no Kuni. And the waterfall, not at all embarrassed by this, wants to push Sound and Fire with their foreheads. The recent sabotage in the northern border zone is proof of this. Where does this information come from? Shikaku asked. Our squad has cleared the area, Naruto explained. We managed to get some documents that we would like to give you. With these words, the boy took out a small folder from the inside pocket of his cloak, which he placed on the Hokage's desk. Tsunade immediately picked it up and ran her eyes over the text. Meanwhile, Fugaku and Shikaku struggled to figure out who was standing in front of them. All three seemed vaguely familiar. Naruto, following the gaze of the elders, slapped his forehead. I'm sorry, I seem to have completely forgotten about manners, the guy said, throwing off his hood. We didn't introduce ourselves. What for? Tsunade asked without looking up from her folder. I already know you're Naruto. I already guessed. I'm not interested in the personalities of your guards. That's how? The former blonde chuckled. Well, after all, the rules of decency require. So my name is Uzumaki Naruto and my escorts are Uzumaki Karen and Uzumaki Kushina. Tsunade abruptly lowered the folder on the table, and Fugaku and Shikaku looked at the smiling Kushina, who pulled back her hood, in disbelief. Kushina-san? The Uchiha was surprised. But how is this possible? You. Dead, Naruto's mother nodded. But my son managed to overcome this limitation. How? Tsunade breathed out. How did it happen? I'll tell you, but first things first, Naruto drew attention to himself. So, I'll outline the benefits of working with Otogakure for you. After a couple of hours, when all the details were discussed, Naruto and the company left Konoha with a signed peace treaty. List acquired a very strong ally. According to the agreement, Naruto became the official representative of Otogakure in Konoha. In addition to fulfilling the duties of an ambassador, the guy was also going to teach some disciplines at the Ninja Academy. Fortunately, he had experience. As it turned out, the irrepressible blonde was training most of the shinobi of the sound. When Tsunade, Shikaku, and Fugaku heard about the Otogakure standard exam, they dropped their jaws. The average sound genin was on par with a strong Konoha genin. True, as Naruto himself admitted, the number of ninja in Oto left much to be desired, and therefore was compensated by quality. The protection of the borders was also stipulated. Konoha temporarily concentrated its attention in the northwest, moving part of the border detachments towards the country of the waterfall and leaving the border with Oto no Kuni practically free. Following Ambassador Otogakure, Team 7 was sent as well. Sasuke, Sakura, and Kiba were to deliver Tsunade's orders to the border guards. The Uchiha, who had already achieved the rank of Jonin and was now the captain, walked beside Naruto. The brunette was very happy to see Uzumaki again, because the guy was very respected in his family circle. You have no idea how happy I am to finally get out of Konoha, Sasuke said. Still, sitting with Kimiko all the time is somewhat problematic. Picked up a saying from Shikamaru? The former blonde chuckled. Kimiko, this? Sister, the Uchiha sighed. She is only 3 years old, but she has already managed to smash the usual way of life in the family to hell. So, that's who I have to teach in a couple of years, Naruto smiled. Learn? Sasuke didn't understand. What does it mean to teach? When the war between Sound and Waterfall is over, I will settle in Konoha again as an ambassador from Otogakure, the boy explained. And under the contract, I also undertake to train the younger generation of Konoha according to the standards of Oto. You remind me of my brother, the brunette sighed. The same cool, strong. He says that he owes everything to his teacher, but who this mysterious sensei is not recognized, you bastard. Not recognized, then, Naruto laughed. Okay. When you get back to Konoha, tell your brother the following, Crow, for Junior, secrets, and add that from me. And then ask. He will tell you a lot of interesting things. Crow, for Junior, secrets, Sasuke repeated. Is that a password? Something like that, Karen chuckled as she caught up with the two of them. Brother, don't you think that? No, Naruto said. You still have to show your cards. As you know, the guy's sister shrugged her shoulders and fell behind a little again. Damn, now I understand why you two became friends, the Uchiha muttered. You and Itachi are just obsessed with conspiracies. Maybe, Naruto laughed again, adjusting his bandage. Sasuke suddenly remembered. Yes, I completely forgot. And why did your hair turn red? Hair? The guy smiled. It's the Uzumaki genes that have taken over. I don't know if you know, but I've often worked with my own DNA. Well, here's the trick. Understood, Sasuke drawled. After Naruto and the company left Konoha, Danzo broke into the Hokage's office. Tsunade. How should I understand this? The one-eyed old man blurted out. Are you fraternizing with our enemies? You were just not enough here. Fifth looked irritably at the old man. I discussed the terms of the peace treaty between Otogakure and Konoha. By the way, the peace was signed on mutually beneficial terms. Sound is responsible for the attack on Konoha 3 years ago. The head of the root tried to protest. Speaking of which, Tsunade smiled slyly. They gave me some documents. In particular, the agreement between the 4th Kazekage and a certain Shimura Danzo. It said that in exchange for some favors, Leaf would turn a blind eye to Sand's attack and even help him get away with it. Could you tell me, dear head of the root, what is it, huh? It's a fake copy. Danzo yelled. That's how? The 5th chuckled. But my experts say no. That's why you're under arrest, charged with treason. An attempt to resist will result in death. Oh you. The old man hissed, but 2 ANBU fighters had already grown up behind him. This is not the end, Tsunade. Perhaps, the Hokage shrugged. Into his cell. Damn, if only I had 2 or 3 more years. Danzo thought as he stroked the bandages covering his eye. And why does Kodo Amatsukami take so long to recharge? Madara-san, his main spy, appeared in the shelter of the unofficial leader Akatsuki. According to my information, Konoha and Oto have made a peace treaty. And Danzo is accused of treason and thrown into jail. That's how? The man in the orange mask tilted his head to one side. Fine. So you have to use the reserves. I will go to our leader and try to persuade him to send the others to Taki no Kuni. You are keeping an eye on the situation. Yes, and more. Tell Kabuto I want to meet him. Do it, Zetsu. Pain. In the lair of the official leader of the Akatsuki organization, an unofficial one materialized. We have problems in Taki no Kuni. And what do you suggest? The red-haired guy, studded with piercings, frowned. We need to send Kisame, Kakuzu and Sasori with Deidara there. Why is that? Pain asked coldly. I don't understand why the hell we're messing with the falls. Why did you need to start a war there? And then, you silly god, Madara said in an unctuous voice, but immediately changed his tone. Because there are 3 Jinchuriki in the village of Sound at once. And now that they've made an alliance with Konoha, they've also blocked our path to the cloud, where there are 2 more. Sound is dangerous to the organization. It's not possible to just walk through their territory. Orochimaru knows us too well. And that friend of his, Haiden, too. I knew you couldn't trust religious fanatics. Maybe I should go there myself? Pain asked with a grin. It would be nice, the owner of the orange mask nodded. All. The conversation is over. You allow yourself too much, Toby. Pain glared angrily at his interlocutor. God cannot be ordered. Me too, God, Madara snorted, for which he paid. Pain stood up abruptly. Banshu Tennin. The owner of the mask was immediately pulled towards the redhead. A strong hand squeezed Madara's neck and lifted him into the air. Out of surprise, the masker even forgot about the technique of incorporeality. Do you doubt my divine might? Pain asked with a threat in his voice. I have no doubt, came a hoarse voice from under the red mask. Let go. That's better, the hand unclenched, and Madara collapsed to the floor. I will send Kisame and Kakuzu to Taki. I think we can combine them into one team, since Haiden is gone, and Raiga is dead. You sure are a strong ninja, Toby. But don't think that you can order God. Crazy, Madara thought to himself as he stood up from the floor. Your happiness that while you need me. Kisame. Zetsu grew up in front of the blue-skinned swordsman. A new order from the leader. Move towards Oto no Kuni, there's work to be done. At the border with the waterfall you will meet with Kakuzu. What the hell, Zetsu? Ribman was indignant in response. I almost got to that Jinchuriki. Besides, I have to take revenge on his cronies for Raiga's death. According to my information, one of these friends is also Jinchuriki, both halves of the plant man chuckled. And they are both just in the village of sound. As for the four tails, you'll deal with them later. Okay? Yes, I understand, Kisame muttered. Well, nothing, Rashi. I'll still come for you. Naruto once again experimented with his own DNA. Most recently, Zabuza brought him information that a certain Rashi from Iwagakure was in possession of a lava Genkai Kekii. Naturally, Naruto could not miss his chance and went to the hidden stone, taking one of the sound shinobi, Hozuki Suigetsu, for company. When they got to Rashi's supposed place of residence, hidden in the mountains, they witnessed two men in black cloaks with red clouds attacking the stoners. It's Hashigake Kisame and Kurasuke Raiga, Suigetsu whistled. A look of anticipation appeared on his face. They are former swordsmen of the mist. I don't care who they are, Naruto said. They attack the person I need. Forward. Let's kick their ass. Yes, gladly, Hozuki grinned, revealing a row of sharp teeth. I want their swords. Rashi fought desperately, and was even about to use the power of his bijou when two more shinobi appeared on the battlefield. From the symbolism, Yanbi's Jinchuriki realized that both guys were from Sound Village. Who else are you? Kisame chuckled. What difference does it make? Naruto stood up to shield Rashi with his back. You are trying to kill the person I need. So, I will stand in your way. We don't want him dead. Raiga also stretched his lips into a predatory smile. We only need what is sealed in it. Four-tailed. So he's a Jinchuriki, the Uzumaki guessed. His eyes turned red, and his claws and fangs grew larger. Then you are doubly disgusting to me. I won't let you take his bijou. Naruto rushed forward to attack. Suigetsu followed suit. Rashi looked at the red-haired boy in bewilderment. How the words about the bijou sealed in me changed him, the Jinchuriki thought, stepping aside. The fight had exhausted him too much. Meanwhile, Naruto started chasing Raiga across the clearing while Suigetsu crossed his blade with Samahata. His sword was a well-made copy of Zabuza's decapitator. Naruto forgot about his blade, preferring to attack with overgrown claws. But so far, Raiga has been quite successful in evading his attacks. It was as if he could see which side Naruto would attack from the next moment. Uzumaki increased the pace, but so far in vain. Kurasuke laughed. Sorry, but your attacks are useless, he said. I don't understand why the hell you carry a sword with you if you're not going to use it. Sword? But for sure. The guy slapped his forehead. Thanks for reminding me. I keep forgetting about him. The red-haired man fished out his huge two-handed weapon from behind his back and immediately rushed to the attack. Raiga still knew where the blows would be, but now it became much more difficult for him to parry them. Still, his blades were much shorter than that strange sounder's sword. Finally, Kurasuke got fed up. His swords were covered with lightning chakra. Kiba swords. Hozuki yelled, momentarily looking up from his fight with Kisame. With their help, he controls the lightning. Be careful. Thanks, Suigetsu. Naruto yelled back. Suigetsu? Kisame chuckled as he lashed out at the boy with Samahata. Are you by any chance Hozuki Mengetsu's brother? He is the most, the guy parried the blow. And I'll take your sword for myself. Dream, kid. Samahata and the copy of the decapitator crossed again. Meanwhile, Raiga, using his blades, created a small fireball and launched it towards Naruto. However, the guy cut it with ease. Wind is stronger than lightning, the Uzumaki chuckled. His sword glowed with white light. In the next moment, he described an arc and a dense stream of air escaped from the blade. Raiga managed to dodge, but one of the straps of his strange backpack broke. Naruto sensed that someone else was inside. Dashingly waving his sword, the guy cut the second strap with the very tip. Before Raiga could comprehend, Naruto darted behind him like lightning and grabbed the falling backpack. No! Ranmaru! The swordsman growled. The swords glowed blue again. Lightning funeral. Both blades entered the ground. Naruto immediately understood the principle of the technique and simply jumped up. But, Kisame and Suigetsu, who fought under the ground, were slightly battered by lightning. Kurasuke. Crazy? Ribman barked, looking at the scorched cloak. I forgot. His partner tried to justify himself, but just at that moment Naruto's blow left a long wound on his chest. Got it, the red-haired man chuckled. With a sweeping thrust of the sword into the center of the clearing, he outlined a symbol around it in the form of a triangle inscribed in a circle. The blade, which had previously been a silvery color, turned burgundy, and Raiga felt the life force begin to drain from it rapidly. What the devil? Muttered the swordsman, leaning back against the rock. There was a drop of your blood on the sword, the Uzumaki explained kindly. And they don't just call him the Reaper of Jashin. Thanks to Haydn, he suggested where to find and how to tame this magnificent weapon. Raiga collapsed to the ground exhausted. At that moment, there was an explosion behind him and Naruto looked around. Rashi intervened in the fight between Suigetsu and Kisame, who had taken a breath and shot a huge ball of red-hot magma at the shark man. Cool genome, the guy drawled admiringly. Kisame, at the last moment, still managed to get away from the deadly technique that burned a huge hole in the rock. It's not over yet, he muttered. We will be back. Raiga, let's go. But Kurasuke did not respond to the order. He was almost dead. Cursing, Kisame picked up his partner from the ground and quickly left the battlefield. Right now, Rashi watched Naruto fiddle with reagents in the field lab. Judging by your confident movements, this is not the first time you work with DNA. Of course not the first, Naruto chuckled. He did not have to explain to Rashi for a long time who he was and why he had appeared. Jinchuriki, as a rule, quickly find a common language. By altering the DNA, I have already mastered countless genomes. How else do you manage to keep your human form? Rashi asked. Since you have so many components of different people mixed in. As a rule, only a small piece of elements is responsible for the genome, the Uzumaki explained. I don't implant whole DNA into myself. The main thing is to be able to find the desired element and skillfully select it from the chain. And I have a lot of experience. Also, Uzumaki's DNA is usually dominant, which gives me the right to implant anything without fear of changes in appearance. Understood, the Yonbi Jinchuriki nodded. At that moment, Suigetsu approached them, who up to this point had been communicating with Ranmaru, the boy that Raiga carried with him. Boss, the boy also has an improved genome, Hozuki said. He told me that Kurasuke therefore dragged him with him. The guy can see through objects and predict attacks. He also has good illusions in the fog, he just showed me. His eyes are a cross between a Byakugan and a Sharingan. Does he have somewhere to go? Naruto asked, looking up from his reagents. Nope. The guy was hated in his own village. That's why he left with Raiga. And then, the swordsman joined Akatsuki and Ranmaru couldn't just leave, even though he didn't approve of his friend's new goals. Does he know that Raiga is already dead? Uzumaki asked. Jashin's ritual was not interrupted, and his life force drained into my sword. Speaking of swords, are you satisfied with your new acquisition? Yes, Suigetsu nodded contentedly. Kiba's swords are something. And the kid doesn't even seem to mind that his master is dead. He is now free. Suggest him to come with us to the sound, Naruto said as he got back to work. With you? Rashi spoke up. Can I go with you? Do you want this? The red-haired man was surprised. Yes. I am hated here, and therefore I live in seclusion. And I'm not ashamed to admit that I'm afraid for my life. If it wasn't for you, I don't think I could have handled Akatsuki. If you want, I don't mind, Naruto nodded. So, there will be 4 Jinchuriki in the village of Sound. 5 if you're late, Rashi added. I suggest finding Khan. He is the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails. And, I think, he, too, will not mind leaving Willow. But will the Tsuchikage agree with this? Suigetsu chuckled. Boss, we might get in trouble for this. What will the country of the earth oppose the 5 Jinchuriki? Naruto asked back. Even if I am the former, but I have enough strength. We are not participating in showdowns just so as not to attract the attention of the 5 great countries. But if one of them rises against us, then there will be no point in hiding. That makes sense, Suigetsu admitted. Good, Naruto concluded. Now I will finish, and we will go to Khan. Madara-san, Zetsu appeared at the hideout. Kisame received an order. Tomorrow he will meet Kakuzu at the border of the falls. That's good, the masker said slightly hoarsely. Anything else? Kabuto has received your invitation and will arrive in 3 days. In addition, Uzumaki Naruto met with the 4 tails Jinchuriki and recruited him to his side. Devil! Madara jumped up. This is still not enough. According to my information, they are going to find the 5 tails Jinchuriki to offer him a place in Otogakure as well. That's bad, leader muttered. But on the other hand, it gives us the opportunity to grab 3 at once. Tell Pain about it, let our god get his ass off his chair and take action. Okay, Madara-san. Zetsu bowed and disappeared. Mission accomplished, Tsunade-sama. Sasuke entered the Hokage's office. All border detachments have been notified. The redeployment has already begun. Very well, Sasuke, 5th praised him. Managed quickly. Well, if Naruto hadn't given us the return seals, we would have just finished, the Uchiha replied. So, for that, you should say thank you to him. In any case, they did well. You can go. Sasuke walked out the door and went home. At the entrance to the mansion, he almost collided forehead with Itachi hurrying somewhere. Oh, big brother. I need you. Sasuke, I'm busy, come on another time. Crow, for Junior, secrets, Sasuke said quickly. The older Uchiha froze. All cases were immediately forgotten. Who is transmitting? He asked. Naruto, the Uchiha Jr. answered a little uncomprehendingly. I see, Itachi returned to his usual deadpan expression. Now I have to leave, but in 2 hours I will be free and waiting for you at the 4th training ground. Do not be late. I will answer all the questions that I can. Understood, Sasuke nodded. When his brother left, the brunette chuckled. You look. Indeed, it worked. What? Pain jumped up. You are sure? Yes, Zetsu nodded. The Jinchuriki of the 4, 5, and 9 tails are currently in the country of Earth. They are very strong, and with them a certain type from the sound. Kisame named him Suigetsu. I don't give a damn about his name, the redhead chuckled. Since they are there, we must intercept them. Get Kisame back? No, he is needed in the waterfall. Notify Deidara and Sasori, they should also be nearby. In addition, I will personally go to the country of the earth. 3 Jinchuriki at once will be serious rivals, but even they cannot defeat God. It will be done, Leader Sama. The plant man disappeared from the office. Perfect. We will make a sharp leap forward, once again grinned Pain. And where should we look for your Khan? Suigetsu asked as the 3 travelers stopped for a short rest. Ranmaru was sent to Sound with an accompanying note via a return seal. I don't think they'll let 2 Sound shinobi into Iwu. Hell, I'm actually surprised they didn't spot us as we crossed the border. We weren't spotted because we used a move technique, Naruto grimaced. Sometimes Suigetsu's forgetfulness infuriated him. And Khan, for sure, lives outside the village. Isn't that right, Rashi-san? I told you, just Rashi, the Jinchuriki replied. And Khan, indeed, lives in the mountains, away from the stone. So we don't even have to pass by. After a couple of hours, the travelers reached a small but solid house, hidden in the rocks. A line was drawn around it, next to which was a sign with a laconic inscription, "Get out." Friendly, isn't it? Suigetsu chuckled. Khan hates people, Rashi said. Actually, he treats other Jinchuriki relatively favorably. We talked to him for a while. Why don't you live together? Naruto was surprised. The Tsuchikage forbade it, the Jinchuriki shrugged. He thinks that if we see each other too often, we will decide to leave. As you can see, he is right, Suigetsu stretched his lips in his sharp grin. However, I don't see your Khan here. Maybe we should cross the line? Naruto suggested, taking a step forward. The door of the hut swung open, and out appeared a big man, clad in armor. Steam was coming from behind him. His face was covered by a metal mask that reminded the former blonde of Kakashi-sensei's mask. Before Naruto had time to come to his senses, the shinobi folded the seals. Doton. Hell Swamp. The red-haired man's legs immediately sank to the knee. The earth, in obedience to the command, solidified again. But before the big man had time to take a step forward, the guy disappeared and appeared already outside the circle. Khan, calm down, Rashi called out. These are friends. Rashi? Khan frowned. How do I know that you are you? I know the name of my Biju. Call me. Boomed a voice from under the mask. Son Goku. Now you answer me. Kokuo. It really is you, Rashi. But who are these two? Khan asked. I can name my Biju too, Naruto smiled. Kurama, also known as Kyubi no Yoko. Well, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Exactly at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Sasuke appeared at the fourth training ground. He already knew that his brother often disappears here, and therefore was not surprised at the meeting place. Itachi was already waiting for him. You've come, Sasuke, the older Uchiha stated. Okay, you have to remember this place. You've been here before. Itachi drew a small symbol on his brother's wrist with his own chakra. The hieroglyph blinked and went out, and Sasuke suddenly saw a small hatch on the edge of the training ground. Please downstairs, Itachi chuckled. Sasuke, indeed, remembered this place. He and his brother were hiding in this closet when the village was attacked. True, then they had to seriously stray along the corridors. And now, apparently, the owner of this place has made a convenient entrance. Why, Sasuke didn't know. Itachi, meanwhile, pressed one of the side bricks, and part of the wall silently slid aside. This is what the place really looks like, he said. It's a bit dusty in here. The girls and I haven't been here for a long time. What kind of place is it? Sasuke looked around the room in surprise. The left half was lined with various instruments, and on the laboratory table one could see closed flasks with reagents. The right half was obviously residential. There was a refrigerator, a sofa, a couple of armchairs and a wide bed. Behind the sofa, Sasuke noticed a small basket. This is a laboratory and, one might say, Uzumaki Naruto's personal fortress, Itachi replied. He used to spend a lot of time here. He conducted experiments here, said the younger Uchiha, looking around the reagents. And here his fox must have been sleeping. Yes, the older Uchiha chuckled. Do you know who this fox really is? No. Then sit down. I will tell you everything I know about our great experimenter. When Naruto briefly explained why they had come here, Han thought about it. The idea of leaving the country of the earth and moving to a place where you would be respected was, of course, tempting. But the suspiciousness of Gobi's Jinchuriki haunted him. No, he declared loudly. I'm not going to leave here. Why? Rashi didn't understand. Don't you want to live with people who will respect you? Are you tired of being alone yet? No, Khan replied. I don't like it when they look at me angrily. So it was in the stone, so it will be in the sound. I wouldn't say that me, Gaara and Fu are treated badly in Otogekure, Naruto said thoughtfully. But it's your choice, Khan. If you suddenly change your mind. To finish, Naruto didn't give an explosion directly above their heads. All four shinobi barely had time to get away from the place where they were sitting when the stones fell there. Khan's house was simply buried under the rubble. Yes. Art is an explosion. There was a loud laugh over the heads of the four. Everyone raised their heads at once and saw a huge white bird in the air. On her back stood 3 men in black cloaks with red clouds. Akatsuki, Suigetsu said, pulling Kiba's swords from his belt. Those upstarts again, Naruto added. The bird landed, allowing the 2 representatives of the organization to descend to the ground. One of them was red-haired and his face was pierced. The face of the second was hidden by a mask. From under his cloak, a metal tail, like a scorpion, stretched out. A blue-eyed blonde with hair braided into a ponytail remained on the bird. The bangs hid his left eye. Sasori, Deidara, the redhead ordered in a bored tone. Take on the 4 and 5 tails. I will deal with the 9 tails and more. Yes, Leader Sama, they both replied in unison. So you are the leader, or what? Naruto chuckled. And I thought that the leader, Madara. Or did Mr. Mask get scared and send some upstart in his place? Do not argue with God. Barked the redhead. My name is Pain, and you will know the pain at my hands. God? You? Don't make me laugh, Suigetsu laughed, rushing to the attack, but Pain lazily parried the blow, and Sasori stabbed him in the back with his tail. The swordsman, who did not have time to react, received a good dose of poison. Damn, Hozuki nearly dropped his blades from a sudden weakness. Boss, it seems to me that... I saw, shouted Naruto. Go back to Otho, they will help you. Cotton and Suigetsu, using the return seal, disappeared. It's useless, Sasori said in a hollow voice. There is no antidote for this poison. So it will, the Uzumaki chuckled. Thank you for the composition. But I don't understand, are we going to fight today or what? That's who Uzumaki Naruto is. Itachi ended his long story with these words. Sasuke sat up and blinked. His brother told him the whole story of their relationship with Naruto, from the introduction to the meeting at the border of the waterfall. And now Sasuke didn't even know how to react to what he heard. He just wanted to know who the mysterious teacher Itachi was. Learned. Even more than I knew. Yes, after a few minutes, the power of speech returned to the younger Uchiha. That means who was your mysterious teacher? Well, now I'm no longer surprised that he once failed Zabuza and Haka alone. Yes, I'm probably not surprised by anything. With Naruto, it's useless. I figured it out after about a year of talking to him, his brother remarked. And up to this moment it has always been like this. He will throw out some kind of trick, and I am sitting on the ground with my mouth open. Besides you, who else knows the history of Naruto? Sasuke asked. Ino, Hinata, Jiraiya, and the entire Sound Village in full force, Itachi chuckled. Partially knew the third Hokage. That's how it is. And why did he decide to trust me? No idea. Perhaps he plans to make you his assistant. He'll be living in Konoha as an ambassador when this waterfall mess is over. Yes, I know, the younger Uchiha nodded. And yet, how difficult it is to accept all this. God, then? Naruto chuckled as he looked at the 6 panes. After another explosion arranged by Deidara, the entire company was divided into 3 parts. Now the Uzumaki and the Akatsuki leader were standing in the middle of a rocky plateau. Pain used the summoning technique, and 5 more similar ones appeared from the puff of smoke. So, he got the Rinnegan, concocted heels of puppets, but he imagined himself to be a god. You will know pain, said the first pain. Banshu Tennin. But I didn't catch it. Naruto yelled back. A clone fell into the hands of the red-haired one. Uzumaki appeared from above with 2 Raisengans in his hands, but missed, as all 6 pulled in different directions. After a while, all 6 pains rushed forward. Naruto immediately began to fold the seals of 2 elements at once with his hands, as Haku taught him. Left wind, right fire. Kato. Giant fireball. Futon. Vortex. The 2 techniques are mixed. The fire, reinforced by the wind, rushed forward, but the technique was absorbed by the big man who jumped forward. Yes, yes, Naruto whistled. Yes, these are not just puppets. 6 paths of the sage. I don't know how you know this, but you're right, said the first pain. But this knowledge will not help you. From what? Now I know for sure that this one is, the guy nodded towards the enemy, who had absorbed the equipment. Gakido, the way of ghosts. And you are Tendo, the way of heaven. Summoning technique. Another pain yelled while Naruto was distracted by conversations. A huge rhinoceros appeared in front of the red-haired boy. Way of the animals or Chikashodo, stated the Uzumaki, jumping high up and out of the way of the huge animal's attack. Okay, my turn. Summon technique. A gigantic black and gold snake appeared in a cloud of smoke. Let me introduce, Naruto called out. Kurahebe. Greetings, young master, hissed the serpent. Chikashodo used the summon again. Distract the extra animals, Naruto pointed to the rhinoceros and the bull and the many-headed dog that had joined him. Listen, Kurahebe, using the body rings as a spring, jumped forward. The tail wrapped around the bull, and the head around the rhinoceros. The snake hit them against each other with force, incapacitating them, and took hold of the dog. Naruto, meanwhile, got out of the attack of the only bald man in the company. He simply thrust his hand into the red-haired Jinchuriki. The path of demons, he is also Shirato, Uzumaki noted to himself, moving close and spreading the body with a Rasengan. And it turned out easier than I thought. However, other bodies occupied the guy for a while, and one of them, left behind, summoned a huge statue with an open mouth. After some time, Naruto saw that Shirato's body had returned to normal and he was ready to fight. Jigakudo, then, the guy muttered, kicking the last unrecognized body into flight. Path of Hell. And this, it turns out, is Ninjendo, the way of man. So, who they are, I understood, it remains to figure out how to defeat them. Lord! Kurahebe's desperate hissing sounded from behind. Naruto turned around and saw about 5 dozen instead of 1 dog. A moment later, the serpent cancelled the summoning technique. The red-haired Jinchuriki was left alone. It's not fair. He muttered. And how can I endure this crowd now? Naruto looked at the way he was surrounded with annoyance. Pain stood aside, but their dogs, obviously, were in the mood for a fight. And why are there so many of them? Naruto thought as he drew his sword from behind his back. The dogs, surrounding the guy, rushed to the attack. With dashing blows, Naruto cut several dogs apart. Literally. Each hit that hit the target split the dog into 2. It was getting crowded. So this is how it is. The guy took out his sword. All the dogs jumped towards him. But as soon as they got too close, Naruto used a technique he had peeped from Hinata. Kaiten. The whole pack of dogs was scattered across the plateau. Tendo's eyes widened. Can't be. Byakugan? Nope, Naruto replied with a chuckle. The dogs managed to rise from their seats and were about to attack again, but Uzumaki, intercepting his long sword like a spear, threw it with force at Chikashoto. The blade simply nailed the body to the rock and all the dogs disappeared with a bang. There is one, the boy chuckled. There are 5 left. Growing fangs and claws, Naruto once again threw himself into hand-to-hand combat. However, his opponents managed to hold him back. To the great regret of the guy, Ninjendo and Gakido turned out to be very skilled fighters in taijutsu. Plus, Shirato was constantly trying to hit the guy with something long-range. When I get back home, I'll make myself the same toys, Naruto promised himself, moving away from another attack. His plan was to first destroy Gakido, who was absorbing ninjutsu. Then Jigakudo, who resurrected bodies. And then you can go all out. But the guy was distracted, and Tendo intervened in the fight. Banshu Tennin. Naruto pulled away. The red-haired Jinchuriki did not even have time to come to his senses, as he fell to the ground, and the pains nailed his body to the rocks with black pins. It's not easy to move when you're wooden and your body is damp, isn't it? Quite boomed Khan. Sasori could only swear in response. This Jinchuriki managed to gouge Hirako, make the iron sand rust, and now also doused the Akatsuki representative himself with steam. The puppeteer fell into an elementary trap. Immediately after the battle began, the entire space of the gorge in which they fought was covered with steam. Sasori didn't notice at first. But when his body began to fail to obey, the puppet began to suspect a trick. But it was already too late. Khan simply doused him with another wave of steam, and the damp wooden body ceased to obey at all. The S-class criminal had suffered such a ridiculous defeat. At that moment, an explosion thundered somewhere above, and from there, screeching wildly, a burnt Deidara flew in. The landing was relatively soft, the blonde just took Sasori down with him. Following him, Rashi descended into the gorge. What happened? Khan asked. I got an idiot as an opponent, that's what, Yanbi Jinchuriki grinned. I fired about 30 fireballs into it, for starters. And take his bird and explode. Here's a fool. I thought of concocting a means of transportation from combustible clay. And you? Yes, even easier. This red-haired doll turned out to be. Well, you know about the steam from my armor. In short, the tree swelled. 2-0. Rashi shook hands with his friend. Meanwhile, Pain was rubbing Naruto about the fact that the world is mired in sins and needs to be changed. Uzumaki listened to this chatter out of the corner of his ear. His brain was busy searching for escape options. And Naruto already came up with a couple. And I will bring pain to the whole world, Pain said in a monotonous voice. Listen, shut up. Naruto couldn't resist. He called himself God. Do you think that if you give everyone a hard time, then peace will reign in the countries? Yes, Tenda nodded. Not forever, of course. Someday people will forget about it, and I will bring pain into this world again. Zadalbal. Uzumaki was indignant, accumulating chakra in himself. Pain is your favorite word, isn't it? It doesn't matter, Pain said in a monotonous voice. 5 bodies surrounded the red-haired boy. We'll take the Kyubi. It will serve a good purpose. Try to take it away. Naruto snorted, releasing everything that he had accumulated in himself, activating the triple enhancement. So the guy called the combination of hermit modes, Bijou, and the energy of Orochimaru's cursed seal. The pins from such a pressure simply evaporated, and 5 pains were scattered in different directions. How did you manage to get out? Tendo looked at him in surprise. The guy has changed. The combination of such different things gave a lethal effect. There was a huge amount of energy around Naruto physically. The blood-red Rinnegan blazed in the boy's eyes. I didn't want to use it, Naruto said. I wanted to prove that eyes do not make God. Well, okay. I'm tired of this game. Shinra Tensei. The four bodies were blown to pieces by a mighty burst of energy. Only Tendo, who used the same technique, remained intact. But he was also slightly shaken. Now tell me, where is the real one? The guy looked closely at the remaining Pain. Now he saw that it was also a puppet. You haven't won yet. A small black ball appeared in Tendo's hands, which he launched into the air. Chibaku Tensei. Damn it! Uzumaki swore as he was rapidly being pulled into the funnel. All around, pieces of rocks were torn off, lone trees were uprooted, huge boulders flew into the air. Naruto himself was also lifted up, and his body immediately disappeared under a layer of stones. After activating the seal, Suigetsu traveled directly to Odogekure. As soon as he appeared in the center of Naruto's personal laboratory, he collapsed to the floor. The poison made itself felt. Hozuki? What's happened? Where is Naruto? Karen, who worked with reagents, jumped up to the guy. That one, got hurt, the swordsman said weakly. Naruto stayed. Fighting with some redhead, covered in piercings. Calls himself a god. Damn it, you're on fire. Naruto's sister gasped. At that moment, Orochimaru and Kushina entered the room. What happened here? Naruto's mother rushed over to Suigetsu, who was lying on the floor. He's poisoned. The poison is specific, we have no antidote. So it will be, the Sannin smiled expectantly. Let's take him to the hospital wing and try to extract the poison. Pain. Suigetsu croaked. Naruto fights him. Pain. Orochimaru was worried. Where are they? In the country of the earth. In the mountains. Karen, Kushina-san, the Sannin was obviously worried. Pain is the leader of the Akatsuki. He is very strong, he also has the Rinnegan. Naruto might need help. Don't go on, Orochimaru-san, Kushina nodded. We use reverse printing. Naruto must have left her. I'm with you. Kurama entered the lab, Naruto used triple boost. I know about it. His opponent is indeed strong. Then let's not hesitate. Karen took out 3 seals from her cloak and quickly attached them to herself, Kushina and Kurama. A second later, all 3 of them disappeared in a flash. Pain with a grin looked at the huge ball, rising higher and higher. It was the most powerful Rinnegan technique. However, after a few seconds, the space was lit up with a bright white light, and the ball exploded with great force. The shock wave slammed Pain into the ground, and Naruto collapsed not far from him. To overcome Chibaku Tensei, the guy had to spend almost all of his chakra. Tendo struggled to his feet, the explosion was no small feat in the air, literally, residual flows of energy were felt. Naruto, despite his best efforts, only managed to sit up. You managed to overcome my technique, Pain shook his head. You are strong. And you have the Rinnegan too. Join us. I acknowledge that you have reached my level with the power of your Biju. Are you talking about Kurama? Yes, it is not in my body. It's been 10 years now, Uzumaki grinned wearily. That is how it is, no? Pain's imperturbability disappeared. But you can turn into a fox. Zetsu has repeatedly reported to me about this. What else for Zetsu? Naruto asked. Well, it doesn't matter though. Listen, where is the real one? These 5 are puppets, just like you. You know, I also wanted to make these for myself, only my hands didn't reach. Come after me. I'll take you, Tendo replied after a moment's thought. So you're Naruto's family, then? Rashi asked, trying to catch his breath. When Karen and Kushina appeared in front of the two Jinchuriki, they immediately got into a fight without thinking. However, in teamwork, the Uzumaki would have given odds to anyone. With a couple of killer techniques, Naruto's mom scattered the two in different directions. After that, Rashi and Kan noticed that the girls were wearing raincoats with the symbols of the elite Oto squad. Yes, Karen nodded. I am Karen, his sister. This is Kushina-san, Naruto's mother. Kan, the big man bowed. This is Rashi. Where's Naruto? Kushina asked. We were separated by an explosion. Naruto fights their chief. Pain is what he called himself. We need to go to his aid, said Karen. But let's take care of those two first. With these words, the girl took out two paper seals from her cloak and attached them to Sasori and Deidara. With a small outbreak, the two Akatsuki representatives disappeared, heading straight for Otogakure prison. At that moment, the sound of an explosion was heard from somewhere in the distance. Crap! It's Naruto. Karen immediately scanned the area. He's on the edge, we must hurry. Naruto hobbled after Pain. He led him to the top of one of the local rocks. When they got to the place, the Uzumaki's eyes were met by a cave made of sheets of paper. Without thinking twice, the former blonde stepped inside. There were already two people waiting for him. Most of the cave was occupied by a strange structure, in which sat a man with long red hair covering his face. He was very thin, in fact, a skin-covered skeleton. In front of this strange resemblance to a wheelchair stood a blue-haired girl in a typical Akatsuki raincoat. Nagato, why did you bring him here? She asked. Hush, Conan, the red-haired man said. At that moment, Naruto's sixth sense kicked in again. Like that time. A year ago, Hot Springs Country. Are you sure we're heading in that direction? The Uzumaki asked again. Yes, in that. I'm telling you exactly, he heard Haiden's answer. However, Jashin's admirer put it a little differently, but Naruto had already learned to ignore his curses. The brain automatically translated the words into more decent ones. Now Naruto and Haiden went to an abandoned temple located somewhere in Kuni. According to the zealot, it was there that the blade called Reaper of Jashin was located, which could drain the life force from the enemy. This property would be very useful for a modified version of Edo Tensei. There is someone ahead, Haiden said when they were already approaching the temple. Even in this harmless phrase, he managed to insert half a dozen swear words that Naruto simply ignored. He was more interested in the sudden sensation. It was the same when Naruto and Karen met in the Chunin exams. As soon as both shinobi entered the clearing, a kunai immediately flew in their direction, which Haiden lazily beat off with his huge scythe and 3 blades. And who is there with us, he said lazily, not forgetting to add a couple of obscene expressions to the phrase. At the other end of the clearing, with another kunai in her hands, stood a fair-haired girl, about 8 years old, behind whom a boy, very similar to Naruto when he was 5, was huddled in fear. Don't come! The girl shrieked heartrendingly, brandishing her kunai as Haiden moved forward, playing with his scythe. Stop! Naruto commanded. Don't touch them. Don't come near us, the girl kept repeating. There was fear in her eyes. Naruto stepped closer and gently drew the weapon away with his hand. Hush hush. I won't hurt you, he said softly. What is your name? I am Toru, the boy leaned out. And this is my sister. Toru, don't get out, the girl again shielded her brother with her back. You don't know him. I feel that he is our friend, the boy shrugged, and the girl suddenly calmed down. Forgive me, she bowed. I didn't know who you were, but if my brother believes you, then I do too. My name is Tora. This is my brother Toru. We are from the Namikaze clan. As it turned out, Toru was a good senser from birth and knew how to sense outgoing danger. The guys were orphans, their parents died when the girl was 4, and the boy was barely a year old. Without thinking twice, Naruto wrote an accompanying note and sent the children to Oto. Karen will take care of them. The guy remembered the restless Namikaze. Upon meeting them, something stirred in his soul. It was the same now that Naruto was standing in front of this strange man. I think we need to introduce ourselves first, he said. My name is Nagato and this is Conan. Nagato, Naruto spoke up immediately. I don't know if you know this, but most likely you are from the Uzumaki clan. When Kushina, Karen, Rashi and Han got to the scene of the fight between Naruto and Pain, a huge funnel appeared before their eyes. The plateau was quite extensive, and from the position where the four now stood, a huge dent in the rock was perfectly visible. Wow, Rashi whistled. This is what your son arranged? Looks like it, Kushina agreed. There's a whole bunch of residual energy here, Karen reported, feeling the area. To take a trail in such conditions is not possible. We'll have to scour the area ourselves. Do you think Naruto handled this pain? Khan asked. I have no idea, the girl shrugged. But, knowing him, I can say that he is now sitting somewhere in a cozy shelter and luring this pain to our side. I wish it was like that, Kushina said, looking around. Her gaze caught on something white on top of a nearby cliff. Wait a minute. Look there. Looks like we won't have to look for Naruto for long, Rashi remarked as he watched two people appear at the top. A redhead and a redhead. And then I made a promise to Yahiko, Nagato finished his story. Once he said, if people cannot stop, then I will become a god and stop this senseless war. I memorized his words. And he started calling himself God, Naruto finished. It is commendable, of course, but it seems to me that you could make the world a better place if you wanted to. Now, you're doing something a little different. You don't understand, the owner of the Grey Rinnegan raised his voice. Yahiko died, and... He died, the guy snorted with displeasure. That's my reason too. Death will not stop the one who wants to live. What do you mean by that? Nagato asked. It's Yahiko's body, right? Instead of answering, Naruto pointed his finger at the idol Tendo. I think I understand how you managed to make it work, but don't you think it would be better to use it a little differently? In what sense? Nagato was confused. In this, the former blonde pulled out a blade from behind his back and stuck it in the center of the cave. Taking out a can of paint from his bosom, he began drawing symbols around the blade. When he finished, he drew the same symbols side by side, only in mirror image. Nagato and Conan watched the Uzumaki's manipulations intently. Naruto, meanwhile, approached Yahiko's body and carefully examined it. The body is in perfect order. You just need to extract these pieces of iron from it. Under Nagato and Conan's dumbfounded gaze, the boy removed Tendo's cloak and pulled out all of the chakra transmitters. After a couple of minutes, the body sank to the floor. Naruto's hands were covered with healing chakra, and all minor wounds were removed. The red-haired Jinchuriki moved the body into the circle of symbols and began to fold the seals with wild speed. Jashin's reverse ritual. The blade glowed bright red. A ghostly thread stretched from the handle to the body. Nagato and Conan stared dumbfounded as Yahiko slowly rose into the air as small bright red spheres began to slide along the thread. Naruto counted out 50 pieces before using his second technique. Perfect Edo Tensei. A short flash enveloped Yahiko's body. After a moment, the red-haired boy sank to the ground and opened his eyes. Conan? Nagato? Where I am? What happened? His friends looked at Naruto in surprise. The guy just sighed. However, he is no longer accustomed to explaining himself to the resurrected. What an interesting cast, Orochimaru whistled. I never thought that this antidote would be able to neutralize this explosive mixture. A scroll had just been brought to him, detailing the composition of the poison extracted from Suigetsu. However, removing the poison was much easier than usual, as Hozuki skillfully manipulated the water in his body even while under the influence of this intricate poison. There was also something else. More recently, Naruto and Orochimaru together concocted a universal antidote, in which there were even more components than Sasori's poison. But there was no one to check yet, but here is such a convenient case. As a result, the snake Sannin came to the conclusion that the antidote turned out to be right. However, it was pointless to produce it in large quantities, the chemical turned out to be rather unstable. Orochimaru had often wondered lately how much Naruto's proximity had changed him. This guy easily completed tasks of any complexity. If the snake Sannin got into a dead end, then the Uzumaki, as a rule, found a solution. Not immediately, of course. Sometimes both researchers puzzled over one problem or another for weeks at a time. But sooner or later a solution was found. Naruto helped the Sannin in many ways. He also solved the problem with the permanent transmigration of the soul. So that Orochimaru did not have to look for a suitable vessel each time, the guy simply grew several universal bodies based on the Sannin's DNA. Orochimaru had often thought about how unstable the X-Blonde's chain must be. He absorbed a whole bunch of improved genomes. Some he didn't even use, it's just that this activity began to resemble collecting. Every time Uzumaki came across a shinobi with a Kekii Genkai, the young researcher's eyes lit up in anticipation. And then there's Edo Tensei. To be honest, Orochimaru himself was surprised when Naruto offered to refine the technique. But the excitement of research has done its job. As a result, for a year and a half, the Sannin, together with the Uzumaki, allocated 3 hours every day to improve their technique. Haiden, with his cockroaches in his head, arrived at Otogakure on time. Orochimaru remembered meeting this ash-haired fanatic when he came to Akatsuki. Then he immediately got nasty to everyone, without ignoring even Pain. Then no one knew that the damn Jashinist was immortal. Pain gave him pleasure. Headshot psycho. No wonder Orochimaru liked him. True, they rarely spoke. Haiden was the partner of the miser Kakuzu, and Orochimaru was paired with Akasuna no Sasori. Sasori himself did not trust the Sannin at all. It cannot be said that for no reason, Orochimaru was that even a joker. Sometimes it even seemed to him that Sasori was using Hirako only so that the Sannin would not accidentally spoil his favorite doll, himself. Meeting Naruto 7 years ago changed Orochimaru. This guy showed great potential, and the Sannin, without thinking twice, put a cursed seal on him. Which, in the end, ceased to be such. It was just another source from which Naruto drew additional strength. The Sannin's thoughts were interrupted by a shinobi from the Uzumaki's personal squad who entered the office. In fact, they were the ANBU of sound. The distinctive uniform was a bright red cloak, a killer color for a ninja. This piece of clothing emphasized the detachment's indifference to being discovered. And this cloak was a kind of exam. As Naruto himself said, if you walk past the enemy in a bright red robe, and he does not notice you, then no one will ever notice you. There was some truth in this. Naruto personally recruited people into his squad and trained himself. After his training, even a bright red cloak was not a hindrance to these ninjas. Orochimaru-sama, the shinobi who entered, bowed. Karen-sama used the seal to transfer 2 members of the Akatsuki organization to the cells. Excellent, the Sannin rose from his seat. I'll be there soon, alert the guards. I obey, the shinobi bowed again and disappeared. Orochimaru chuckled. Otogakure was almost completely located underground, with only observation posts and training grounds located on the surface. The southeastern sector of the underground complex belonged entirely to the Uzumaki Special Forces. There were barracks, laboratories, and a prison. Outsiders were not welcome in the sector. Even Orochimaru tried not to appear here for no reason. As the head of Otogakure, he certainly had the right to do so, and the Uzumaki himself was glad to see him. But there was always an atmosphere of seriousness in the sector, and coming here just like that seemed wrong. The long corridors connecting parts of the underground complex were brightly lit. Another development of Uzumaki is chakra-powered lamps. The training grounds were designed in such a way that they collected excess chakra from the techniques and transferred it to a reservoir located even deeper than the complex itself. If desired, the accumulated chakra could be used to set up a barrier around Otogakure or to fence off a separate sector in the event of an enemy intrusion. In the meantime, there were no attacks. The accumulated chakra served for peaceful purposes, illuminating the underground corridors. When Orochimaru got to the cells, Haiden and Taiyuya were already there. The Sannin chuckled when he saw the pair. That's really true, the fisherman sees the fisherman from afar. Both of them spoke exclusively in foul language and at the same time understood each other perfectly. The temperament of one and the other was brutal, and even when they locked themselves in the bedroom, half the village was going to listen to them. What are statements like, "You are my beloved goat," or, "I love you, you died fool," uttered at the peak of passion? Moreover, these expressions were still harmless. When the couple was inflamed, their affectionate abuse was carried through the ventilation shafts to the entire complex. "Oh, Auric, great!" Haiden held out his hand. "Look, what a catch!" Orochimaru, like Naruto, learned to mentally weed out obscene language, and therefore simply shook the outstretched hand. Turning his gaze to the cameras, he saw in one of them a blonde with a ponytail on his head. The guy was quite young, and the Sannin did not know him. But Orochimaru knew the second prisoner very well. Akasuna no Sasori. What a surprise! Madara-san, Zetsu reappeared at the hideout. "Everything is done as you ordered, but what happened there again?" The wearer of the red mask asked wearily. "Pain lost. Looks like the Uzumaki turned him over to his side. Pain and Konan have left the country of Earth and most likely already in the village of Sound." "How so?" Madara was surprised. "We couldn't find out for sure," Zetsu answered guiltily. "Looks like they used some kind of moving technique." Sasori and Deidara also disappeared. But the Uzumaki's DNA samples have been recovered. There were pools of blood on the plateau where the battle had been fought. At least it worked out. Leave them to me, Kabuto will find a use for them. Then go to Kisame and Kakuzu. It's time to end this war, and I know how to do it. Yes, Manplant bowed and disappeared. Since the battle with Pain, Naruto has been busy all the time, working with the information coming from his people. The hostilities suddenly ceased. According to intelligence reports, Waterfall learned that in Oto, in addition to Fu, there are, it turns out, 4 more Jinchuriki. Naturally, the desire to fight among the waterfalls immediately disappeared. However, now the Uzumaki's head was very much wanted to be seen in Iwagakure. It's no joke, this kid stole 2 Jinchuriki from the stone at once. So far, apart from threats, Iva did not dare to do anything, but the air already smelled of war. Not just a skirmish between small countries, but a full-scale world war. Sand, stone and leaf were left without Jinchuriki and became a tasty morsel for other countries. But Konoha was well protected by having a peace treaty with Oto. Iwa and Suna also formed an alliance. Cloud and Fog kept aloof, but it was still visible that they are ready for the upcoming military operations. A few days later, the Sound officially concluded a peace treaty with Rain, led by the Yahiko Nagato Konan trio. By the way, Nagato really turned out to be from the Uzumaki clan. After analyzing his DNA, Naruto confirmed this fact. In addition, it was Naruto who helped his clanmate regain his former shinobi abilities. The Geto Mazo prongs were removed, and with the help of Jashin's reverse ritual, Nagato's body regained strength. Now the three friends have gone to aim with an escort from a group of Oto shinobi. The country that was most often the battlefield between sand, leaf and stone needed to be strengthened. Well, what's there? The owner of the red mask asked in a displeased tone, looking into the laboratory. Kabuto was working hard there now. Crap. I don't understand how Uzumaki managed to cram so much different rubbish into his DNA, Yakushi replied with a curse. There is a whole collection of genomes, but to figure it all out, I need time. So go ahead, Madara ordered. All his plans so far have been successfully flying to hell because of the notorious red-haired Jinchuriki. Besides, as it turned out, the former. What these words meant, Madara did not know. Zetsu only quoted the phrase of Naruto himself. I'm trying hard, Kabuto snapped. But deciphering the chain will take 2 weeks, at least. In 2 weeks everything should be ready, the masker said, leaving the room. It's easy to say, the bespectacled man muttered under his breath. Orochimaru-sama, now I see what you were seduced by. And why didn't you just make a vessel out of it? Let's do it again, commanded the guy. Tora and Toru rushed to attack. When Naruto wasn't busy, he always worked with the little Namikes. Despite the fact that they were only 5 and 9 years old, the brother and sister fought confidently and were well trained for their age. However, this is not surprising. Because the best Oto fighters, Naruto, Karen and Kushina, were engaged in them. And now, at one of the open training grounds, another taijutsu training was taking place. Look how smart you are, Kan was surprised, who, together with Rashi, watched the attacks of Tora and Toru from the side. A year or two, and they can be sent to the Chunin exam. Gaara appeared next to him. Excuse me, but have you seen Karen? I thought she was here too. She's in the lab, working on. Naruto, distracted, didn't have time to finish. The little Namikes fired several shurikens at him and the line tied to them wrapped the Uzumaki from head to toe. However, the brother and sister did not rejoice for long. Naruto with cotton turned into a log. Brother? Immediately shouted Thor. At 7 o'clock. Toru replied as he turned around and hurled his kunai towards where Naruto was. The red-haired Jinchuriki didn't take long. Having famously beat off all the shells, he also rushed into the fray. But while the guys managed to avoid his attacks, on the contrary, they even hooked their sensei back. Furious, Naruto began to pick up the pace, but the little Namikes still kept up. Now 3 lightning bolts were rushing around the range, red and 2 yellow. The training was interrupted by Kurama appearing out of nowhere. Stop! Lise shouted. Naruto, we're having a problem. So, the falls went on the attack again? Uzumaki asked as he entered Orochimaru's office. Kimimaro was already there with a report. Naruto remembered the moment when he had just appeared in Otogakure. Then the last of the Kagaya clan was seriously ill. But Uzumaki managed to stop the disease, simultaneously obtaining for himself another improved genome. Judging by the reports from the border, Kimimaro turned to the case. Shinobi Takigakure are again active, after a 2-week break. 3 border detachments were attacked. The survivors report that 2 members of the Akatsuki were among the attackers. Kisame and Kakuzu, Orochimaru added. Unless, of course, Madara recruited someone else. He has no more men, and I doubt he would send Zetsu into battle. Who is this Zetsu? Uzumaki asked. Pain also spoke about him. Madara's personal spy, the Sannin replied. It is very difficult to calculate it, and in addition, it can instantly disappear and appear where it needs to. But he did not show up on the territory of the country. The tracking units would certainly have found him. In any case, that's not what matters right now. Right, Naruto nodded. Now the important thing is that our opponents are in charge on the border. I think I'll go there with a couple of my guys. Okay, go ahead, Orochimaru nodded. If so, don't hesitate to call for help. What else? The former blonde grinned rather. I don't have enough. 10 minutes later, 6 shinobi from the elite squad were already racing towards the border. Kisame and Kakuzu were resting after the attack on another outpost. Nukenin were strong, but their victories were achieved only through the effect of surprise. They and the saboteurs from Taki swept the first detachment of Sounders easily, but the second one was more difficult for them. The third detachment of Oto completely killed all the attackers, except for 2 representatives of Akatsuki. And they fight well, the swordsman chuckled. That's right, Kakuzu nodded. I'm worried about the lack of news from the leader. Zetsu didn't show up again, did he? No, answered the fisherman. After he told me that the leader went for 3 Jinchuriki at once, I never saw him again. It seems that our god broke his teeth, about 3 at once, the organization's accountant grinned. I didn't feel called, which means he didn't catch them. I wonder where Sasori and Deidara hang around? Kisame asked himself another question. With their experience in sabotage, this job would be ideal for them. Okay, it's time to get down to business. Kakuzu got up from the stone on which he was sitting, forward. We need to clean up a few more posts. It is good that my former compatriots will no longer get in the way. Well? Madara spoke impatiently. Everything is ready, Kabuto said. With the DNA of Uzumaki, I figured out and isolated all the Kekii Genkai. And how many genomes were there? I can't say for sure, but somewhere around 100. Wow! The masker whistled. This is a gift he gave us. Yes, without suspecting it, Yakushi grinned. Now the matter is small. I implanted this entire collection into his body. Have you already summoned him? Yes. It's simple, it only requires a human sacrifice and, voila, Kabuto said proudly in his voice. It is impossible, of course, to say that he is fully alive. But at least we can manage it. Can you call him now? Of course. So. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. Kuchios, Edo Tensei. Yes, guys, you shouldn't play with such dangerous toys. Naruto shook his head reproachfully, looking at Samahata. Much to Kisame's surprise, the sword not only didn't touch Uzumaki, but even fawned over him. Ribman himself and his partner lay immobilized. The attack was so swift that both Nukenins did not feel the ambush until rain of Senbon poured into them from different directions. As soon as the paralyzed criminals collapsed to the ground, they were immediately entangled with ropes and covered with chakra-suppressing seals. Now the 2 Nukenins could only swear. Oh, you, the red-haired Jinchuriki shook his head. Such big guys, but lost to a small kid. And aren't you ashamed? Damn it, Pain will be furious, Kakuzu muttered. Pain? Naruto asked with a chuckle. Are you talking about Nagato? Do you guys even know what happened in the last 2 weeks? What are you talking about? Kisame muttered. In response, the former blonde retold him the battle with Pain and subsequent events. Wait a minute. Kakuzu asked the question as soon as the guy finished. So Pain is no longer the leader of the Akatsuki? Nope, Naruto said. In general, Pain, as such, no longer exists. There is Nagato. Listen, lad, suggested the chief accountant of Akatsuki. You're collecting genomes, right? I also have something to offer. So and so? The Uzumaki said curiously. I'm listening to. After half an hour of bickering and arguing over the price, Naruto and Kakuzu agreed. For a certain amount of money and for his freedom, the apostate from the falls reveals the secret of the threads, which can be used to engraft the separated parts of the body. The contract was immediately concluded, and Kakuzu, along with the accompanying note, was sent to Oto with the help of a seal. Traitor, Kisame stated when Taki's nuke disappeared in a flash. Not a traitor, but a man with a businesslike approach, Naruto corrected him. Well, what about you? Will we negotiate with you? I'm not a miserable merchant, snorted the fishmonger. And I won't wag my tail in front of you if you show me a sugar bone. Oh, so you also have a tail? The guy said, holding back a laugh. Do you like sugar bones? Okay, I'll tell the guards to feed you exclusively bones. Shinobi Uzumaki neighed in unison, and Kisame turned purple with anger. Oh, you, the swordsman began, but the red-haired Jinchuriki stuck a seal on his mouth. Enough. In any case, you probably swear worse than Haiden, he chuckled before Kisame disappeared. Okay, it seems the matter is done. He was not allowed to finish by the monstrous force of the explosion that came from behind the hill. The shock wave reached the 6 shinobi and knocked them off their feet. What the devil? Naruto said as he got up off the ground. Behind this hill is our outpost, said one of the shinobi of the special squad. So, run there, the Uzumaki commanded, and all 6 rushed in that direction. When they got to the place, they saw a huge funnel in the middle of which stood 2 people. One of them was wearing an Akatsuki cloak and an orange mask, while the other was wearing red armor with the Uchiha clan's insignia. Here you are, Uzumaki Naruto, shouted Tobi. Meet the person after whom they gave me the name. My great-grandfather. Uchiha Madara, the Uzumaki finished quietly. Ha 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 ha. Madara Jr. laughed out loud while the elder looked at all the arrivals. Naruto noticed that the resurrected one also had a dot with concentric circles in its eyes instead of a pupil. What kind of misfortune is this, the Uzumaki muttered. And this one has the Rinnegan. Madara Sr. spoke up. So you are the one for whom I was called? Fine. They say you are a worthy opponent. Let's check. Well, let's check it out, Naruto chuckled. Guys, let's go to headquarters. Report, but do not rush to help. I can manage myself. The fighters at full speed pulled towards Oto. Tobi prudently got out of the funnel. The Uchiha and Uzumaki started the fight with taijutsu. Both fought on equal terms, but Naruto felt that he was holding on so far only due to his fox reaction. After trial attacks, Uzumaki pulled out a blade from behind his back, and Madara his fan, to which a small scythe was attached to the chain. The fight resumed. The Uchiha had a lot of experience on his side, and Naruto had speed and improved reaction on his side. Kabuto did not touch only 2 elements from the chain. Some time ago, Madara Jr.'s hideout. Kuchio's, Edo Tensei. Kabuto shouted. A wooden coffin rose from the floor in front of him. The lid fell off and Tobi's eyes were clad in red armor bearing the Uchiha crest. That's him, the masker stammered. It's definitely him. Uchiha Madara, my great-grandfather. That's why you decided to resurrect him, Yakushi grinned. Madara, meanwhile, opened his eyes and looked at the person who had summoned his soul. Did you transfer all the genomes into it? Tobi asked. Almost. In the Uzumaki's DNA, I found elements that do not belong to a person. More like fox and snake DNA. Both elements are unstable and your great-grandfather could lose control over him. Grandfather, the resurrected Madara repeated, and turned his gaze to Tobi. Are you my great-grandson? Yes, Madara-san, the masker bowed. I was even named after you. In my honor, the Uchiha echoed. His lips curled into a smile. I didn't think that someone would want to show me the honor. Now we need to attach the seal of control, Kabuto said, stepping forward. But then a long blade plunged into his back. Yakushi didn't expect an attack from behind. That's not necessary, Kabuto, Tobi said with a hint of mockery in his voice. A great warrior does not need control. In addition, our goals coincide with him. For what, Moo? Kabuto croaked, falling to the floor. Madara Jr. chuckled. Well, it's logical. Now no one can cancel the call. My great-grandfather will live forever. We will rule this world. Fuck, damn it. Kabuto choked out before dying. Now the one who used to call himself Tobi watched from the side as Naruto tried to confront his famous great-grandfather. The Uzumaki began to tire. In addition, several stab wounds inflicted on Madara Sr. did not bring any visible effect. Crap. It's Edo Tensei, Naruto thought. You can't just beat him. You must either seal it or destroy the physical shell. How can I do this? Madara's blow, which knocked the blade out of the guy's hands, did not let him think. Naruto jumped back and began to fold the seals with wild speed. Madara did the same. Kato. Royal Fire Dragon. The opponents shouted at the same time. The two vehicles collided and destroyed each other. No, that won't do, Naruto thought. He also has a Rinnegan, and he can easily copy simple techniques. I need to gobble up something from my arsenal of genomes. Again seals and shout. Yotan. Burning fire stream. The Uzumaki barked, creating boulders of magma and throwing them at the enemy. Much to his surprise, Madara used a similar technique and deflected this attack. The lava genome? But how? Okay, I'll think about it later, thoughts were spinning in Naruto's head. A rat, a tiger, a dog, a snake. Rantun. Laser ray. And again failure. The beams did not harm Madara at all, due to the fact that he was summoned by the resurrection technique. But Uzumaki was a living person, and therefore he had to run around, dodging the same technique. How? Thought the guy. How can he use these techniques? I think you should reveal one secret. Naruto-kun. Madara Jr. laughed. All of your genomes that you painstakingly collected were implanted in my great-grandfather's body. You can't oppose anything to him. Whoever called him is dead. Control over the technique is lost, and now no one will stop the great Uchiha Madara. Damn it! Naruto widened his eyes. Okay, if it comes to that, I guess there's no point in hiding it. Let's try that technique. The Uzumaki's eyes changed into a blood-red Rinnegan. A small black ball appeared in his hands, which immediately began to increase in size. Chibaku Tensei. It worked. Madara was immediately sucked in and his body disappeared under a layer of attracted stones. The funnel has become many times larger. Naruto was already chuckling triumphantly as the technique exploded and a huge ghostly warrior emerged from it. Susanoo, Naruto said irritably. The completed form of Susanoo, Tobi corrected him sarcastically. Chibaku Tensei didn't affect him since he used the incorporeal technique. This technique is comparable in strength to the power of Bijou. Bijou? Naruto chuckled as he began to transform. Since the enemy went with trump cards, then it's time for him to open his cards. Soon, an equally huge nine-tailed fox stood up against a huge warrior. It's time to use another trump card. He growled loudly. A fair amount of chakra gathered in front of the mouth. Bijou Ball. But Naruto overestimated himself. Almost all of his chakra was ruined by this technique. True, there was nothing left of Susanoo, but Madara himself was intact and full of strength when Uzumaki, after using the technique, turned into a human again and collapsed to the ground. The additional circulatory systems did not generate chakra, they converted it into senchakra or biju chakra. And now, the guy was almost empty. I must admit, you surprised me, the Uchiha spoke up. I don't see you as a biju, but your transformation amazed me. You also managed to destroy my Susanoo. You are strong, but like everyone else, you have your limits. It hasn't been reached yet. Patterns in the form of spirals ran through the guy's body, and the Rinnegan lit up. He moved to the first level of the cursed seal. It's commendable that you're still ready to fight, Madara said. But, unfortunately, your strength will not be enough to resist me. Let's see. Naruto growled as he charged into the fight again. But all his attempts were in vain. It was useless to beat Madara, and the sealing techniques, unfortunately, did not fit into the head. Finally, the two opponents stopped again. Uzumaki was breathing heavily, and Uchiha was still full of strength and chakra. Tell me, Naruto said. He decided to distract the enemy with a conversation in order to at least take a breath. What are you up to? What are your goals? My goals? Madara asked. A smile appeared on his lips. I want to destroy Konoha and put my great-grandson's plan into action. Destroy Konoha. The words echoed in Naruto's head. He remembered a conversation with another Uchiha who wanted something completely different. 3 years ago, near the Valley of the End. Naruto, along with Karen, Kurama, Gaara, Temari and Kankuro, moved north towards the land of rice fields. Orochimaru gave precise directions on where to look for him. So the group reached the Valley of the End. Naruto, let's take a break, Kurama suggested. Of course, you are full of strength, but the rest are not you. I agree, the blonde nodded. Hey, guys, halt. Let's rest here and then move on. Okay, Gaara nodded. I'll look around the area, Karen said. After a couple of minutes, she spoke uneasily. Naruto, there's a hut to the southwest of us. And judging by the traces of chakra, some kind of shinobi lives there. I'll check, the blonde nodded. Gaara, take care of everything here, okay? Understood, the red-haired Jinchuriki nodded. Naruto went in the direction indicated by his sister. 5 minutes later he came out into a small clearing where a small but solid hut had been built. On her porch sat a short brunette, whose eyes were hidden by a black bandage. Naruto thought he knew the man. The guy came closer. I don't have guests, this strange man suddenly chuckled. The voice was surprisingly young. The Uzumaki was taken aback. He recognized him. Shursui? But what are you doing here? Surely Naruto came to visit me, Shursui grinned good-naturedly, even a little like an old man. I live here. Far from worldly bustle. But what are you doing here? Naruto walked over and sat down next to his old friend. And how in spirit he laid out his whole story. The Uchiha just chuckled when the boy finished his story. So the village betrayed you. Tell me. Will you take revenge on Konoha? No, the guy answered. My way is not like that. Revenge is a terrible thing. Besides, all this is not true. Over time, people will realize that they were mistaken. Good words, Shursui said. As far as I know, Itachi gave you my Sharingan. Yes, the blonde nodded. Is he with you? He will always be with me, Naruto replied. I implanted it in my own hand. When needed, I use it. Do you remember the order contained in it? Yes. Protect Konoha. And I won't use it for no reason. Okay, Shursui smiled. I'm glad that you still care about your homeland. She will always be dear to me, Naruto smiled back. Even if I get better reception in Otogakure, I won't forget the house. Thanks, Naruto. All I wanted in life was to protect Konoha. You will continue my work. Come with us, the Uzumaki suggested. I can get your eyes back. Not Sharingan, but still. I think I'll refuse, Shisui sighed in response. I'll just stay here until I die. That will be better for everyone. That's your right, the blonde agreed. Goodbye. I'm glad we met. Me too, Naruto. Me too. You know, one person from your clan wanted something completely different, Naruto said. That's how? Madara Sr. chuckled. And who is he? His name was Shisui. He was the best person and the most dedicated shinobi I knew. And he left me his most powerful weapon. Weapon? The Uchiha laughed. And what is this weapon? Instead of answering, Naruto raised his right hand, turning it palm towards Madara. An eye suddenly opened in the palm of his hand. Red, with a pattern in the form of a four-pronged shuriken. Kodo Amatsukami. Madara clutched at his own eyes, but it was too late. Eternal Genjutsu defeated the resurrection technique. What is your goal now? Naruto asked loudly. Defend Konoha, Madara replied. That's my goal now. What? Tobi jumped up. But how is this possible? Damn, Madara-san, are you kidding me? Say you were kidding. You. Madara turned to his great-grandson. You are a threat to Konoha. You must die. No. Shouted Madara Jr., I will destroy this cursed village. And the old dusty corpse is not a hindrance to me. The last words were drowned in a wild cry. The elder Uchiha used the Amaterasu technique. Interesting thing, Naruto approached him. Do you think I can repeat it? A couple of days later, two shinobi arrived in Konoha. Naruto and Madara. The Hokage was warned in advance about a particularly important matter, and therefore Itachi was already waiting for them at the gate. The brunette could not believe his eyes. It's Uchiha Madara. He's the best, the Uzumaki nodded. But we don't have time. Fly to the Hokage. Yes, exactly, Itachi nodded, and the three of them rushed towards the residence. Tsunade was also terribly surprised to see one of the founders of Konoha in front of her. Wasting no time, Uzumaki began the story, stretching for half an hour. And then I used Kodo Amatsukami, Naruto finished. Now Uchiha Madara's main goal is the protection of Konoha, completed the founder of the leaf for him. Now, this is my main life credo. I never would have thought, Itachi shook his head, that Shisui's Sharingan would be useful for just such a purpose. Speaking of Shisui, Fifth asked. We need to find him and invite him to live in Konoha again. He's dead, Naruto replied regretfully. I visited him about 6 months ago. He died with me. Also, Shisui asked not to touch his soul. That is? Tsunade did not understand. But Itachi, on the contrary, realized immediately. He didn't want you to resurrect him, right? Exactly, the red-haired Jinchuriki nodded. The tension between the countries has subsided. The waterfall ended the senseless war because there was no one else to fuel it. Cloud and Mist abruptly changed their minds about going to war with Konoha when they found out who is now guarding it. There has been a revolution in Sand. Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, and Karura came to Suna with accusations against the Kazekage. He himself was ready to stick his head in the noose, as soon as he saw how his children and wife were walking along the main street. However, no one wanted his death, and the fourth ruler of the Sand Village simply resigned. The title of Kage passed to Gaara, and he coped with this position quite well, especially considering that he was helped by his beloved Karen. The Tsuchikage gritted his teeth for a long time, but nevertheless admitted that he himself needed to better monitor his Jinchuriki, and therefore the stone also stopped mobilizing. Thanks to his connections with Oto and Konoha, Rain began to prosper. And the country of sound included the homeland of Haiden, the country of hot springs. All former Akatsuki went about their business in one way or another. Sasori, after the organization finally fell apart, went back to Suna along with Gaara. Kakuzu began working in Otogekure, constantly ripping off various bonuses from Orochimaru. Samahata never returned to Kisame, preferring to stay with Naruto. However, after Uzumaki gave the fishman a new sword, he admitted that it was quite profitable to be friends with the restless experimenter. Now he traveled the world with Zabuza and Haku. Deidara, during his short stay in the Sound, managed to make friends with the little Namikes. When Naruto and his family were leaving Oto, the bomber followed them, with the full consent of the red-haired Jinchuriki. The Uchiha clan is resurgent again. Sasuke still got along with Sakura, and Itachi began dating Tsunade's assistant, Shizun. Fugaku and Mikoto didn't sit idle either, and soon the Uchiha family had charming triplets. Not wanting to be left behind, other women also took on the task of improving the demographic situation in Konoha. Naruto also settled in Konoha. As it turned out, his parents' mansion was waiting for him there, untouched by the attacks. But the guy did not live there yet. Leaving Kushina and the little Namikes to take care of the place, the restless Jinchuriki, along with Kurama and Jiraiya, went on a long journey looking for those belonging to the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans. On the way, they met with Zetsu. Naruto saved the plant man from cannibalism and he joined their search. Soon, the manor of the new Konoha clan began to seethe with life. Calm has come. 3 years later. Have you seen it? Where? Here he goes. Yes, I saw it. This is the head of one of the strongest clans of Konoha. Is it true? But what did he forget at the academy? Don't you know? He also teaches the basics of the art of shinobi there. I heard about his methods. How was he even allowed to teach? I don't know about you, but I'm glad that my child is learning from him. Naruto walked towards the academy, ignoring the whispers of those around him. During his life, he had heard plenty of gossip behind his back and learned to ignore them. Today, he was finally supposed to be given his own class. Up to this point, Uzumaki usually came to class to tell the student some story from his life or to fill in for an absent teacher. Now Naruto was getting his own class in training. "Oh, Naruto-sama, nice to see you," smiled Iruka, who met the guy at the entrance to the academy. The red-haired Jinchuriki dropped his jaw at this treatment. "Iruka-senpai." The guy was indignant. "Are you kidding me, or what?" "No, this is just a show of respect for the head of the Uzumaki Namikaze clan," the teacher chuckled. "Come on Naruto, I'm just kidding." "Joke less," Naruto pleaded, though a smile appeared on his face as well. "You have newbies today, right?" Iruka asked. "Yes." "Damn, I can't wait," the guy said with anticipation. "It's good to have you back, Naruto. It was boring here without you." "I'm happy about that too." "Okay, Iruka-senpai, I have to go." "Good luck, Naruto." "And I know who will be our teacher," Kimiko chirped with her friends. "He is the coolest shinobi I know." "Well, who?" "Come on, Kimiko, don't talk. This is Naruto-sama. Head of the clan. Don't make me laugh. I'm telling you the truth," the black-haired girl was offended. "Oh, okay. You're ready to hang yourself around his neck, Kimiko. Everyone knows perfectly well that you are in love with him and therefore invent all sorts of nonsense." "Nonsense?" The girl stamped her foot. "This is true. He really will be our sensei. And I'm not in love at all. Naruto-sama has 2 girls who love him even without me." "Stop arguing," Naruto stood at the entrance, smiling. When the conversation touched on his relationship with Ino and Hinata, the guy decided to end the girls' argument. Too many blamed him for the fact that he behaves inappropriately for the head of the clan. However, this trinity did not care about such conversations. Naruto-sama. Kimiko flew up to him. They don't believe me. And this is not necessary, the guy smiled. He leaned towards the girl, hiding her with his long hair. The main thing, you know. And then, imagine what faces they will have when they find out that you were not lying. Now watch their reaction. And don't call me Naruto-sama, it makes me cringe. Fine? Yes, the girl smiled contentedly. Turning around, she walked past her friends with a sly expression on her face. So, I'll ask for a moment of attention. Naruto stood up and pushed his hair back. You may know me, but I'll introduce myself anyway. My name is Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto and I will teach you the art of shinobi. After class, Naruto walked home and checked on Ino and Hinata. However, this was redundant, since the entire clan looked after the pregnant girls in full force. In his wanderings, the guy gathered around the world more than 6 of his relatives, young and old. And no one could say that the Uzumaki Namikaze clan was a handful of children. Hinata and Ino were about to give birth. That New Year's Eve broke all the barriers, and all three, according to Fugaku, took up the continuation of the family at an accelerated pace. The Hughes were furious. Not only did Hinata leave the clan, sending everyone to hell, she is also one of the 2 wives of this young upstart. Hayashi even thought of challenging Naruto to a duel, but was easily beaten by his own techniques. Naruto's Rinnegan saw Tenketsu no worse than the Byakugan. The Yamanaka clan, on the other hand, took it rather calmly. As Inoichi said, his daughter will not choose a bad match for herself. And if there are 3 of them, then it's good at all, there will be more children, which means you don't have to worry about the future of Konoha. After visiting the mansion, Naruto climbed the city wall, where a lone silhouette could be seen. Everything is quiet? Asked the guy. Yes, Madara nodded. They were silent for a while, as if not knowing what to talk about. You know, your Koto Amatsukami turned out to be stronger than me, Madara suddenly chuckled. It's not mine, Naruto protested. Only Uchiha Shirsue's Manjikyu Sharingan can perform this technique. The guy glanced at his right palm, where the Sharingan was hiding under a layer of skin, ready to reveal itself at any moment. True, he was ordinary, Koto Amatsukami could not be used for another 7 years. I wish I could see him, the Uchiha sighed. Couldn't be easier, Naruto chuckled. Cancel the summoning technique, and that's it. Your soul will be freed, and you will no longer have to do what you do not want. What makes you think I don't want to protect Konoha? Madara asked. That's an order you can't back out of, the guy said. That's not an order, the founder shook his head. Not anymore. Now, I protect her of my own free will. Koto Amatsukami told me that I was wrong. Perhaps, Naruto agreed as a breathless Tenten appeared on the wall. Naruto, she said. Hinata and Ino are having a baby. The waters have already broken. They seem to have decided to do it at the same time. Sakura asked me to pass. Understood. The guy immediately picked up the girl and disappeared. Madara was left alone, thinking over Naruto's words. He really could dispel the Edo Tensei technique at any moment and return his soul to the afterlife. And you can't say that he didn't think about it before. But every time he closed the first seal, he was stopped by an order, defend Konoha. Although no. It was no longer an order. This was the life credo that the founder had. Orders can be executed in many ways, and Madara chose his own. He will protect Konoha from any danger. Always. This is where the story ends.